the December 14th, 2021 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting, and if you will join me in a flag salute, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So our first item is our consent agenda, which is a long list of items that are intended to be approved in one motion. But the board is happy to pull any of those for individual discussion if anyone desires. And we have requests to pull items 15C, 15E, and 18A. And which? 15C, 15E, and 18A. And we have a hand raised, so if that caller could.
Michael, are you wishing to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Yes, please.
Which
Yeah,
item?
So, number 11, 15G and H, and 20C.
I have 11. Did you get those, Megan?
You wanted 11, which ones? That all items in 11?
Yes.
And then what was the other item?
15G and H.
Okay.
And then 20C.
Got it, that's all of them.
Is there anyone else who'd like to have an item pulled from consent? And please come forward and make your request, please.
It's okay. I'd like to have a 15A call removed, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay, with
Or we could just.
I'll move
go-
approval of whatever's remaining.
I'll second.
And we probably should list those, but I'm not gonna. So, is there a second? Motion Gustafson, second Holmes, for the few remaining items on consent. Roll call, please.
Gore. Holmes. Jones. Gustafson. Wygant.
Yes. So we will, and Megan, you're gonna have to help me through this, but we'll.
Start with item 11.
Item 11 and all of those,
All of
correct,
those.
right?
So staff wants to do the.
I can speak to this. So annually, contractual agreements between each of your individual district aides for each of the supervisorial districts come before your board towards the end of the year. Each of these contracts are general in nature for each of your individual district directors. I'm happy to answer any questions that might come about as a result of that, but these are our annual contracts.
Thanks, Todd. Are there any questions by board members? Any questions or comments from the public?
Michael, go ahead and give your comments.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I just noticed the pay varied a little bit, but like it seemed like the average pay was like 44 or 30 per hour plus benefits. I guess it seems kind of high to me. Like I did a search on Glassdoor on like an admin assistant, and that was like 44K per year, and this is like more like just the base salary looks like more around like 92,000 if I calculated it correctly, plus benefits. I guess I'm always looking for lower taxes, I guess, and I'm just was wondering like why is the pay so high? I guess that's all.
Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Seeing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
I think it would be good to clarify his question or answer the question, right? Because these are actually at-will employees, first of all. So they are not like the rest of our employees that have the opportunity of being in the employees union and their jobs are at will. The other thing is they're not, even though it says district aide, they're not administrative assistants. They do the bulk of our work. They help us analyze the board packets. They help us address constituent issues. They are basically our right-hand person because in addition to our board meetings, we have a multitude of issues to address and other committee assignments. So this is really a higher level position. Certainly understand your question, Michael, and appreciate it. But actually, some of these folks are getting close to making more than the supervisors.
Some of them are making more than the Board of Supervisors, and I could do 5 or 6 hours on that, but I'm not gonna, because I'm in a good mood today so far.
Did you want to add anything else, Todd?
I would just say that when we do these, the pay scales, HR actually does an analysis and looks at comparable positions. And again, I think, as you alluded to, a lot of diversity and variety, and honestly, the skill sets are different than maybe what we'd be looking for in a normal administrative position in the county. And so, although they are, utilized in various fashions, I think their complexity of their job duties necessitate and warrant, and we do look at job complexity and classifications when we're looking at compensation for these positions.
Okay, Jim?
Yeah, and additionally, particularly during these last 2 years, the administrative aides or district directors spend an inordinate amount of time going through all the email that we've received, returning calls, explaining, what the county's position is on issues, and putting them in touch with departments that they need referrals from or some help with, like building department or planning department or health and human services. They're able to connect these folks with the people that can help them with what their issue is. And I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but I spend about 45 minutes every morning going over my emails, and many times most of the time it's deleting. And if there's an issue that needs to be addressed right away, I make sure that my district director knows about it. So if we're like right now, we're in this board meeting, and she can respond to the question, the issue in question. And so they dedicate a lot of time throughout their jobs workday, but also many times after work.
Bonnie, your light's still on.
Now it's off.
Suzanne?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I also wanted to just add in there that our district directors they're way more than just an assistant. They do a lot of things for us. They represent us. They deal with our constituents firsthand. They call, they return calls. In fact, they accompany us everywhere. I've gone on many walking tours in my district. My district director goes with me everywhere. They're responsible for our MAC meetings, for the MAC board members, the MAC agendas. They're responsible for articles, our newsletters online, and they also we work way more than 40 hours a week. They accompany us everywhere, nights, evenings, weekends, so they kind of give up their family life just like we do. But I just wanted to let you know that they carry a big load. In fact, what you see up here is each of us, and we have a district director. That's our entire staff. So I think we all do a pretty good job. But anyway, they work very hard for us. Thanks.
Cindy?
I just can't go without saying something, since I agree with everything that everyone else has said. Our district aides and district directors are essential to getting back to constituents and solving problems with our county staff, knowing who to go to, who to ask the questions. So they're invaluable. They have great written abilities and also have to speak on our behalf at times when we can't be everywhere everyone wants us. So I guess it's our morning to thank our incredible staff that work for us and all the work they do.
And I'll just add one short thing, which is my view in Placer County is that I've always wanted to try to attract the best and the brightest. It's pretty simple, actually. You try to figure out what that market cost is, like any other job, and we have an HR department who does that for us, and I think the rest is logically just follows from that. So is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this issue?
Vinny, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Vinny, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good morning. Cheryl Berkema, Granite Bay. I had a question about there seemed to be like an IT-related item under one of the district, I believe it was District 1 aide positions. That seems to be not in the correct place. I believe that IT has a budget, and that would have been an IT budgeting item. I'm not sure why District 1 has a greater need for website and IT-related expenses. So if someone could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Is it different? Is that contract any different?
It should all be the same.
I actually don't see that.
I thought they were all the same.
But we'll have somebody take a look at that, see if they can find a difference. None of us can see any difference. Anyone else? No one else. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board, and if somebody will make a motion
Move approval.
to approve, well,
Oh.
specifically item 11A
11.
through G,
Yes.
then we'll be compliant with
As
what we're-
corrected,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And now we will go to 15A. I'm not familiar with this item. Could you readily enlighten me?
present? Maybe we should just find out why somebody pulled it.
My understanding is we were up here to respond to questions, but as the board member and certainly the viewing public are aware, this is the culmination of our year-long redistricting effort, both with follow-on to the November 30th and December 7th board discussion, at which we had hours of public input and testimony that culminated with the action to tentatively approve redistricting hybrid map alternative 2.0 option 1.
And I would, Clayton, you'd do this better than me.
I would just also note the action requested is to adopt a resolution approving that alternative hybrid 2.0 option 1, and there's findings contained within the resolution. And then the second action item is to adopt the ordinance that was introduced by your board, and oral reading was waived at the last meeting.
And therefore, it required a second reading, the first of which occurred a week ago last Tuesday.
Correct.
Thanks. Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. It's funny, I get nervous talking to you, but I can pitch in front of 5,000 people. Again, my name is Anthony DiMattei, and I'm a resident of Placer County since 1996. 14 years in Roseville, 10 years in Rockland. 4 years ago, I bought a mansion ranch in Penryn and have been farming it ever since. I wanted to pull this map from the consent agenda because I believe this map was not truly wanted by all of you, and it was pushed by a small group of people that did not truly represent the majority of the 400,000 residents of Placer County. To me, this map shows the beginning of segregation between cities and rural communities, especially in District 3. As a resident of Rockland and a farmer in Penryn, this gives me a close connection to the ag community and the Loomis Basin, along with residents in by all of you, many with reservation. I've had many residents of the ag community approach me, either at public places like the post office or people stopping by our packing shed, to say, and I quote, "Thank you for standing up for us." We feel like we were separated in the Loomis Basin for the gain of the Rockland City Council. A few who spoke and wrote in from the city of Rockland do not represent all of District 3, but seem to have the loudest voice. Over the past, I have spoken to many residents, also not a minority of residents, some knowing about redistricting and many who had no idea. But when I asked, would you rather have one supervisor or two, the answer I heard the most was, is it not better to have two sets of eyes looking out for us than one? I also noticed that those who push to have Rockland as a whole by themselves do not live currently in District 3. Now with this map, it places those who spoke the loudest in District 3. It seems to me this was a political move by the City Council to have all of their homes in District 3, giving them the opportunity to run for supervisor in the next election for District 3. Looking like it was in the best interest of them and not the people of District 3. But the only way to prove this is to see in the future if these council members actually run for this position. Now, if this map continues to go forward, this takes Jim Holmes out of his district. That being said, if he is no longer able to run, I'm announcing today that I'll run for his position. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Good morning, Chairman Wygant,
Good morning.
Supervisors Karen and Todd. Well, I didn't have any prepared remarks because I was hoping this was going to quietly just sort of pass on through, but that's not happening. So first and foremost, I want to tell you how grateful I am for the decision you made last time. You were listening to the public. Now, is the map perfect? None of them were. But what we were trying to do, and I think all of you were trying to do, as well as the staff, was at the end of the process, we had as few unhappy people as we could possibly get. And I think we did that with the public map that was put together. So, I appreciate Anthony's comments. I understand that Placer County is changing. The dynamics are changing, particularly in the western part of the county. Agriculture is getting smaller. But I'm thankful for the PCCP that you passed earlier that is going to protect a lot of that agricultural ground in the western part of the county. So I think that going forward, agriculture will always have a pretty good place at the table here in Placer County. And I can speak as one who grew up in agriculture in Placer County. I'm nearly a 70-year resident of Placer County, and I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be fighting for what's right for this county. And so, again, I'm very grateful for your decision, and thank you for what you've done and what you continue to do for the residents of Placer County.
Thanks, Wayne. Anyone else from the public like to address this item? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll certainly second that, unless there's any other conversation, but I'm happy to second the item.
Okay. Motion Jones, second Gore. Cindy has her light on.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I want to say to both gentlemen who spoke to us today, your service to Placer County residents is greatly appreciated. There was no perfect solution here, and as you know, I was not supportive of our final action. I stayed unified with my board because I think that's the right thing to do. When the majority rules, we come together to represent the people of this county, and I just want to assure you that while I may agree or disagree with the map, our job is to represent all of our constituents in the best way possible. And I know, and I said this at both of our previous meetings, that all of our board members do that with all of their good intentions. And there was no perfect map that didn't have some level of separating communities or putting them together. And I, sitting in District 5, I can tell you, we heard the least from my district because we've all been aware. We were gonna, the 5th district was growing and going down the hill, and I only see that happening further in the future. So it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that we represent all the great interest of this county, because that's what makes it such a great county. So thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now take up, I think, item 15C.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Vanessa Lieberman, Management Analyst in your CEO's office.
Good morning, Vanessa.
Good morning. So this is my first consent item being pulled, so I've prepared a brief, a brief overview of your item, and then we have department representation here to answer any questions you have. So some background on this item. So the item before you today is a resolution to accept and make findings per Government Code 66,000 on our annual development impact fee report. So CEO takes this consolidated item annually in December on behalf of our department impact fee programs, as well as the programs that we manage here in the CEO's office. Something to note is that this does not increase any of our impact fees. This is just reporting, and those increases come as separate items from this report. Per Government Code 66,000, the annual report must contain specified information that includes the type and fee amount, the beginning and ending balance, fees collected, interest earned, improvements funded, as well as anticipated start date of construction. Our impact fee programs being reported that meet the definition per Government Code 66,000 are the following: our capital facilities impact fee, fire facilities impact fee, our parks and recreational facilities impact fee, countywide traffic fee program, city-county traffic fee program, Riolo Vineyard specific plan fee program, almost done, Placer Vineyard specific plan fee program, our Placer County conservation program, in lieu fee program and endowment, and our affordable housing fee and employee accommodation fee program. So that includes, or concludes the background that I have on the item. Like I said before, we have department representatives on Zoom, here in person. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Vanessa. So it's historic, first time you get a consent item pulled, and this is my last meeting ever as chair of the Board of Supervisors, so.
I love it. I feel very special.
We're both happy. Any board members? Suzanne?
Yes, good morning, Vanessa, thank you for coming. I had some concerns, not my concerns, but some constituents' concerns. And they were wondering, what's the difference between the impact fees and, say, tree mitigation fees? EJ.
Would you like to come up?
Come on down.
I'm going to bring up my subject matter expert, EJ Baldi.
Okay.
Okay, that was way too easy. EJ Valdi, Planning Services Division. So Placer County Conservation Plan, that is an adopted fee program. We also have the Oak Woodland Ordinance, which was previously our tree preservation ordinance, and upon adoption of the Placer County Conservation Plan, that moved to Chapter 19 of County Code. So we do have an Oak Woodland Ordinance that applies to tree permits, discretionary permits outside of the PCCP area, but it is not a adopted fee program that provides for on-site tree replanting, market rate mitigation. We are going to update that ordinance hopefully next year. It will probably take the better part of next year. There'll be a robust public outreach component as part of that. And that will obviously go to the MAX, the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors. So hopefully that answers your question.
That does, EJ, that helps a lot. Could you just give me a little bit more information? What is an impact fee? And I know this is all dictated by Government Code 66,000.
I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer that, but
okay.
Your development impact fees for transit, transportation, infrastructure, typically associated with development projects, capital facilities,
So that
park and
means,
recreation facilities.
So that means that the development, whatever we're developing, it's the impact that that's going to have on these various things.
And guaranteeing the county's going to get compensated
Okay.
for those facilities.
Okay,
and
how-
services.
How and when are they updated? Are they updated annually,
that one?
Vanessa?
They are updated annually. Each fee program that we've adopted has some sort of coordinating CCI or CPI, and so that gets, so like for the capital facilities impact fee, I brought that at the end of September, goes into effect 60 days after adoption. So those are brought separately, and so some of the impact fee programs, we also, as the CEO's office, take a consolidated item around April. That's the fire facility fee and some of the specific plan fee programs. It just depends on how the ordinance is written on when those come back annually, but we also do another consolidated item for those.
Okay, and then this talks about the fees the actual fees that are collected and then how they're spent and
Yes.
how they're handled. Is that all for the public to review and look at?
Absolutely. So we have the report as an attachment to this, which also includes the reporting of fees, the items that I listed that have to be included per the government code. But also on file, we have the fee program information. So that's the actual fee program that we've brought for adoption that we maintain
Okay,
and our departments maintain.
okay, great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item?
Cheryl, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you, Suzanne Jones, for bringing this up. We've actually brought this up for many years in District 4. I'm not sure I agree with the assessment of the fees. The PCCP, not only does it not cover in landmass other areas, so the fact that you're collecting mitigation fees for vernal pools and trees and oak woodlands, and you're only doing it within a certain area of land, it's still the same thing. Also, temporarily, projects that were approved prior to 2020 when the PCCP was approved are not covered. So yearly, there's a cadence where, I believe it was last week, the developer fees were increased. I didn't see the tree mitigation fees increased. Housing fees are increased. I see no reporting. I would suggest that this report is incomplete. It does not cover tree mitigation for anything not in the PCCP and many of the development agreements that have been reached prior to 2020. Every time a development goes in, there was a nexus study that was done that clearly shows there was an appeal with Rancho Del Oro with 4,000 oak trees. That should have been covered by increased fees. Those fees have not been increased, I believe, for years and years and years, well beyond what Steve Pedretti was chartered for managing. So I think it's an incomplete report. I think it should have a line item just like PCCP. There should be a tree ordinance, and there also was the Nexus study actually shows that those fees are insufficient. So I hope you'll consider actually looking at those fees, not a year from now. Every time trees are taken out, it's actually encouraging trees to be taken out. I'd also like to point out that at the League of Women Voters, when Cindy Gustafson and Suzanne were there, ex-supervisor Euler was there, and it was brought up that there was a system that kept track of all these tree mitigation fees. We've asked for this multiple times. We don't know where the tree mitigation fees are going and why they're so low. So I hope you'll please address this as an incomplete item and something that needs to be taken care of, because it's a state law that this is managed yearly, and I believe that you're breaking the state law by not providing those fees. Thank you.
County Council.
There seems to be some confusion here, and hopefully I don't make it more confusing. But there is a difference between a development impact fee, which is governed by Government Code 6600. And those impact fees are developed and adopted by this board after public hearings in which a nexus study must be prepared and it must be established that the fee relates to the impact. That's why they're called development impact fees. You'll often see in EIRs or even neg decs that payment of an impact fee will in fact mitigate a particular impact. We see that quite a bit for transportation. However, you can't confuse that with mitigation. And in some instances, we do have fees for mitigation. And one of them, as EJ mentioned, is the oak tree, or pardon me, the tree ordinance. That's a mitigation fee. It is not a development impact fee. So I respectfully disagree with Ms. Berkamat that there is anything that is incomplete about this particular study. The study took every one of the development impact fees that this county has implemented and is reporting as required under the government code.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. And going to add that clearly there's a huge amount of communication or misunderstanding or miscommunication or something, but the tree ordinance and mitigation that started in Placer County, got to go back 20, 25 years, as I recall. The PCCP, of course, is a completely different animal, and we adopted it about a year ago. It essentially shifts federal and state authority for greenfield impacts on protected environmental properties from the federal and state government down to the local level. A part of our program includes an in lieu fee. So somebody going through that application process will have the flexibility to provide mitigation that's required, or they can pay a fee, or they can do a combination of those things. So it's unique in the country. Has to be done in Placer County. And those fees are reviewed annually, and they're thoroughly looked at in 5-year windows. And that's a part of the contract that we have with the state and federal agencies in that regard. So I think that's really important for the public to understand generally. Suzanne, did you have something? Your light's still on.
Just make a motion for approval.
Okay.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And now, 15E.
But 15E, Chairman, is just being moved off of the agenda to a future meeting date.
That's right. So 15E is being, it's going to be put back on a future agenda under consent. And so that takes us to 18A, I think.
No, we have 15G and 15H were both requested to be pulled by Michael.
Okay, so 15G. Thanks, Megan.
Of course.
Good morning, members of the board. Stephanie Holloway with your Tahoe CEO's office to talk to you about the two items that were pulled from consent. So both of these items are a resolution for renaming of committees of your board in the Olympic Valley area. So the Squaw Valley Municipal Advisory Committee and the Design Review Committee. We have been working with the Washoe tribe in this area, as well as other private and federal entities, to rename a number of assets that contain the word squaw. This is just two committees of your board that we'd like to bring forward for your consideration. I will mention just a little bit of track record here. The Olympic Valley Public Service District, so the Squaw Valley Public Service District, as it was previously named, did rename their organization back in August of 2020, as well as the ski resort in this area, now named Palisades Tahoe, has adopted the Olympic Valley base area as their name. So this is just two committees of your board that we'd like you to consider. I will mention that we are working with the Washoe tribe as well as the community on a number of additional assets, 3 public roads in the area, as well as the public park, considering renaming of those assets as well. And those will be hopefully coming before your board early next year. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Stephanie. Anyone from the public? He did.
Michael, did you have any comments you wanted to give on these?
No, I think I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll move approval. I'll second.
Motion Gustafson, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And if my notes are correct, that takes us to 18A.
Yeah, can we just clarify on that prior motion that it was for both?
Yes.
Items 15G and 15A?
Yes, thanks,
Thank
Megan.
you.
Yep. Yeah. So 18A, Placer Housing Authority.
Chairman, because this has been removed off consent, the board will need to adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Housing Authority.
Thank you. So the board adjourns as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and reconvenes as the Housing Authority. And is someone here to present that, or on Zoom or somewhere? Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Greg Geisler, Placer County Deputy Director of Health and Human Services and Housing Authority Executive Director. And I am here before your board today to request that the board adopt a resolution approving the temporary policy supplement for emergency housing vouchers, to accept and distribute the vouchers and sign related documentation and submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and accepting a distribution of 9 Family Unification Program, FUP vouchers, and 26 Emergency Housing Vouchers, EHV. The background on the item: on April 27th, earlier this year, the Placer County Housing Authority accepted the updated Placer County Housing Authority Annual Administrative Plan update and signed the civil rights certification of compliance with the Housing Authority plans and related regulations, and submitted all documents to HUD. In July of this year, a temporary policy supplement was released, which made available additional vouchers available under the Placer County Housing Authority's plan, adopted earlier in April. And HUD also in July of this year awarded the Housing Authority 9 Family Unification FUP vouchers to serve households with parents in unification with their children through child welfare and former foster youth. The Placer County Housing Authority seeks your board's approval of adoption of a resolution that HUD requires to distribute the grant vouchers under this program. The Housing Authority is partnering with the Children's System of Care to distribute these vouchers. There's no fiscal impact in this matter because the vouchers are already available from HUD, and HUD provides funding for administration of the program. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for that report. I wanted a little bit of clarification for my constituents on the housing vouchers. This is not related to any of our COVID programs in the past, is it?
No, you might be referencing the emergency rental assistance. These two programs are the FUP vouchers existed before, and before COVID came into being. The emergency housing vouchers are for specific populations, but they're not specifically related to COVID.
So how does the program work then?
So the FUP vouchers, they serve families that are in reunification, family reunification through child welfare, and or that might be at risk of having their children removed due to housing instability. And they work just like our normal housing choice vouchers, except for they're specific to that population. So the household receives a voucher if they're determined to be eligible and is able to go out into the community and rent a apartment or a home, much like any of us would. And we supplement their rent through the voucher. It also serves former foster youth. So former foster youth under the age of 25 that are determined eligible essentially can do the same thing, take the voucher to any landlord that rents out a unit and take and move into the unit with having that supplemented. The emergency housing vouchers are specific to populations such as those escaping domestic violence and trafficking, and that are at risk of homelessness or are homeless. And those vouchers, we work through a number of our community partners and through the continuum of care to receive referrals. Both programs come with some supportive services and case management.
Okay, so that means that most of these people eligible that are already working with the system here in Placer County
Correct.
if there are people out there who would qualify who don't know about the program, is it something where they can contact the county, maybe the adult system of care or something like that?
They're welcome to contact us. In essence, the referrals for the emergency housing vouchers go through 211. So the place for anyone to start would definitely be 211.
Okay, great.
And with regards to the FUP vouchers, it's a little more specific because a family has to be working with child welfare, or a former foster youth would have to be verified as being a former foster youth through Children's System of Care.
Okay, thank you very much for all that information. It was very helpful.
Certainly.
Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Stephen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good morning. This is Stephen Prescott from Kings Beach. I'm just curious, how much is in that program for housing vouchers in Placer County, and what's the average amount of the voucher per person?
Are you asking how many vouchers? Because we have 26 of the emergency housing vouchers and 10 of the, 9 of the FUP vouchers. I'm sorry, I don't know offhand the average amount that's used per voucher. But yeah, those are the number of vouchers that we have.
So that's only for 35 families?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the average amount per voucher that they get to pay landlords?
Again, I don't have the average amount. I can see if I can find that. But generally speaking, the amount that's paid towards landlords, first and foremost, though the rents are set through HUD. So in other words, the maximum that can be paid is set through HUD. But the rents or the amount of vouchers is specific to that family's income. So if a family has no income whatsoever, the voucher will supplement almost all of it. If the family has significant income, they might not be eligible to it. But if they're somewhere in between, the supplement's going to reflect that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No one else? What is the pleasure of the board? Motion, Jones, second, Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And I think last from consent.
You have to reconvene as.
Oh, thank you. See? Need to have good staff for people like me. We are adjourning as the Placer Housing Authority and reconvening as the Placer County Board of Supervisors, and I think taking up consent item 20C.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager. I'm here for item 20C, which is several action items. First, to approve an increase to an existing contract with Mobile MedWork Health Solutions of San Jose, California for COVID-19 testing services for county staff through the end of this fiscal year in the amount of, or through the end of this calendar year, in the amount of $270,000 for a new total of $300,000. We're also at this time asking for your board to approve the renewal of that contract in the maximum annual amount of $375,000. Over the past year, there have been multiple changes from Cal OSHA with respect to county staff and the testing requirements thereof. Human Resources has been tasked with the responsibility to implement those and manage those processes. During this year, with those new instructions, Human Resources went out and solicited quotes from 3 different firms to determine who could provide the testing services for the county employees required. At the conclusion of that, we awarded 2 different contracts for $30,000 each to Mobile Med Health Solutions of San Jose, as well as Collection Plus of Sacramento, California. Unfortunately, the contract with Mobile Med has been prematurely exhausted due to changes in CalOSHA's requirements, resulting in a need to come here to your board to ask for additional funding. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions your board may have.
Thanks, Brett. Any questions of board members? Seeing none, anyone from the public?
Michael, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So I'm very much against further testing. The COVID testing is so fraudulent. When tests are created, every time they test, that counts as a new case. Okay, and they're testing for the coronavirus, not COVID-19. And there's a cycle threshold that can be adjusted to make the test more sensitive. And these tests are being used to institute these mass mandates, for example, and to put further restrictions on the people. The person that created the PCR test, Kerry Mullis, said himself that the test was never designed as a diagnostic tool. There's a doctor, Dr. Peter McCullough, McCullough. I would really recommend that you look him up because he talks about the PCR test and how fraudulently it's being used. You might have to search for him on DuckDuckGo because Google is scrubbing anything that's negative against the vaccine or against the testing or COVID protocols in general. And one other thing is the COVID cannot be spread asymptomatically, and many doctors have talked about that, including Peter McCullough. So I'm against spending more money to put more restrictions on the people. Thank you.
Anyone else on Zoom, Megan?
We have one more on Zoom.
One more.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi there. My name is Jacqueline, and I would like to ditto Michael's comments as far as no more money should be spent on testing or vaccines in our county. It's all fraudulent. It's all, honestly, it's all evil. And we should not be spending taxpayer dollars on more fraudulent testing to increase case numbers. And that's all I have to say.
Tina, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Tina. I also want to reiterate what the other 2 speakers have said. It is a waste of taxpayer money at this point to continue with testing, especially if we're following science, why hasn't anyone showed us what the science is? Here in California, the science supposedly tells us that we have to mask no matter what, but in New York, you only have to mask if you're not vaccinated, and in Florida, they don't mask at all. So which science are we following? Please stop wasting the taxpayer money.
No further on Zoom.
And then Brett behind. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer, and I think I'd like some information on just 2 aspects of this. Number one, the PCR test is like no longer valid at the end of this year. So what test are you going to be using to run these mobile clinics? And if you're going to continue using the PCR test, what cycle per threshold are you using? Because I believe it's anything over 26 is basically able to give a false positive. I'm not sure which staff or anything is included in this for testing, but I think if you look at what's happened over in the UK, they test 3 times as much as we do on a smaller population, and their cases keep going up and up and up. And the patterns that are showing and coming across are the vaccinated people are the ones now with this new variant, like 80% that are becoming positive are vaccinated. And so I think if we really want to like do this herd immunity thing that keeps, the number keeps getting raised higher and higher and higher, and it doesn't really make too much sense to me personally. You know, I think people are just going to be getting sick. If they have the vaccines don't protect. That was really what the vaccines are, just to reduce symptoms, right? So if you're vaccinated, you're going to get it. You're going to have your symptoms reduced if that's what it does. And if you've had it, you're not going to keep getting it. So I'm not really sure what the urgency is to do all this testing all the time, because I do think it is bringing up a false positive. And I think we're starting to see too, we're having more positive cases in areas where there's more vaccinations. So if you wouldn't mind just explaining how the PCR test is utilized in these testings that you're mobily going around, what cycles per threshold, because I don't know why we've never ever really gotten that information publicly. Our town hall was canceled for our COVID discussion, and I can't understand that. And then what test you are going to be using, and can you explain in detail why and how it actually shows a test is positive and not a false positive? Because as the end of this year, the PCR tests are no longer valid. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have another public comment?
Yeah. But why don't you go ahead, Brad, and we'll.
With respect to those questions, I don't have that information at this time. These tests are dictated to, or the testing requirements are dictated to the county from Cal OSHA. So we take our requirements from what Cal OSHA has provided us, and then we work with our providers to determine that they can meet those requirements. Right. So
Yeah, thanks, Brad. No, that's helpful. And then,
John, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
All right. Thank you very much. John Falk, just speaking as an individual at this time. As someone who would disagree with the lion's share of the people that spoke on this issue, someone who is severely immunocompromised, and also understands medicine, having been a medic for over 27 years, I can tell you that one, yes, there are breakthrough virus occurrences right now, but it's because the virus shifts and mutates. First, there's viral drift, then there's viral shift, and the shift creates a whole new strain, which may be less protective when you've had the former vaccine. That does not mean the vaccine is ineffective. That does not mean the vaccine does not lower your chance of being hospitalized or dying. What it does mean is that vaccination is a key, important first step towards getting back to normal, to getting to our economy where it needs to be. And it's absolutely critical that people disregard the disinformation that's out there. Anytime you have to go through a web search and then bypass the scrubbers that get through the disinformation, I think that you've already told yourself something. I would say go to the CDC, go to the NIH, go to Dr. Fauci, and find out what the real truth is, and you'll find that just like with the flu, it changes from year to year. It's deadly from year to year, especially amongst those that are immunocompromised or elderly. So please do not, out of hand, just dismiss this as a non-issue, or asymptomatic people can't transmit. Absolutely, scientifically untrue. The first 5 days that you are infected, even if you're asymptomatic, you are the most susceptible to viral shedding. So that's why it's such an insidious virus, because it transmits most effectively before you even know you're ill. And so I would just say masks are important, vaccines are important, testing is important. Thank you.
Chairman, I see no further public comment.
Thanks. Suzanne?
Yeah, my question would be, so this program here, this is only for testing of county employees?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the thing that's been mandated to us by the state?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What is the pleasure of the board? Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. So if my notes are correct, that completes our consent agenda. Now is the time for public comment. This is a time when anyone from the public can address the board on something that is not on the agenda, keeping in mind we can take no action. So is there anyone who'd like to address us under public comment? Jennifer, why don't you go ahead and start? And we have somebody on Zoom, I'm assuming? Yeah, okay. If you're
Cool.
welcome to proceed.
Jennifer, I'm back. So I saw that California is doing the statewide mask requirements, and I was wondering if you could speak a little bit of how that's going to impact Placer County. I'm not really sure why we're being forced to wear masks. There's high level of bad air we're breathing in all day to make our brains not work, and I think we're seeing that on a large scale in general. There's bacteria that's harbored on them. They're not being worn properly. Everything escapes out the sides and the tops. People are wearing them below their noses. So I'd really like to know, like, why we're doing it, and if we're going to be doing it here in Placer County. If next meeting we're here, we all have to have our masks on, sounds like. And I'd really just like to understand a little bit more how that's going to affect us. If we are going to have to start wearing masks and continue to comply with something that to me doesn't make sense and a lot of other people doesn't make sense, I really think we should really think about constitutionalizing our sheriff. Placer County can lead the way. People aren't dropping dead in Florida. People aren't dropping dead in other states that aren't wearing masks. And I think we have to stop living in fear, because fear is driving our economy into the ground, as well as a lot of other things. It's causing a lot of divide, and it's creating children with lower motor skills, less speech, less competence because they can't go to school. They are having higher suicide rates, all kinds of stuff. And I know masks are just like a symptom of this, but I really think we need to consider what these masks are, because to me they're a silencer. Anything that's not going with what's being said by the CDC or at the NIH, which continually changes. Diseases continually change. It's not going to go away. We have to accept that and move forward. Just a change of shift for my last 30 seconds. I would also really like Placer County to consider 5G placement as it's going up. We're a huge agricultural area, as we've discussed earlier through the redistricting, and there's a lot of studies showing 4G really affects bees and other things like that, our pollinators, and I think that's something to consider. There's no long-term studies on 5G or 4G, and it destroys the cells in the body. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Michael, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, yes, I'm very much against a mask mandate, and I will not comply with a mask mandate. And yeah, I'm curious to hear what you, as a board, plan to do with this. there's other counties that have pushed back against these mandates, but I haven't seen it from Placer County. San Joaquin, for example, and El Dorado have resolutions against vaccine mandates. And then again, another thing I'd like to talk about is the COVID-19 dashboard for Placer County. To me, it seems like it's just propaganda. It says 39,200 cases. Okay, so, and then 56 average daily cases. Likely 37,723 likely recovered, 483 deaths. So what does that mean? Is that this month? Is that this year? Is that ever? And then it looks like the cases are going down, but yet now we have this mass mandate, for all of California. On the COVID-19 dashboard, could you put some information on the vaccine? Like, how about adverse reactions? Could we have like some listings on how many people have been adversely affected from the vaccine? How many people died from the vaccine? That would be helpful. And then what about just general? I mean, we've never really followed this before. What about general deaths, automobile accidents, deaths from automobile accidents, cancer, other medical conditions? That might be interesting to put on there. But as it stands, it just seems like it's just propaganda and is promoting fear. And we really need you supervisors to lead and stop promoting fear. And then I think that the main thing that I hear from you folks is that, well, the state mandates it and we don't have any power to do it. Then why are the other counties doing it? Did they have more power than you guys? I'm just curious to hear your response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, I see no further comments.
No further comments? Okay, next is the time for board and the county exec reports. And Todd, do you want to lead?
Yeah, a couple things, and then Dr. Oldham's actually on the call Tuesday to answer a couple of the questions about most recently this mandate. So the first one, I just wanted to share, I think we're getting to the end of the year, and I think it's really important that we reflect on just the important stuff that our staff have done. We have a lot of projects, and I just would be remiss not to say between our public health staff, our public safety folks, those have been directly impacted in helping address just the challenges we've had over really the last 2 years. I would be remiss not to say thank you to them. I think we also have a number of projects, from the coroner facility that came online back in February, Mercy Housing Project that we're just completing right now, our housing programs and all the diversity of trying to get affordable housing for residents, I think is not to go unnoticed. And I also think, homelessness and the conversation around the regional discussions around that, I think, are important. So I just wanted to give a quick thank you to our staff that have just worked tirelessly over the last year. Also wanted to talk a little about some highlights, and I'm going to try and do more of this as we get into the new year. But we had 2 challenge awards. CSAC most recently had their winter conference, and there were 2 out of the record number. I think there were 433 entries from all the counties, the 58 counties around the state. Our county actually received 2 of those awards. One, a challenge award around the disbursement for our emergency rental assistance funding. I know you as a board supported having our internal staff run that program in partnership with the city of Roseville. We were able to distribute out over $8.1 million in funding for rental assistance, which allowed our residents to stay in their homes during this time period. And then we had a merit award, and that was kind of a virtual format. And I've talked about this so to you individually, I think collectively as an organization, there's some silver linings we have to look at as well. And I think part of it is, how do we utilize technology to provide a service to our residents? And this award was really a virtual format for CalWorks participants and recipients to work in a virtual, what we called a resource huddle format, and allowed those folks to come in and speak to us if they didn't feel comfortable coming in to providing those services. And I think the success of that program will probably take place and continue long after we move through some of this pandemic work. So some really good work in that arena. The last thing I'll say, Jasmine Bro, she's a program manager up in HHS. She, last week, she was recognized through the Community Collaborative in Tahoe, Truckee as the Partner of the Year Award. She's just an outstanding employee, partners between Nevada and Placer County, provide services to our residents. So she was recognized individually for that. And I just want to say thank you to that for her. So, and the last one, I've served this last year as the chairman for the SACOG Regional Managers Association. This is the county and the city managers. We get together on a quarterly basis, really talk about from transportation, Green Means Go, housing, infrastructure funding. I think it's always important for us to work regionally on issues. We do that at the county level, and I think it's serves us well to be partners around the region as well. So I just wanted to say thanks for the support for me serving in that capacity for the last year. Finally, I'm going to turn it to Rob Oldham. Rob's here. Obviously, we heard most recently about the state mask mandate, and I thought it was important for you to hear directly from him about what does this mean and what is some clarity about what's coming down from the state here starting tomorrow. So, Rob, I'll turn over to you.
Great. Thanks, Todd, and thanks for giving props to our HHS programs with the CSAC award and to Jasmine. So congratulations, everyone. Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Rob Oldham with HHS, just reporting, as Todd said, in light of some of the recent developments, including the statewide mask mandate that's already been discussed some this morning, was asked just to provide a brief COVID update. As you'll recall, my last report to your board on COVID was really back when our schools and hospitals and other critical infrastructure were really being stretched very thin by the Delta variant surge. So since then, our case rate and hospitalizations have dropped significantly, especially from their highs back in August and September, although they have not yet returned to their pre-Delta variant lows. And also since then, many more people have been vaccinated or have received boosters, and new promising therapeutics have also been introduced that can dramatically decrease severe illness, hospitalization, and death from COVID. So overall, news on the COVID front over the last few months has been relatively good. But late last month, we began to hear about a new Omicron variant that was beginning to spread in other countries. And just last week, the Omicron variant started showing up in California. While we haven't had a case of the Omicron variant identified in Placer County yet, Omicron has already been found in the Sacramento area, and it's reasonable to expect that we will find Omicron here in Placer very soon. So while we're still very early in our process of learning about Omicron, as I mentioned, it's very new on the world stage. What we do know is that Omicron has a large number of mutations compared to other variants, and those mutations appear to decrease the ability of antibodies in the blood, which can come either from vaccine or from previous infection. So Omicron can decrease the ability of those antibodies to neutralize the virus. And recently released data seem to suggest that vaccine's effectiveness may be significantly lower against Omicron, although vaccine boosters still appear to be quite effective at preventing illness, especially severe illness from Omicron. So what will Omicron mean for us in Placer County? Well, I think it's too early to tell exactly. It's quite possible that Omicron will become the dominant variant later this winter, and it's reasonable to expect that we'll see some sort of winter surge, both in COVID cases, but also in other respiratory illness. In fact, we've already seen some recent surges in some respiratory illnesses and an uptick recently, just in the last couple of weeks, of COVID cases and hospitalizations, really since the Thanksgiving holiday. Although not at the same rate that we saw, this time last year. So, in addition, so we talked about the statewide masking mandate that will go into effect effective tomorrow. In addition to that statewide indoor masking mandate, yesterday the state also tightened up guidance for so-called mega events, so events more than 1,000 indoor attendees or more than 10,000 outdoor attendees, and now are requiring all attendees to either show proof of vaccination or a negative test within 1 day for antigen tests and within 2 days for a PCR test. So this, when we talk about Placer County impacts, we really don't have many venues that can hold over 1,000 people indoors here in Placer County, but certainly in other counties that'll have a significant impact on those venues. And then yesterday, the state also issued a new travel advisory recommending that all travelers arriving in California test for COVID-19 within 3 to 5 days after arrival, regardless of their vaccination status. So lots of people are asking if we anticipate a return to lockdowns or limits on business capacity or operations like we did under the state's blueprint for a healthier economy. I think it's notable that it's been almost exactly 6 months since the blueprint was retired back in June. So I would be very surprised if we went back to anything like those levels of restrictions. I've been surprised before, and I could be surprised again. But we're in really good shape, relative to where we were last year at this time, or even back in June. We now have over 60% of our population in Placer County fully vaccinated. About 90% of our seniors are fully vaccinated, and now with the vaccine available to children and large numbers of people getting boosters. Much wider availability of testing and effective therapeutics and high-quality masks. I think we're just in much better position today than we were earlier in the pandemic. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And once again, thanks. I appreciate Todd's words on our staff. It's been a long haul both this year and with the pandemic throughout the county. I know within HHS, and just I wanted to say thank you to all of our staff and all the great work that you've done. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Rob, and thanks back to you for the same. And want to build on Todd's comments first by generally thanking all of our staff, regardless of how good or bad the board's ideas are. Our successes can never be achieved without excellence in staff and committed and hard work. So it's a great time of year to acknowledge that. We have many standard-setting programs and efforts here in the county. And specifically, Rob, again, you guys have done well out at Health and Human Services, and I don't want to put any pressure on you, but I've come to expect that now over the last 27 years. So next year, I'm just looking forward to whatever fabulous achievements you guys have out there. The Placer Model of Health and Human Services actually recognized across the country, and particularly in the state of California, and that does not go unnoticed by us. But with that, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for questions to you, Rob. So Cindy.
I didn't have any questions. I just had some reports to give. So
oh, okay. All right. So are there any COVID-related or any other specific comments for Rob, Dr. Aldman?
I do have to ask one question. Thanks, Dr. Oldham, for your update. I've had a couple of restaurant owners contact me last night. This is the height of holiday season for our restaurants, and who have been severely impacted this last year. I know they have to worry about state ABC, but as far as our own county staff, we've got folks who have to do the environmental health checks at our restaurants. Do you anticipate those folks going out and closing down our restaurants?
No, I'm not hearing a lot about enforcement, even from the state. So that's a question that we're getting a lot about. And by the way, on restaurants, there are a number of exceptions on the statewide indoor masking mandate, and you can go to the state website and kind of see that. But certainly while eating and drinking, and so at restaurants, a lot of the same things that I think people are accustomed to from previously. But as far as enforcement of those, I'm not really hearing a lot across the state about that. I think really the hope people are asking me, well, what was the why now? Why is this coming? I'll let the state and the state website kind of speak for themselves about why the timing for this. I mentioned the Omicron variant, kind of the uptick in cases that we've seen here locally and statewide. I think the idea, though, is that masking mandates are in the places that have had them already, we've seen minimal enforcement. The idea is that they're to try to change perception of masking and social norms, at least in some communities, thereby making masking more common. But as far as and the influence of or the enforcement, I think that'll be minimal. Also, just in addition, we've talked before about the quality of masks being really important. And then, masking relative to some of the other interventions, I think, and vaccinations in particular, probably being a more, even a more effective strategy. But combining interventions has shown to be kind of the most impactful. But there are probably other interventions like vaccination that are even more effective than masking.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I know folks are asking about, whether or not the sheriff will enforce. And I haven't heard from the sheriff, but he hasn't enforced in the past. Certainly can't see him choosing to do that again. And I want to let residents know that. We want to be concerned about people getting sick. And boy, probably the best thing about this is that it's taught people to stay home if they are not feeling well, which is a really good thing. And I really want to encourage people to continue doing that, right? I mean, there are the things of washing hands, and if you're sick, just please stay away from all the rest of us, right? Thank you, Dr. Oldham. I appreciate it.
Thanks again, Rob. Cindy. So this is the time again for board members'
Yes.
reports and county exec
Yes.
reports. And we heard from
Yeah.
our county exec, and so now we're going to Cindy for her
Thank you.
board member report.
I just had a quick report. Tomorrow, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency will be meeting, and later today we'll be talking about our Placer County transportation fees for Tahoe. Tomorrow, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency will be voting on a mobility fee that is somewhat similar to VMT reductions that we've been talking about here. And what's important for the board to know is that our staff has worked tirelessly, Stephanie as well as Katie Jackson, Ken Grimm, to make sure that these two programs do not compound on each other for new development in the Tahoe Basin, which could have occurred. There's a lot to still work out to make sure our projects are done, that TRPA will collect that fee, and then make sure that our projects for our portion of the Regional Transportation Fund are funded. But I wanted to thank staff publicly at this point for all their efforts to make sure that we safeguard our Tahoe businesses and residences on that, to make sure they're not paying double fees within the basin. And then obviously wanted to say great job on bringing us a lot of snow. We need snow for a lot of good reasons. For most important, it's essential for our water resources. But headed into the holidays, we couldn't have asked for a better economic boost for many of our ski areas who hadn't been able to open or were barely opening and marginal. It's going to be a great white Christmas for the ski areas. And then finally, today, Robert, if my numbers are right, this is your 5th time, concluding your 5th time as chair of this board. And I couldn't let it go unnoticed because of such a year you've had. Between, everything you had to deal with, continuing Bonnie's legacy with COVID, but then into vaccination and vaccination requirements and all the public testimony, and then redistricting, of course. So a few little hot buttons along the way this year, but you've done an excellent job. And I know that you can't open this now, but on behalf of all the board, we have a little something that'll ease the pain for the holidays. We can't open it here on the county grounds, but hopefully you can enjoy that. And just wanted to thank you for your great leadership. I know it's been a tough year, probably the toughest you've had as chair, at least that's what you've said. So
Yeah, I appreciate that.
thank
Thank
your
you.
leadership.
Depending on how the meeting does go today, I might defy county rules and regulations, and you guys might need to call the sheriff, but I might open it anyway. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's been an interesting year, but thank you. Suzanne.
Yes, I wanted to just mention that I'm also rounding out my first year on the board, and it's been quite an experience. I've enjoyed it working with all of you and all of my constituents, and I wanted to tell everybody thanks, especially to my constituents, for your continued support, and I appreciate everybody that reaches out to me with concerns that we can attempt to resolve here at this level. And so with that, and thank you, Robert, you've been a great mentor for me for the future, even though your year was hard. It was good for me.
Thank you. Can only get easier, right?
That's what we said last year.
Yeah.
So I just want to end by wishing everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas if you observe Christmas, and I wish everyone the best in the new year.
Well, I'll just finish by saying, Cindy, it's almost certain you're going to be our new chair, and you're going to have some incredibly good support, Megan and Todd and County Council's office and other executive staff, and it makes all the difference in the world. So I just want to publicly acknowledge that and express my appreciation. Okay, with that, and seeing no other lights, I'm going to take the chair's prerogative and bounce around a little bit. So we're going to take up, because of timing, our 9:30 item, and then after that, we're going to take the 10:35 item as compared to the 9:15 item that we should be taking up right now. So just so everyone knows, next item is our Placer County 2022 Legislative Advocacy Platform. Joel.
Good morning, Chair, members of your board, Todd, Karen, Joel Joyce with the County Executive Office. I should be joined today on Zoom by Rich Gold and Michael Galano of our federal advocacy firm, Holland & Knight, and Paul Yoder and Karen Lang with our state advocacy firm, SYASL Partners. Additionally, besides them giving an update to your board today, you have before you a draft legislative platform which serves as the basis for county advocacy efforts with the executive and legislative branches of state and federal government to support, sponsor, and oppose legislation, address policy rules, laws, regulations, as well as defend county local authority and resources. Placer County, with our contracted advocates as well as our member associations, have been very successful over the past few years in advancing county priorities and protecting our county's ability to have local control over our own governance and land use decisions. While Placer County, or any county for that matter, have not won every battle, Placer County does continue to mitigate some of the more problematic provisions in various pieces of legislation over the years. And with the board's work, we continue to take a more proactive approach in DC and Sacramento. 2021 saw record investments on many county priorities from DC and Sacramento. Infrastructure funding will reach historic levels over the next 5 years, with the county competing for funds for roads, bridges, water, sewer, and electric vehicle infrastructure. Additionally, broadband received historic funding investments with $6 billion from the state and an additional $65 billion coming from the federal government, of which the state should see $6 billion of that $65 billion. Placer County staff and the board continues to work hard to make sure that every resident and business that wants to receive high-speed internet will receive high-speed and truly high-speed internet at a reliable and affordable cost. Lastly, wildfire risk reduction and forest management issues continue to be a top priority of this board and county staff. Investment in that front has in the billions of dollars range, which Michael and Rich from Holland & Knight will discuss here in a minute. And this is to legitimately really try to reduce some of the fuel load in our local forests. Going into 2022, which is setting up to be a fairly unique year for me working with this job, on the state level, you have redistricting, which has yet to be settled. Today is kind of the self-imposed deadline. The official deadline is later this month. You also have, back in 2012, the voters approved a term limit initiative, which you'll start seeing the effects of that term limit as folks do expire from their Senate or Assembly seats in 2024. Many members are looking for other jobs at this point. Additionally, you have a gubernatorial election this fall, a Senate election, various statewide offices, and what is setting up to be a pretty large ballot. As of this point, you even have up to 4 initiatives just on legalizing sports gambling in this state. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Rich Gold and Michael Galano to kick off their presentation, and then following that up with Paul Yoder and Karen Lang on the state side. So Mike and Rich, you can take it away.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. I just want to clarify something. You said the 70 members expire. It's the term that expires.
Their term limits, yeah. I should clarify, yes, the term limits expire.
The more seasoned you become, Joel, the more you pay attention to that distinction.
Thanks. Thanks, Supervisor.
If it please your board, my name is Rich Gold. I appreciate, with Hall tonight, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today, along with my colleague, Mike Colano. And I wanted to start out just by thanking you all for all the good work you as board did this year advocating for the county federal priorities. It was obviously a challenge with limited capability to have personal interaction with members of Congress and members of the executive branch, but we got a lot done, and I think we're rounding the corner, and we're hoping that Congress will be back in business taking personal meetings, as well as the executive branch in the first quarter of 2022. I also just want to tip my hat as well to Supervisor Wygant. We've worked together for what seems like over 100. He's been a great elected official to work with and shown true leadership on so many issues, from water to transportation, and look forward to this final lap here, Robert.
Thanks, Rich.
Sure. Just wanted to kind of give a brief overview here, and we can kind of go to the next slide. With regard to where things stand. So obviously, at the federal level, we have a very closely divided Congress, with the Senate obviously tied 50-50. The House only a few seats apart. That makes getting legislation through the process very difficult. On the other hand, it also produced the bipartisan infrastructure bill this summer, which required, the margins required a very bipartisan effort for that legislation. You know, I think we've had a very productive year. We started out in February moving the American Rescue Plan through Congress and providing relief funding for COVID and economically impacted interests like restaurants and other community facilities that had really suffered economically during the shutdown from the pandemic. That legislation led us into discussions around the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which started in about April, and we were successful in passing that bill into law in August, and had good bipartisan support in both the Senate and the House for that legislation. While that bill passed through the Senate in August, it only finally passed here in November through the House of Representatives. And we're going to be talking a little bit about the programs included in that bill. And in 2022, a lot of those programs will be pumping money through the system for everything, as Joel referenced, from transportation to water infrastructure to broadband. Finally, we are working on the current reconciliation bill entitled Build Back Better. And that bill likely will go into 2022. We're not going to finish it before Christmas, as senators had hoped would be the case. So we're likely going to take up that bill again when we come back in January. In addition, in January, we're going to need to finish up the FY22 federal appropriations bills, which will also provide significant funding for county priorities, and move forward then into the new cycle for FY23. So Mike, let me kick it over to you for the next slide.
Thanks, Rich. And I'll do a little bit of a deeper dive on some of the topics that Rich mentioned. So really the past year and a half have been focused on COVID response at the federal level. Next slide. So to date, Congress has enacted 5 major COVID relief packages to the tune of about $5 trillion over the next decade. The most well-known of those 5 are really the third, which is the CARES Act, which was enacted in March of 2020, and then the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, which was enacted in March of 21. So one of the flaws of the CARES Act, even at 1.8 trillion, was that, at least from a local government perspective, it didn't get money directly to most counties and cities across the country. It was well intentioned, but in the response to get the money out the door quickly, the governors really got most of those dollars to allocate to the local governments and that really took longer than it should have. So coming into 21, one of the goals for the next package, the ARPA plan, was to ensure that local governments got that funding directly. So next slide. So ARPA was passed in March of 21. It provided $360 billion directly to local and state governments. And the good news, one of the big victories from earlier this year, was that it provided directed funding to local governments of all sizes, including Placer County, which received $77 million from the local government relief fund, on top of the other monies related to rental assistance and money through HUD and other departments. So that really was the response phase for COVID, which just ended over the summer of 21. Once those bills got done, Congress attempted to pivot to from response to recovery. So that was when the infrastructure package started to pick up speed. Initially, the president had hoped to pass a package in the neighborhood of $4 trillion, which even in DC is a lot of money. So realizing that that was not going to be possible, they decided to bifurcate the package to create a traditional infrastructure package and then a social infrastructure package. Next slide. So on a parallel track, Congress also, as Rich noted, proceeded with the annual appropriations process. And one new development on that front, it was the return of congressional earmarks. The board will recall earmarks at the federal level went away in fiscal year 10. So after a 11-year hiatus, Congress, when the Democrats won the House and Senate, decided to bring back the earmark process really on a trial basis for FY22. And we're pleased to report that the county does have one project pending in those FY22 bills, which were not completed by October 1st when they should have, but we're hopeful to get these bills done before the end of February. And there's $580,000 pending for a body-worn camera program at the sheriff's office there. So next slide. As Rich noted, the infrastructure bill was enacted on November 15th. It's $1.2 trillion for traditional infrastructure. We are working with staff to identify the various programs of interest to the county. Joel noted that there is $3 billion included in there for wildfire-related activities. Also, importantly, there are some new policy changes on the wildfire front that were included, including creating a new categorical exclusion under NEPA for fuel reduction and fuel break activities, which is a welcome change. Not a panacea, but definitely a step in the right direction. So that was signed into law on November 15th. We expect most of the formula dollars from this $1.2 trillion package to start to flow to the states during the first quarter of 2022 for all the traditional infrastructure funding from roads and bridges and to safe drinking water and stormwater projects. The other part of that funding package is the competitive programs which were created. Those are going to take longer to get out the door. The various agencies of jurisdiction have to hire up and write the notices of funding availability. So on the competitive side, we would expect to see NOFAs over the summer of 22. Next slide. So the second piece to the infrastructure package is the social spending, which is being called the Build Back Better program here in DC. The House enacted a package over $3 trillion in September. That was not going to pass in the Senate for reasons I think y'all have probably seen in the press. So the Senate is attempting to draft a more modest-sized package to the tune of $1.7 trillion. Leader Schumer in the Senate has told his caucus he's hoping to have a vote on that package before they leave for Christmas. That is unlikely, but that is their goal. And should that pass, we will again get with your staff to make sure that they are aware of what's in it, and so we can compete for those social dollars in addition to the traditional infrastructure dollars. Next slide. So what's left to do over the next couple weeks here in DC? Rich mentioned government funding. We are currently operating under our second continuing resolution to keep the federal government open through February 18th. Congress will use these next 6 weeks to finish those FY22 spending bills that include the funding for the Sheriff's Body-Worn Camera Program. In addition, the second item, Congress needs to raise the federal debt limit, which is the government's ability to borrow. According to the Treasury Secretary, we will be up against that limit on December 15th, which, according to my calendar, is tomorrow. So the Senate is expected to pass a debt limit increase this afternoon, and the House will attempt to pass that this evening. And then the third item, the social spending, is again the Build Back Better plan that was mentioned on that prior slide. The Democrats want to get that done before Christmas. Unlikely. That's more likely to slide into either the end of this year or early next year. So stay tuned on that. So in terms of looking forward to 2022, next slide. There's a lot of federal money coming down the pike, and we've been working with staff to get up to speed on the different programs. So really it's three legs of a federal funding platform. That's the way we like to think about it. There are the competitive federal grants that the county will apply for and has done very well historically, including earlier this year a $5 million grant for the Western Placer County HCP. Those NOFAs will come out in the springtime. There is the annual congressional federal appropriations process, which will begin in February, which is a 12-month process. And then the stool are the special funding opportunities. And in our case, that's the federal infrastructure package, which was already enacted, and then the reconciliation bill, which may or may not be enacted later this year. So that's the way, a good way to organize our thoughts on that. And we've already had a number of planning meetings with your staff to walk through the various opportunities for 2022 and beyond. So with that, thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Mike and Rich. Good seeing you guys again. Hope next time in person. But are there any questions from Mike and Rich, Federal Advocacy, at this time by my colleagues? Cindy.
Hi, thanks so much for the report and all the efforts that are going into this. I was at a luncheon on Saturday in which members of the U.S. Forest Service talked about the percentage of their budget that has changed from, I believe it's about 9% to firefighting to over 55% of firefighting. And I want to again emphasize, I know you know this, representing us in the western states as well, that we need more money to stop fires from starting and being able to fight them with our fuel suppression, especially in our national forest. So any efforts that we can do to continue to highlight this issue on forest fuels reduction on federal lands, because we have the Forest Service, we have the Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation. I'm sure I'm missing other federal agencies that control land, but certainly around the Auburn area, the foothills area, those, and up through the Sierra, those are our main partners. And are there any insights you have on how we can get more funding to the Forest Service for that early fuels reduction work to avoid spending 55% of their budget on firefighting.
Mike, do you want to?
Yeah. That's a great observation, Supervisor. And those discussions are ongoing and have been occurring over the past year. There is a lot of good things in the infrastructure bill that I noted earlier. That money will be flowing in the first quarter in terms of the dollars. In addition to some of the policy changes about that categorical exclusion for fuel break activities, which is really going to speed up things on federal lands. There's other policy changes in there, such as historically, when the Forest Service hires firefighters to fight wildfires, they're considered seasonal employees. And that's just been that's a challenge to find those folks at any time. But when we're dealing with the COVID situation and labor shortages around the country, the Forest Service really struggled to find the right types of people this past cycle. So what they've done is they've created a new employee category at the Forest Service so they can bring those folks on as full-time employees, and so they have them in reserve when these fires do occur across the country. So those are just a few things I would note. And then really, Placer County speaks with a large voice on these issues because of its success on the PCCP. Your county has a credibility here in town that most counties do not, particularly on resource issues. So we look forward to continuing to work with you on that this coming year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that we're all anxious to see more funding to take care of our forests as quickly as possible. And sometimes that can be seen in infrastructure, but it is also an ongoing process that we're going to need for decades to come. So,
Great comment, Cindy. Ditto all of that. Anyone else? Well, thanks, you guys. No other questions from the board, so I appreciate it. Looking forward to continuing to work together. It's been great.
And then Paul and Karen, you guys can take it away on the state side.
Yep. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for having us this morning. I'm Karen Lang with Shaw Yoder and Tweesh Melzer and Lang. I'm going to recap how the year went, and then I'll hand it off to Paul for a bit of forecasting what we're looking at.
Area we have some EPA lead areas, again, subject to being very much incorporated.
Is it okay to keep going? Okay, I apologize. I'd like to start with what the budget looks like. We're in the enacted 21-22 budget. Going into constructing our budget that we're in now, it actually took about 4 budget cycles this year. There were 4 separate main budget bills that were passed and dozens and dozens and dozens of trailer bills to support the spending plan that evolved over time since we didn't quite know what was going to be happening with the state budget. I wanted to sort of remind folks, which I do almost, I think, every year, that California's general fund relies very heavily on the wealthiest Californians' personal income tax withholdings and capital gains. And if you've been following the stock market, I'm sure you have, the stock market's done wonderfully during the pandemic. And as a result of that, the revenues that have poured into the California general fund, even in addition to what came from the federal relief packages, was at levels we've never seen before, particularly the capital gains revenues that were realized in the state budget were in the tens of billions of dollars. As a result of that, there was much more money to spend than I think we probably all thought we would have to spend in January 2021. And so the enacted budget has a $47 billion with a B surplus that was built into the budget. We have a $21 billion reserve. I do want to point out that about 75% of the surplus that is in this budget that we're in right now was devoted to one-time spending. And that was really a result of the fact that as California's budget might correct itself a bit if the stock market corrects, it's a lot easier to not spend one-time money again than it is to take down a new program that relies on ongoing funding. So again, 75% of those one-time dollars were spent on one-time expenditures. We did get about $27 billion in the rescue plan, and California has till December 31st, 2024 to spend those dollars on specified allocations. We do have, I wanted to point out a couple of things specifically that are of interest to the county. There was about $3 billion to deal with drought emergency and increase water resiliency. And I think that there will be more of that in 22. 31 million of that goes to protect fish and wildlife from the changing conditions. There was also a special set aside for a new type of way to deal with biomass. And in the budget itself, it's $50 million that the Department of Conservation will allocate once they build the program that it will be allocated through. But when you peel the onion, as far in what's called the budget change proposal, which is what the State Department of Finance has to put together, it's sort of like a book report as to why they want to spend this money. Placer County and Nevada County were both identified by name as locations for which the biomass money might be spent in. And they want to find different ways to use the energy that's created out of biomass. As you know, as you're painfully aware, it's very difficult to interconnect to the grid for electricity that would be generated from the biomass, and they're looking for other ways to create energy sources that don't necessarily connect to the grid. One of the things that's mentioned in that BCP is like a bio oil or hydrogen-based fuel that would be derived. And so we've been following closely with the Department of Conservation what their plan is to allocate the money. They have to set up the application process first, but we're certainly working to position Placer in a competitive position for those dollars, and it's very clear that the state would like to see you get it. There's also funding in what's called the Climate Catalyst Fund that'll be run through the iBank to deal with funding projects that would alleviate wildfire risk and prevent wildfire, again, to Supervisor Gustafson's point. There's also some funding to CalRecycle to deal with the organic waste infrastructure. For those of you that follow along at the Western Placer Waste Management Authority, there's clearly a problem with organics diversion in the more rural parts of the state because you don't necessarily have a way to separate that out and have it collected. There is funding through CalRecycle to assist with that. In addition, on the wildfire piece, not to jump around too much, I know we're talking about budget, but just in the last week, the Board of Forestry has moved to put forward a set of regulations that are the fire safe regulations that came out of SB 901 from a couple of years ago. They were trying to pursue it in calendar year 21, but the regulations were incredibly controversial and there was so much opposition to it that the board pulled it back and recrafted them, and they just put them out. I want to commend RCRC. They've been a great partner with us in trying to track the regulations and what they look like. The public comment starts in January, and it's only a 15-day public comment period. This has enormous implications on your land use anywhere where you interact with the wildland-urban interface, which you have a lot of in Placer County. So I believe your planning staff is very well aware that the regulations are going to be going back out for public comment. But I feel it's really incumbent on individual counties to raise their concerns with the board as far as the feasibility of some of the components of the regulations. Certainly the regulations are intended to enhance public safety during a wildfire, but there are some things that would be very challenging, I think, for local governments to comply with. So I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. There's also a significant amount of money in our existing budget for transportation. There's about $4.5 billion that was new and discretionary that went to a one-time or temporary transportation infrastructure. Certainly with the federal report that you've just heard, there's even more money coming on the federal side. I also wanted to note, Joel covered it in his introduction, but the broadband piece, if you told me a year ago, I get to tell you there were $7 billion in the budget for broadband, I would be confused. But the legislature did a wonderful job with the administration of setting aside a large amount of funding to really make a difference and a huge bite at the apple for broadband deployment. The regulatory process for how that's going to work is playing out at the PUC. Again, want to commend RCRC in particular for their work on making sure that the rural counties whose residents struggled the most with access to broadband during the shelter at home order There's set-asides for rural areas, and they're real set-asides. It's not just a small percentage. It's a big chunk of money to invest in the middle mile. Moving on to housing and homelessness, about $7.4 billion total across about 30 housing and homelessness programs are within the existing state budget. I think you'll see more investment again in 22 with those programs. Our funding cycles are a little bit different than the federal government's. Frankly, about every week we will send out another announcement from the Department of Housing and Community Development, either on a chance to comment on new regulations for a grant program or announcing that a new grant program is out. So it's happening very quickly at HCD. They're pushing out money as fast as they can and programs as fast as they can to support the development of housing in California. So we've been trying to send those out as fast as they come in. Finally, before I hand it off to Paul, I did want to note the legislature in the last few years has been working to transition away from fines and fees being collected from folks that are interacting with the criminal justice system. However, local governments have built programming based on those fines and fees. And there is a buyout essentially of local government fines and fees that was included in the enacted 21-22 budget. It's about 125 million, and then going forward it'll be 100 million. CSAC is working with the administration on developing how those funds will flow, and we would just commend to you to pay close attention to how it affects your budget. I'm sure your budget folks are watching it directly as well, but it is a big piece, and I think those of you that participate through the CSAC policy committees will hear about the development of the allocations to make sure that everybody got what was needed to not hold you in harm's way as the legislature moved away from the fines and fees for the sort of lower level infractions. And with that, I'll hand it over to Paul.
Thanks, Karen. Paul, are you there? It looks like you're muted.
How's this, Mr. Chair?
Much better. We can actually hear you.
Okay. I want to apologize. Actually, on that note, Mr. Chair, I have a typical Zoom setup that I use, and I came in to the office this morning, and it just was not working. On the upside, I am able to get my Giants gnome into the picture behind me, so I've got that going for me. But good morning. Thank you, Karen. Couple things very, very quickly. First of all, COVID. Tomorrow, we enter back into an indoor mask mandate per the governor. That is expected right now to extend through January 15th. I know there were comments earlier today on that. Similarly, just to make sure for the public's benefit, we are in a state of emergency per the governor through March 15th. Hopefully, that'll be the end. But both of those are in effect as of, well, one currently and one as of tomorrow. So the legislature has a couple more pieces of business before they shut down in December. And I think most notably for a lot of the counties will be an informational hearing tomorrow on possible reform of the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act, or the LPS Act, as it is more commonly referred to. That has to do with the circumstances under which folks who are incapable of taking care of themselves can be taken in and detained for at least 72 hours, as the board is aware. We do think there may be some additional reform in this area in 2022, and there is one bill to watch, Senate Bill 516 by Senator Eggman. Senator Eggman will be up on the dais tomorrow with the chairs of the Assembly Health and Judiciary Committees as they discuss possible LPS reforms. And so we're making all of our counties very aware of those activities. We'll continue to track that for you. So they will come back, they'll take a break, and they'll come back on January 3rd, Monday, January 3rd. Especially for the public's benefit, I want to make sure folks know that we want to make sure folks know that the Capitol essentially won't be open, not because of COVID, but because it's being redone, remade. And there is now a 10-story so-called swing space, office space, into which the legislature is moving as I speak. Hearings will be conducted there. So they're going to be open, we hope, sort of coming out of COVID. But on the other hand, if you are used to coming to the Capitol, you're not going to go there. You're going to go to a different building across the street, and it's going to be very, very different than usual. You'll have to be badged up from the first floor. The offices are smaller. Only legislators and their chiefs of staff have doors, and a lot of conversations are going to occur out in the open. And so just when we think advocacy can't get a stranger in California, in fact, it probably will for the next couple of years because of the Capitol rebuild. The next budget, I think Karen mentioned, will be out, proposed budget will be out on January 10th. One thing we want to make sure the board staff are aware of, and the public, we do think the governor is going to propose to do more with respect to homelessness. We think the emphasis going into 22-23 will be on mental health and substance abuse and trying to bolster programs in those regards. We are hopeful that Governor Newsom will propose new funding to the counties for those purposes. And this is a very educated guess, frankly, and we know where some of the governor's staff have been making visits around the state over the last couple of months. Folks may want to Google, and we've had this conversation with Joel Joyce, but folks may want to Google Hummingbird SF, Hummingbird San Francisco. That's a program already in effect. There it has a relatively high success rate, and we know for a fact that the governor's staff is enamored of that. And so we may see in the January 10 proposal very specifically an encouragement, if not additional funding to the counties to develop and sustain programming along those lines of Hummingbird San Francisco. January of the second year of the 2-year session, because we do have 2-year sessions in California, Januaries in the second year are different. Bills that were introduced last year can and will move the instance that the legislature comes back. And it's just very important for us to underscore that to you and to the public again, that a bill that you might have thought was on ice or that had died in 2021, by virtue of 2 procedural actions in January, can be heard on the floor, taken off the inactive file and then heard on the floor, and in some instances sent immediately to the governor. That's very, very different than what can occur in the first year of a 2-year cycle. We just want to make sure everyone is aware of that. We do think because of the state surplus, estimated currently by the legislative analysts at $31 billion, but buried in that same report, the analyst says it could go as high as $60 billion. We think the legislature is going to start budgeting and budget subcommittee hearings sooner than they typically would. We're hearing February. We actually would not be surprised if there are some budget actions taken by the legislature in January. Again, I think that's just a function of the money and also the fact that they have legislative vehicles. Again, since we're in the second year of the 2-year cycle, bills are in the second house. They can be quickly amended. They can be sent to the governor just like that. So we may see some state budgeting in January, possibly drought related, possibly fire related, would probably be the 2 that we would put at the top of that list. Joel mentioned redistricting. In 2 minutes, the California Redistricting Commission will begin its hearing today. He was correct, of course, in saying that they are probably going to wrap up their work here very, very quickly. I listened to most of the hearing last night. For those that aren't aware, there is I don't want to call it a debate, there's a back and forth with respect to the mountain counties and where they get population for a certain congressional seat. And the decision before the commission is really a lot of Roseville or a lot of Modesto. And we don't know where they're going to land. I don't know where they're going to land after listening, to about 7 hours of testimony yesterday. But we probably will know that very, very shortly here. Joel also mentioned the initiatives, and I'm glad he did. I do want to underscore one of the initiatives that would legalize sports wagering in California is expected to produce, if it passes, hundreds of millions of dollars annually for the counties to combat mental health and substance abuse issues in the homeless population. So it's not only something that could get dealt with by the governor, by the legislature, it's something that folks are now going to push on the November statewide ballot. It will have competing measures, as Mr. Joyce mentioned. And then on redistricting and going back to the chaos possibly of 2022, we're not just going to have a new building within which the legislature is going to work. We are losing legislators at a rate of about one a week. They're not just noticing that they won't run for re-election. Some of them are resigning and taking other jobs. I think by the end of this week, Karen can correct me here, there may be as many as 5 or 6 vacancies in the assembly. That's going to make things pretty interesting as the year unfolds. We also have the circumstance where members of the legislature, depending on where the redistricting ultimately decides to draw the lines, incumbent members of the legislature living in the same district with one another. One example in LA that I can give you, I'm going to wrap up very quickly and we're happy to take questions, of course, is that right now in LA, there is a proposed assembly district within which 4 incumbent assembly members of the same party currently reside. And how that shakes out, boy, I don't want to be in that room. There's going to be some very interesting discussions as the members decide who's running for what going forward. And so that will, in fact, impact legislation in 2022. It inevitably will. We're going to be as ready for that as we can for the county and for the citizens of Placer. So I'm going to wrap up there. I want to say, Robert, likewise, it's been a heck of a ride, and look forward to one more year working with you and the other 4 board members. So thank you. We'll take questions now.
Thanks, Paul. Questions of Karen Paul by board members? I see none. Well, thanks to you two both. Look forward to working with you further. It's been a great, long relationship for me personally, so I think we're doing some great work, and it's great for the public to hear a lot of the work that we are doing. So thanks. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Seen none? I'm going to change my mind again and skip to item.
We still have to discuss the platform.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So the second part of today's presentation is for the board to discuss and possibly approve the legislative platform for 2022. The platform is approved near the beginning of each year and is a culmination of hard work by county staff, department heads, and our contracted lobbyists. The platform is intended to be a living document and it's not always possible for staff and others to anticipate any additional legislative, regulatory, or budgetary issues that may arise farther into the year. The board may review this document on a periodic basis, modify this document however they please. It also provides direction to myself, county staff, county executive office, departments, and our legislative advocates on positions that the board may take, public support positions, opposition positions, and key policy initiatives that county staff works on. Among some of the bigger changes in this year's platform is a more detailed version into forest management and wildfire risk reduction issues, more detailed into housing and homeless issues in our key policy areas surrounding that. And then one major focus this year on the staff side will be really focusing on the regulatory and rulemaking process at the state level. It's not a convenient process. On the federal level, they do have the Federal Register, which is kind of a one-stop shop. On the state side, they don't have that. They have a small little Office of Administrative Law, which kind of reviews everything after the fact. So it's a big priority on the staff side to really keep your board apprised of any rules or regulations that may arise throughout the year through state agencies. And lastly, staff will continue to provide the board formal positions the county takes on legislation through periodic updates, board reports, items for information, as well as continue to update the website for the public's knowledge on positions, formal positions that the board may take. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or have a discussion on the platform.
Yeah, thanks, Joel. I'm sorry I jumped ahead. Bonnie.
Thank you, Joel, and thank you for the in-depth briefing you gave probably all of us this past week. Really appreciate the work you've done. Really important that we focus on fire and forest management, as we know, as Supervisor Gustafson has said. I'm certainly supportive of the platform. You've worked really hard this last year. I'd like to ask my colleagues one question, something that I'd like to include in our advocacy. I mean, we've, as a board, have discussed that we don't like state mandates. We've shown our frustration and, quite frankly, well, definitely frustration about the state mandates they continue to hand down. We really believe in local control, and I believe in personal choice. And so I would like our board to consider including in our advocacy platform that we would oppose any legislation or regulation that mandates vaccination or proof of vaccination.
And I think, Joel, just to sort of frame this up for discussion, we have an element that emphasizes local control and long have had. So I would anticipate that this would be an embellishing and a greater level of specificity for that. And probably need some guidance from you guys as to what that verbiage would look like.
Yes, and for the specificity purposes, for staff to work best, I would need a little bit more detail around that, whether it's just the broad, vague opposing vaccine mandates, or is it just on the private sector, public sector, how we see fit. Now, our local control is typically related to our own governance, as it's currently written. And so, typically surrounding the land use side of things. But if the board is so willing to take a formal position to oppose vaccine mandates for not only county employees and county operational aspects, but for the private sector as well, I would need that specificity.
Yeah, so, and I'm kind of procedurally, I'm thinking we could consider and adopt what we have in front of us today if three of us want to do that, and then consider perhaps a modification to come back based on just general direction that you hear today as a pathway forward. So
I agree with that approach.
Yeah.
Because I think it needs more discussion as to what we're opposing and why and how it would be worded.
So maybe kind of just go around and we could chime in, and if there's commonality amongst three of us or five of us, hopefully we can kind of clarify that and take that approach. But just to map, I support what you're saying, Bonnie. Personally, I haven't seen anything after having studied the issue quite a bit that wants me to mandate anything with regards to COVID. And I could talk about that ad nauseum, I guess, but that's my bottom line, if you will. So if it's partially related to employment, private sector, public sector, for me, it's easier. I certainly am comfortable with our health department talking about recommendations for vaccines and boosters and those kinds of things. But where I am personally is that I do not support any of the mandates that have thus been dictated or brought forward under emergency orders, either at the state or federal level, and I much prefer all of that activity being done locally with the county's public health. So, I don't know, Jim, you want to add something to that? We can kind of go around that way, or?
Yeah, I have no objection to bringing it back. We're going to go ahead.
Yeah, bring it back, but with some direction based on
Yeah,
what the five
right.
of us.
And, I think we can all meet with Joel individually and
Yeah.
get our perspective to him. So I have no objection.
Suzanne?
Yes, I'm in agreement that I am against and opposed to all mandates, be they vaccine mandates, passport mandates, even mask mandates. So I'm in agreement with both Bonnie and with Robert in that we do what we can.
And Bonnie?
Thank you, and I think it's worthwhile us advocating for, especially for our own employees, number one, right? I do not want to see us mandating something where people should have a personal choice as well as they have options. We've really been working with our staff to give them options. At a broader level, I think that we can support no vaccinations, allowing people to have personal choice, right? There have been folks who wanted us to mandate mandates, or mandate no mandates, right? I want us to not have a mandate, and I want to encourage our residents to let them know that we don't want to see mandates handed down from the state or federal government for our residents. And if we have to find a balance of that, where we're advocating with my colleagues, I'm okay with that, but I do think that we need to stand strong and just say, this is this is not appropriate for us as Americans, and I'm so very distressed about what these vaccine mandates are doing to our law enforcement, to our healthcare workers, to our military. We are losing people in occupations right and left because they're making a choice for themselves, and our government is saying, well, your choice doesn't matter, and you lose your job. I certainly do not want that to happen here in Placer County. It shouldn't happen anywhere. And I do believe that local businesses also have a choice, right? A local business owner can make a choice for what's best for them. And I don't want to, as a local entity, tell them, no, they can't have something in their own business, right? If we're saying local control, we also want local businesses to have their choice about what works for them as they're trying to navigate staying open and taking care of their own employees. So I appreciate you all hearing what I have to say, and it looks like there's a couple more lights on again.
Suzanne, did you have something more to add, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that my voicing against mandates for all, I would include both county employees and private sector as well. I mean, our businesses and restaurants are just now in the process of recovering, and I think I know our own economic interests are of the utmost importance for all of those living, working, and I'd include schools if we could, but we don't have that control and authority. Thank you.
And Cindy.
I just wanted to clarify, my point is that we know the public is very engaged on this issue and will want to come if they knew we were going to be taking a position such as this. So I want to make sure that we open that up, and I understand who will be chairing that meeting if things go in the normal rotation. And thank you, Merry Christmas. No. It is a very controversial item, and we want to be very specific which vaccines and for which circumstances. There are many vaccines that are mandated in a variety of existing professions, and other inoculations required. So we need to just be very specific about this vaccine, I think is what you're talking about, and then make clear what we're going to have for the public to discuss on mandates in general.
So why don't we consider our existing legislative platform? I think staff's heard some notions, and of course we individually are available to get together with Joel to provide some clarity and take it from there. So is there anyone else from the public who would like to address this item? Before us is to approve, pardon? Yep.
So I'm Jennifer again still. My question is, do we have to have Cal OSHA regulations in our county? Because I would like to see, my understanding is the OSHA regulations, and I'm not a law person, but just my understanding is it's a mandate, so it's not a law necessarily. So can we somehow include not having the OSHA regulations in Placer County as well, and either leave it up to businesses as they see fit, or maybe that's not an option?
Yeah, thanks.
Michael, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm very encouraged by this conversation. I appreciate you guys bringing this up. I would say that there's a question about, well, do we oppose mandates for private businesses as well? I would say yes, because it's a constitutional freedom. We should have a right to make our our decisions, regardless of what the employer thinks. And there's I don't know if you're aware, and I don't know if I can recall them right off the top, but there's many laws, federal laws, against mandating vaccines. So there's also the Nuremberg Code. So for an employer to mandate it, I mean, in a lot of cases, employees don't feel like they have a choice, right? They either they either take a chance on an experimental emergency use authorized wonder jab, or they lose their job. So I would say yes, extend that to private as well. Thank you.
Chairman, I see no others.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve the? Motion, Gustafson, second, Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So in light of our time and how horribly the chair is doing with regards to the schedule, I'm going to make another change. We're going to take up our 10, 15 timed items, so Michelle can leave because I understand it needs to be continued.
You're asking.
I'll end the year on a note I normally do and make it quick. Michelle Kingsbury with the Community Development Resource Agency. Certainly apologize to the board members and chair. Staff is requesting continuance of item 5A. We did not receive the ballot in, and we've been notified by the property owner's engineer there's been a change in ownership. So we'll request to pull this off calendar to a later date undetermined as we clean up all that documentation.
Thanks, Michelle.
I'll move approval of the continuance of this item.
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? See none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Michelle. And now we're going to jump to the 1035 item, which is Health and Human Services Homekey Round 2 Program Application. And Amy, are you going to, is Rob going to kick it off? Or?
Yeah, Rob's kicking it off.
And page 2.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wygant, members of the board. Rob Oldham again with HHS. So I'm very grateful to Amy Ellis and her team who've done most of the heavy lifting on this item, and we'll hand over to Amy to present on this item in just a minute. But before I do hand over to Amy, I just wanted to take a few minutes to provide your board and our community with a bit of context on how this proposed Homekey application fits into the bigger picture of how we're addressing homelessness in Placer County. So as you know, we've been working hard to address homelessness in Placer now for many years. In 2015, your board contracted with Dr. Robert Marbut, a nationally recognized expert on homelessness, to help us evaluate and improve our homelessness continuum of care. Dr. Marbut's report had several recommendations for us, and since 2015, we've made good progress on most of those recommendations, including creating a coordinated intake system for all unhoused people seeking services, better coordinating information sharing between our homeless service providers, making improvements to our homeless management information system, targeting programs like whole person care to address chronic homelessness, which was surging back in 2015, and adding resources that addressed our critical gap in emergency and transitional housing and services for single adults that was identified in the Marbut report. In the last 6 years since the Marbut report, homelessness has surged dramatically across California and in the Sacramento region, yet we have seen much more modest increases here in Placer. Placer now has the lowest rate of homelessness in Northern California and the lowest rate of unsheltered homelessness in the state. Nonetheless, homelessness is still a serious problem and is increasingly visible in certain areas, particularly the problem of sprawling homeless encampments on public property, like at the Placer County Government Center. In addition, some of our longstanding approaches to addressing homelessness in Placer County have been called into question recently, and we have seen increasing interest in the issue of homelessness from our cities and some other stakeholders who have not historically participated in our homelessness continuum of care. Early this year, your board directed staff to organize a regional homelessness action plan that involved our cities. That planning process kicked off with the Placer County Regional Homelessness Summit on June 30th. And for the past 5 months, county and city staff and elected officials have been working together to learn more about our existing continuum of care and have been exploring how we can work even more effectively together across our jurisdictional boundaries to better prevent and manage homelessness. The initial phase of that planning process will come to an end later this month. The participants involved hope to bring initial recommendations back to this board, city councils, and the community for input early next year. While the regional action planning process includes a set of structured and sequential steps, it has remained flexible enough to take advantage of historic, time-limited, and competitive opportunities that have emerged during this process, and the process recognizes that these opportunities may require action before the plan is complete. So today's item is one such opportunity. Homekey 2.0 was released in September and represents a highly competitive process with applications due in January. Not only is the application process extremely competitive, applications are being considered on a rolling, first-time, first-served basis, thus making it necessary that we gain board support for as many elements of our application as possible in order to assure that we're viable. While the recommendations from our regional planning process have not been finalized, it's widely understood that our continuum of care is in need of more housing resources, and particularly more permanent supportive housing. For many years, our continuum of care, including Placer County HHS, has been providing financial support to nonprofits to purchase and operate permanent supportive housing. Historically, most residents of permanent supportive housing have been very successful and have not had very many issues with their neighbors. In the last couple of years, there's been more concern expressed by some about a few of our newer permanent supportive housing sites, particularly those located in communities that did not have much previous experience with permanent supportive housing. As a result of that concern and desire to work more closely with our cities on identifying potential permanent supportive housing sites, the county has not funded any new permanent supportive housing in South or Mid-Placer for over a year now. Given our collective commitment to strengthening our partnerships in this area, the county has been working very closely with the potentially impacted jurisdictions on this Homekey application, and we look forward to beginning the process of once again adding additional permanent supportive housing and other much needed elements to our continuum of care in close collaboration with our cities and other jurisdictions. So before I hand over to Amy Ellis, I just wanted to publicly thank Amy and her team for the tremendous passion, knowledge, and effort they've brought to this very challenging Homekey application process. I would also like to thank our many partners, both internal partners like facilities management, county council, our county executive office and procurement, and our community partners who have really done an amazing job to help us pull lots of challenging pieces together in what has been a very short response window. All right, so without further ado, Amy, please take it away.
Thanks,
you.
Rob.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just a congratulations again to Rob, you and your team for these grants and the success we're having. A lot of this is new territory, and we're all trying to figure out the best path, and it's not easy. In fact, it's quite difficult. So again, congratulations for the achievements that you have gotten so far.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Wygant and Dr. Oldham for kicking it off. I want to also just agree that our county team here and our partner agencies have been amazing to collaborate with as typical. Placer's a really special place to work and be able to get complicated things done. They're capable, passionate, and creative problem solvers. So members of the board, I'm bringing 2 action items forward today. The first is to adopt a resolution regarding the implementation of the Homekey program to first, award the request for proposal, an RFP 20229, to Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing Incorporated for the operation, rehabilitation, acquisition, and transition services stemming from projects Roomkey and Homekey. B, to approve an agreement with Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing Incorporated for the operation, rehabilitation, acquisition, and transition services stemming from projects Roomkey and Homekey as a result of RFP 20229 in a maximum amount not to exceed $4,692,845 from December 14th, 2021 through June 30th, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to execute the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. The second would be to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to apply for a grant from California Housing and Community Development for Homekey Round 2 in the amount not to exceed $25 million and to sign the resulting agreement and all related documentation and forms with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So as Dr. Oldham previously mentioned, these items come forward to you on an expedited timeline today to ensure the best chance of being successful in our grant application for Homekey Round 2, in order to potentially bring a new project to the South Plaza region. On September 9th, 2021, the Department of Housing and Community Development issued a notice of funding available for this Round 2 funding of Homekey. This $1.45 billion of funding is meant to build on the success of Project Roomkey and the first round of Homekey. You may remember that our first successful Homekey Round 1 program was the Brown Bear Studios in Kings Beach, which is a new project last year. In the past few years, Placer County has been able to seek state funding to add additional units of permanent supportive housing through renovating apartment buildings and/or hotels and motels. By renovating existing structures, we've been able to add additional units of very low income housing for roughly $175,000 to $250,000 per unit. These types of projects create studio and small 1 or 2 bedroom apartments, often with a small kitchenette added. This allows individuals who would be more successful in non-shared housing get out of shelters and out of homelessness. Residents typically pay about 30% of their income and receive on-site services geared at maintaining this housing and accessing needed supports. Placer County staff have been working to prepare a Homekey application for funding toward the acquisition, renovation, and operation of a project with the potential to house between 75 and 90 individuals and families. It is estimated that the county's application will request up to $25 million towards this project to fund the acquisition. Specific details and public notice would be provided before any acquisition of property from Homekey grant funds and would be brought to your board for authorization at a later date. As a result of our identified community need and the potential availability of state funding, RFP 20229 was issued to identify a partner to develop, renovate, and operate a hotel or a motel conversion to a permanent supportive housing site in the South Placer region. Additionally, in March of 2020, the state launched Project Roomkey. This is a time-limited funding for cities and counties to operate non-congregate sheltering for people experiencing homelessness who have been infected with, exposed to, or at a high risk of complications from COVID-19. While expected to be short-term, funding for Project Roomkey is anticipated to continue and carry on into fiscal years 2022-23 budget. Because of its extension, within that same RFP 20229, we sought out an organization to assume the operation of Placer's Project Roomkey and the eventual transition of that program when funds no longer continue. Finally, within the same RFP, a solicitation was made for technical assistance to support the application of funds and for moving forward new opportunities for additional affordable and permanent supportive housing in Placer County through state and federal grant opportunities. Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing has served as a provider in Placer County since August of 2003. Since then, AMI Housing has grown to offer an array of housing supports for both Placer and Nevada County. They specialize in supporting the housing needs of very low-income residents with mental health and/or substance use disorders. AMI Housing successfully renovated and operates Placer's first Homekey project that's located in Kings Beach and another Main Street Plaza apartment complex in downtown Roseville. They have renovated and operated similar projects like this in Nevada County as well. As a result of its successful track record and response to the RFP, they were selected to contract for all 4 components within the RFP: the acquisition and renovation, if successful with the Homekey application, Homekey program operation, program Roomkey program operation, and technical assistance. The purchase price, majority of renovations, and some operating costs would be paid through the Homekey Round 2 funding. And the balance would be paid with federal, state, and local funds. No county general funds are required. We will be coming back to update your board to the status of this very highly competitive Homekey application, and hopefully with some good news. I want to thank your board for listening to this and let you know that we also have Jennifer Price from AMI Housing. We have procurement staff and facility staff here needed to answer any questions, and Rob and myself, of course.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Jim?
Thank you, Amy. I'm right here. No, I really appreciate bringing this forward. It's an excellent opportunity to move forward to find more housing for folks. And I've toured the AMI housing programs. They've been very successful. Not many people are really critical of the program. It works really well. So I want to thank Jennifer for her work on this over the years. And then I'm very supportive of moving forward with this.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim. Cindy, then Suzanne.
Thank you. I too am really supportive and pleased with AMI Housing and the programs that we've already gotten going in Kings Beach and where we're headed. I had one question today from a constituent about the continuation of this opportunity with Homekey versus maybe other efforts with the Campus of Hope and the Gathering Inn. Could you speak to that issue? Because I'd like to have a good response and to our constituents on how many do we need and how many.
Yeah, I'm going to let Rob take that one off.
Okay.
Yeah, well, thanks, Supervisor Guston. I think that kind of relates to my discussion about the larger process of this homelessness action plan involving our cities, and so that work is not complete yet. I think will be the purview of that group when they come together with some recommendations. And actually, I think the next phase of that process will be getting specific about implementation ideas, which include actual locations and specifics of projects. So I think the work right now of this process is really working, as I mentioned, working with the cities and others to understand what resources are available right now, looking at our continuum of care, really getting us all on the same page, and then thinking about kind of big picture strategies of what we want to do together and how we can work more effectively together, and then getting to specific project ideas. So there's nothing in this Homekey application that would prevent moving forward on the Campus for Hope is an idea that I know pretty well, but other potential projects as well. But Amy, anything else you'd like to say about that?
Yeah, just to highlight what Rob is saying, we know from just doing the work and how many vouchers and how many people we're working with ready for housing that if we are successful with receiving these funds and able to pull off a project roughly of the size that I mentioned, that there will need to be continued opportunities and projects in the future, that it won't meet all of the needs. So I think this is one step that's taking it's taking opportunity of the timeline of this funding that's coming down to help communities solve these issues, and there will be more opportunities.
Great. So with this money's available right now, we're ready to go. We have a potential project and we want to move on this, but at last count, our census far exceeded this. This would only be 1/10 of the folks that we need to help, and so there's plenty of room for growth.
Yeah, one more thing just to add is that these competitive funds require a very fast timeline on completion and being able to move folks in. So we've already talked about, we know more funds will be coming, and we'll need to get those plans together and get our projects together sooner so that we are ready to go, because by the time those RFAs come out, we pretty much have to be ready to roll.
Great, thank you.
Suzanne.
Hi, Amy, thank you. I have questions for my constituents as well. Anytime they see money going to AMI housing or Gathering Inn, they're wondering, will these funds be used at all for individual permanent supportive housing homes?
So yes, this will, but it's a different strategy than we've used prior. We have very limited supply related to this type of housing. I mentioned them, the Kings Beach project, which is small and in the Tahoe region is one. And then we do have a couple of others, smaller projects, but it's not the same model as some of your constituents have expressed concerns about related to like homes or in neighborhoods or things like that. So this is not new approach, but it's different. And we've taken in a lot of that community feedback into our planning and our thoughts related to this potential project.
Okay, okay.
And Rob, sorry, did you want to add to that?
Well, and just to say, I think, we've, Supervisor Jones, thanks for the question. I know we've talked with some of your constituents about these concerns, and one of the big concerns is just around communication and around, again, engagement with our cities and other partners. And so I think that's our commitment, and including on this application, as I mentioned, we've been working very closely with the jurisdictions about the potential for this project. And so I think that's maybe what's different, or certainly what we're going forward, what we'll commit to on any permanent supportive housing before, we, at least from the county's perspective, we fund. There are other potential funders of permanent supportive housing, but I think our commitment is to, when lessons learned, that we need to do a better job of communication and coordination, specifically on the location. I think that's one of the concern. I think in general, there's, as I mentioned, strong support for the idea of more housing resources and even more permanent supportive housing, but it's really about the implementation and where those go and how. And so that's what we're working really closely with the jurisdictions on this case of getting that right.
Okay, and then lastly, my constituents would like a better understanding of how you select the particular individuals and how you decide where they're going to be placed.
The actual people who get in. So
Yeah, like the criteria for.
Yeah, so some of that is dependent on the funds utilized for the project. So Homekey funds, actually, you have to they require us to use our coordinated entry process, so which is what all of our housing providers these days are using, which is nice. And so individuals who are on our what we call a by name list are we are screened for their vulnerability, their income levels, and many other factors. In fact, if we do have AMI Housing here, if we want more specifics related to this question, because the operators are the ones who make those final determinations, so she would be better to answer it specifically. But in general, yeah, we look at those criteria and then we make the best determinations, just like any other landlord would. There is actually an interview process as well for these particular types of units, and they're selected after that rigorous application process and interview process.
Okay, that would be great if she could chime in a little bit.
Sure.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Price, the CEO for AMI Housing. So my understanding is for the Homekey funds, we will be using or selecting individuals off the by names list, the coordinated entry list. So we'll be looking for folks who have the highest need in our community. But then we also have to use the state's policy of housing first. So we can't deny them for any reason that would go against housing first. So what we will be doing is looking for folks who we think need the housing the most, but we won't take folks who are on Megan's Law or who have a serious violent felonies or issues of that nature. So we're trying to house the people who are most in need, but who wouldn't put the other tenants in danger.
Okay. Do some of your tenants have mental issues that they're recovering from, or?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Okay, well, that's good enough.
Yeah, okay. I want to just speak to that really quick. We also, depending on who is entered, we create those services and support plans for each individual and for the facility as a whole. So there would be staffing available on site, and then in addition, each individual with additional needs such as that would have case management, oftentimes for my team, intensive case management, helping to have individual plans and so some goals maintained at to support their housing, and some goals to continue their progression on their mental health or substance use needs.
Okay, so that leads me to another question then. It's my understanding, though, that the state with some of these permanent supportive housing is that they won't allow 24/7 type supervision. So like in the permanent supportive housing, the individual homes, that there are no supervisor-type folks on the premises.
Living there,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, you're right. There are different types of programs, different fundings, different circumstances. But with these Homekey funds, with a larger project such as this, there would be on-site supports.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Jim?
Amy, Main Street Plaza in Roseville, they have a manager on site. So,
Yes.
Yeah, that's 19 units?
I think, I believe that one has daytime staff, not sure 24/7. Yes, I'm getting a nod.
Okay.
But this one we are projecting to have 24/7 supports on site.
They have a 24-hour on-site person who lives there, as well as daytime staff.
Oh,
that's right, yeah.
good, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
Michael, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Hey, so when someone gets access to the housing, do they have it indefinitely, or is it temporarily? Is it temporary, or is
Yeah, so this is permanent. If they get access to the housing, so long as they're paying their rent and keeping the rules of their lease, then this would be their home until they chose to leave.
Okay. So, and now, do you work with any churches at all, with placing and counseling and stuff like that?
So yes, we have many partnerships with faith-based organizations and other service providers who all put, use 211 to be able to put any individual in need onto a coordinated entry list, which then they are given a vulnerability scale, so their need level, and then a screening process through an application for rental.
Okay, thank you.
That's coming. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board. We have two items in front of us, the resolution regarding the implementation of Homekey and the resolution authorizing the director to apply for a new grant.
I'll second.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 4A. Our agenda is really gotten kind of tripped up, and keeping in mind that we have a 12:30 item to come back to that's timed, but we're going to be late for that because we're just late, so we're late. Let's accept that. And we're going to take up item 4A, which is Tahoe Transportation Fee Capital Improvements Program update.
Good morning, Chairman
morning.
Wygant, members of the board. My name is Katie Jackson, and I'm a senior engineer with the Placer County Department of Public Works. I'm here today with an overview of a proposed update to the Tahoe Transportation Fee Program. And I'm joined on the Zoom call by our consultant team, Matt Cota of BAE Urban Economics, as well as Gordon Shaw from LSC Transportation Consultants. Today, we're seeking adoption of a comprehensive update to the Tahoe Fee District Program, the Tahoe Capital Improvement Program, and the Nexus Study. We're also seeking direction for updates to the transit project list for establishing future zones of benefit in the Tahoe Fee District. Next slide, please. So today I'll provide a brief overview of our existing program. I'll talk about the proposed updates to the fee program and then discuss associated changes to the zone of benefit project lists, and then open it up for any questions or comments. Next slide, please. So our transportation fee program, or our traffic fee program, is a funding mechanism that's applied to new development, both residential and non-residential. And the fees, along with other funding sources, are used to fund improvements to our transportation network that are needed as a result of new development. The Tahoe Fee District is one of 11 fee districts in our countywide traffic fee program that was established in 1996. And you can see the geography of the fee district here on this slide. It includes the unincorporated area east of the Sierra Crest, including the Tahoe Basin. Currently, the fee is $5,440 per dwelling unit equivalent, and the fee program is governed by a Placer County Code as well as state law, including the Mitigation Fee Act. Next slide, please. So typically, our fees are used in conjunction with other funding sources to build projects. Often, our fees are a local match to leverage grant funding. Placer has been successful in securing grant funding here. So between 2008 and 2018, there were 10 projects that were funded by traffic fees in the Tahoe Fee District. Over that 10-year period, fees funded an average of 7% of project costs. The fee contribution on any individual project ranged from 2% to 65% of project costs, with that overall average at 7%. And of course, our other funding sources include federal and state grant programs, as well as TOT funds and other sources. Next slide, please. So our fee programs are updated periodically to ensure that they align with the latest agency priorities, funding levels, and development projections. The Tahoe Fee District was last updated in 2017 with the adoption of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. Since then, SB 743 has gone into effect. Senate Bill 743 requires that all lead agencies under CEQA, including the county, shift from analyzing automobile delay or level of service to analyzing vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, in our CEQA documents. This change is prompting local agencies to evaluate the need for capacity increasing projects, as well as look for additional funding for bicycle, pedestrian, and transit projects. Additionally, the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan was adopted by your board in 2020, and that plan establishes a long-range vision for the transportation network in the Tahoe Fee District. And so as part of this update, we're looking to incorporate many of the programs and projects that were identified in that plan. Next slide, please. So very simply, the amount of the fee is established through a series of technical calculations in the Nexus study. First, we develop a project list and associated cost estimates. Then we estimate the portion of costs that are attributable to new development, and then we allocate those costs over the projected development in a specific area. Next slide, please. So our project list was developed based on adopted plans in the area, including the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan, the TART Systems Plan, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, and other approved environmental documents. With this update, we're proposing to shift the focus of the fee district from level of service to reduction of vehicle miles traveled. This slide shows a sample of our project list. The projects span these 4 major categories, including bike and pedestrian infrastructure, transit expansion, parking management, and a few level of service or safety projects. Because we're shifting the focus towards VMT, we're moving away from those capital-intensive projects like roadway widenings and towards projects that have both a capital component and an operating cost like transit expansion. The fee program can only pay for the capital component of these projects. And because of that, we're proposing a funding strategy that includes both the fee program update as well as updates to future zones of benefit so that we have an ongoing local funding source that can provide a portion of our operating costs as well. Next slide, please. So as part of this update, we estimated the VMT reduction for projects on the CIP list, as well as other VMT reducing programs. In total, VMT could be reduced by about 4.7 million VMT annually. The majority of the VMT reduction, as you see on this slide, comes from transit expansion projects. Almost 20% would come from parking management and travel demand management programs, with the remaining 7% coming from bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Next slide, please. So with this proposed update, the fee amount would actually be reduced. The current fee is $5,440 per dwelling unit equivalent. And with this update, the fee would be $3,528 per dwelling unit equivalent. And while the project list is expanding, the cost attributable to new development is decreasing. And that's due in part to the shift in methodology to VMT. New development is not fully responsible for reducing our VMT, and therefore only a portion of the costs are attributable to new development through the fee program. So other components of this update include refinements to our dwelling unit equivalent factors. With the proposed update, the amount of the fee would vary by land use type. We're also proposing to cut fees for deed-restricted affordable housing projects in half. We're proposing to rename the fee district from the Tahoe traffic fee to the Tahoe transportation fee to better reflect the variety of projects on the list. And as I mentioned earlier, the project list has both a capital cost, which can be partially funded through the fee program, and those ongoing operational expenses, which we're proposing, which is why we're proposing an update to the zone of benefit project list, which I'll go over in just a second. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the fee amount for some common land use types. As I mentioned earlier, the updates to the dwelling unit equivalent factors result in varying changes in the fee by land use type, which is illustrated on this slide. We looked at about 38 different land use types, and there is one land use that would actually see a slight increase in the fee with this proposal, and that is the gas station with convenience market. That land use would see an increase by about $235 per fueling position under this update. Next slide, please. So a zone of benefit is another common funding mechanism, and this one can be used to fund ongoing expenses associated with a development. In this case, we're talking about transit service expansion. With a zone of benefit, we can establish an assessment that the property owner would pay annually with their taxes, with their property taxes. We do have a handful of existing zones of benefit in this area. Those would not be subject to this update. We're talking about proposing this for new growth only. The transit zones of benefit that have already been established here have a fee that ranges from $50 to $70 per dwelling unit equivalent per year. But with this proposed update, we're looking at expansion of the project list, and future growth would have an assessment between $150 to $250 per dwelling unit equivalent per year. Now, those are preliminary estimates, and the actual amount would depend on how much other funding is dedicated to transit. But the funds would be used for transit expansion, meaning increasing the frequency of the transit service, expanding the hours or the days of operation, and implementing new transit lines. We could also provide a permanent funding source for current pilot programs like our fare-free TART service and our TART Connect microtransit service. So with adoption of the fee program today, we're also seeking direction to expand the project list for future development to fund these ongoing operational components. Next slide, please. So we started this program update about a year ago, and over the last month, we've been working on outreach with our stakeholder group as well as the public, and as well as finalizing our Nexus study. If the program is adopted today, it would go into effect 60 days from now, which would be February 14th. And as Supervisor Gustafson mentioned earlier today, we are working closely with TRPA on their update to the mobility mitigation fee program. Next slide, please. So this is the action requested today. I can read it if you'd like, but in essence, we are proposing an adoption of the capital improvement program, the Tahoe transportation fee district, the Nexus study, and as well as direction to staff for expanding our zone of benefit project list for future growth.
Thank you. Any questions from board members at the time? Cindy?
First off, thanks to staff, Richard, Ken, Katie, especially for all your hard work on this. And I just wanted the rest of the board to kind of hear the numbers we're talking about within the basin in comparison. Because again, the disproportionate hit in the basin for new development through TRPA's mobility fee is much greater than what we're going to be proposing in the areas outside of the Tahoe Basin lines. So for a home, a single-family home, our new fee in Placer County, $3,528. Within the basin, it could range anywhere from $3,700 up to $13,000, potentially based on where it's located, whether it's in what they call a low VMT area close to a town center where they can bike and walk versus a high VMT area. So very, very significant cost differential. And then on a TAU,
Cindy.
I know, I'm going to get to you.
Well, no, I want to understand that. Can you re-explain that? I'm trying to get my
Katie's
arms around.
probably better at explaining it, but the fees within the Tahoe Basin for a similar, for mobility and VMT reduction within the basin under TRPA are going to be higher than what Placer County is looking at outside of the basin that would have been proposed had there not been a bi-state agency overseeing the basin.
Got it.
Okay? And so what I've been arguing for throughout, and why I seem crazy right now, because I go to way too many meetings on transportation, is I want to make sure we get credit as Placer County from our businesses that are generating money, and we're reinvesting in transit, micromass transit, transportation solutions with TOT and TBID money. I want to make sure our businesses or our new growth, we can offset some of those higher fees that they want to charge, because we'll go back to not seeing any new development or redevelopment within the basin. The single-family homes are probably less of a concern, because anybody building affordable housing gets a waiver, reduced fee. But for the mega mansions, they're going to pay a pretty significant fee for those. So this is, staff has brought it to my attention. We've been trying to work through it. We're continuing our efforts with TRPA to credit Placer County, because we're the only jurisdiction in the basin supplementing transportation services at this level. And because of that, our businesses in our town centers need to get credit for that.
So can I clarify? So in addition to this fee that's being charged, which we're reducing,
right?
There's also going to be a TRPA fee,
right,
which will be even higher. So this is helpful to a certain extent because it reduces the fee on our end.
Right.
And then but we're the only jurisdiction that has a fee like this.
That is higher, actually. Not
You're
only
trying to
this
get
fee,
credit
this
for
is for new development,
Right.
but we are already supplementing transportation out of our general fund to the tune of several $1 million a year in transit operations, including what we just supported with micromass transit. So we have a very complicated agreement to work out with TRPA, and I'd appreciate all your support in working with them. They've assured me there are ways to credit our business community with the TBID. And I was going to also ask our staff a question, that on the zones of benefit and in our discussions there, can we hold until we see what's going to happen in an agreement with TRPA? Because the TBID, to me, is what we campaigned for and supported in order to supplement our transportation funding, to turn around and then ask those people to also pay a zone of benefit charge. I would hope that the county, we can see the wisdom of the collective good on a TBID versus individual zones of benefit for small redevelopment projects. So there is a question amongst my education, albeit very weak, on how to explain the TRPA element of this.
So I think the first question, there were several questions.
Okay.
I think the first question is, can we, your board has great flexibility on how we do our program, both the zone of benefit as well as the fee program. It can be changed at any time. We are convinced, and I think absolutely necessary, that as we understand TRPA's program, no one can be, first off, double charged. We have ultimate flexibility we do with ours, but we cannot double charge anybody for any sort of fee. So as we understand TRPA's program, we'll make adjustments there. We will have to come back to your board. As far as the zone of benefit goes, this is the action today really sets up a policy framework about saying, hey, as new development comes on board, that they also participate in the ongoing operational, an increment of it. Every project is evaluated on its own merits, and so there may be reasons not to be charging individual projects. Over time, there may be a reason for taking out a whole class of projects. Right. That will be up to your board, and at the appropriate time, we can have those discussions.
Well, on a statewide basis, what we've done in North Lake Tahoe, and similar to Mammoth, with a T-bid that affects so many types of businesses and supplements what we would see in a sales tax initiative or just a TOT, is an incredible resource, and we need to be thoughtful in seeing a success for the businesses to keep that assessment going, because that, as long as we're working on transportation solutions, I think we want to encourage that, because it goes much further than we could go as a county on those revenues. We need the businesses to support that.
And I think we will also be able to show, or at least various instances, that different types of particularly non-residential development will have potential different impacts on VMT. Some are actually very good. The more locally serving businesses we have, that's not sending people down to Reno or sending people to Truckee to provide the services we hope to provide within the community. That's a positive. That's not an impact, that's a benefit.
Right.
And so we definitely need to be able to recognize that. It is very complicated, and we're learning as we go along. I think the whole state's going to learn as we go along with this. But making sure that each and every project gets evaluated on its own merits and where we stand and what's going on, because we do, and your board has provided so many resources up there for the outside, what normal local government has provided for transit operations. We do a lot more than that.
Absolutely.
And we do need to be recognized for that. And the businesses and your board's investment there should be able to be recognized by someone, and some of those, that'll be up to your board who gets recognized for that or not.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that flexibility, and as projects come forward, I'm sure that you'll be thinking about how this can all meld together and pay one fee and get as much credit for these and support for continuation of the T-bid and enhanced transportation solutions. So thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open up the hearing to the public. There's no one from the public, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration. Motion Gustafson, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so for all of us and the public, in my last meeting as chair, it's been such a management disaster.
It's not your fault.
I am going to announce that we're going to break for lunch now. And then we're going to come up and take up our 9:15 a.m. timed item, followed by our 10:20 timed item, then our department items, and then we will start the hearing on STRs, which was scheduled to be at 12:30, and during lunch, of course, we'll take up closed session.
The board will be adjourning to closed session to considering the following items of existing litigation: County of Placer versus Mattheopoulos, In re Thomas Orzolini. The third item, Cypress versus County of Placer, is being dropped from the agenda.
We're set. The board is returned from closed session, and county council will report out.
The board met in closed session to consider the following: County of Placer versus Mattheopoulos. The board heard a report and provided direction. In re Thomas Orsolini, the board heard a report and authorized settlement. That concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you. The board will now take up our 10:20 timed item, which is library services update, and Mary George, our librarian, will kick this off.
Is our slide presentation ready? We have copies of it too. Oh, good. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, I guess now, right? Thank you very much, Chair Wygant, for inviting us to come to your board to give a little service update on library services. So thank you for all that you do for library services as you now come into your last board meeting as the chair. So anyway, we're going to give a brief overview of library mobile service. We're going to talk a little bit about virtual programming. We're going to talk about the resumption of service that we have coming up in January, give a little update on the strategic planning initiatives, and then talk a little bit about the library services study at the end of the presentation. I'm Mary George, your Director of Library Services. Next to me is Assistant Director of Library Services, Sophie Bruno, and the two of us together will be presenting. So I have the first piece, which is about our mobile service. Library mobile service is bookmobile service, basically reimagined in a much smaller van for more efficient and effective, stable and sustainable library outreach opportunity to some of Placer's most rural communities. Library mobile service positions the library out in the communities where people naturally gather to offer core library services that are professional and convenient. Current stops include the popular coffee spot, the Perky Peacock in Sheridan, the Iowa Hill and Alta stores, and the Dutch Flat and Meta Vista community centers. Visitors have access to a small curated browsing collection, can get a library card, place items on hold, pick up their holds, and mobile users also have the benefit of knowledgeable staff to meet their information needs. Mobile staff promote also in-person programming at the brick and mortar locations that are closest to the stops, including the Lincoln Library and the Roseville Library. So that helps in our partnership throughout library services in Placer County. And since the van rolled out on September 16th, we've had 89 new library card users, and we've checked out 295 items. So what's ahead for library or mobile library service is adding stops and extending time as staffing allows. For example, we currently park in the Meta Vista Community Center parking lot, and we welcome a steady stream of folks walking around the park, walking their dogs. And what has happened is the staff there have noticed that the afternoons are quite busy because folks are picking their kids up from the elementary school that is adjacent to the park. So we may have a morning stop there and then come back in the afternoon where we can hit people where they are, where their actual destinations are for the day in Meta Vista. And we'll continue to evaluate where people are naturally gathering. We'll evaluate how people use the stops and we'll scout new locations. So for instance, in January, we're gonna change our stop at the Alta store to coincide with a nonprofit thrift store that opens in the afternoons called the Attic, so that there can be co-location between the folks that may use the thrift store and the folks that may use the grocery store. Well, we would like to be participating at more community events. We had a successful event at Colfax's Railroad Days, so we'll look for opportunities to add book clubs or story times at the stops, and also to participate at fairs, farmers markets, and like I said, other community events, including events in Tahoe. And then we'd like to assist those unable to travel to the library as soon as it's safe to do so by entering senior facilities, care facilities, and schools so that we can provide book talks, kids can check out items, we can do book clubs in senior centers, and promote that love of reading to folks who can't reach us. And finally, in the near future, including now, we've started working with Fleet to put together a permanent vehicle. Right now we're using a temporary vehicle, but we're watching it carefully to ensure that we know which modifications to make to the permanent vehicle so that it's easy for our staff to move and be nimble and get the items in and out. Okay, now I'd like to turn it over to Sophie.
Good afternoon, Chair Wigand, distinguished members of the board. Sophie Bruno, your Assistant Director of Library Services. And I am honored to be able to share today some of the talented work that our librarians and library specialists have been able to do over the last 6 months or so. I never have a problem bragging about our staff's skill sets and their dedication to our communities, and certainly that has not been more true than during the pandemic and all that we've asked staff to do and how we've asked them to pivot and how they go from in-person public library service to something other. And particularly, I wanted to highlight today some of the ways they have. I wanted to highlight their work at doing virtual programming offerings for the families that we serve in our communities. So essentially, the charge that we gave our team was to design a virtual program that families could easily access and would want to participate in, and that would call upon all the elements that library staff use to great effect for our in-person programs. So what elements could we pull through and condense into like 5 minutes or less online to connect with those families? And essentially what that looked like each week is that one of our teams shared a digital recording of themselves on library social media, sharing a book or a story. And then families could come into the library each week and pick up a bag that had all the materials they needed to create a craft or activity that would correspond to that week's book or story. So here's the thing about library staff is they make it look easy, and they make it look amazing. It is amazing, right? Because it's those 5 minutes or less where they're sharing a story, or they're using a flannel to share a folk tale from a country halfway across the world, and they're combining that with a cute little craft activity in a paper bag. Every single piece of that is intentional. So on the surface, it looks really easy, right? It's a soundbite, right? I'm just reading a book online, I'm playing with paper dolls. And what I want to highlight for the board really is what's just below the surface, and that benefit to the community. Because we really take our charge as librarians seriously, and when we're talking about early literacy, we recognize that we're entrusted with the care of the young and youngest and most impressionable in our communities, right? And so what we do each week, how we connect young minds, how we build their skills, really study after study shows us that all those skill sets that we're developing are directly tied to school readiness, with children's abilities to succeed in school, to know how to read, to take joy and delight in literacy and reading, and their own success in doing so, which are really critical markers to their journey to adulthood. So intentionality is really woven into all of these steps, from the selection of the story. Is it age appropriate? Is it relevant? We use a metaphor for mirrors or windows. So is it a mirror that a child can look into and see themselves reflected back? Or is it a window that they can kind of peek into another world and compare it to their own? And then specific to sharing a story virtually, staff had to be following pretty specific copyright rules in order to legally do so. So that was a new challenge for them. And then the take-home activity itself created kind of a ritual or habit to bring families back into our libraries after so long. Often those little ones had to come up and to the service desk themselves, speak to a grown-up, use their manners. The craft itself builds upon the relationship they have with their caregiver as they're working on the project. The child's developing their sequencing skills, right, as they follow each directional step. Scissor skills, even. Kindergarten teachers have told us that so often that it's such an advantage when kids have learned to use the fine motor skills once they get to school. And then, of course, the final product, you get to play with this thing that you created, right? So you're building your narrative retelling skills as you're talking about it and telling your mom or dad about it. So it could be a spider in a web, or a little finger puppet, or a little ladybug crown, like my little one right there is wearing. Okay, so the charge that we gave for our team in preparing for our flagship Summer at Your Library program had a little bit of added weight, so we asked staff to pivot and adapt yet again to offer a hybrid virtual and in-person offering that also offered safe but dynamic and fun ways to access the resources that libraries offer during the summer months. And the significant increase that we saw in participation on our digital platform helps tell the story of their success in meeting that challenge. And summer programming is such a draw and is so popular with families, and the intentionality here is that we are keeping young people engaged with these reading challenges, with the take-home activities that we developed a following for, with the performers, and we're reducing the negative effects of what we call that summer slide, when students aren't in school and their sort of skill sets are kind of regressing because they're at home, they're on break. And then we're looking for ways to nurture the connections that our staff have with the families that we come to know so well that come into our locations. And then I wanted to finally just highlight the department's commitment to supporting local talent for our summer performers. So that's Gabe Kirshner from Wild Things out of Weimar. So all those performers, Wild Things, musical robots, puppet art theater, they worked so well with our team to be able to adapt their talents to an online venue to reach families. And we've really built a nice community of practice there, and we're really proud to support their work. Okay, finally, I'm happy to share that the Library Services Department continues to move forward. And starting in January, our preschool story times and book clubs for adults will resume. And our meeting rooms will be also available for community use starting in January. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mary to give you an update on the library strategic plan.
So we have 4 primary goals in the strategic plan. All of our library teams and divisions are working towards completing the goals, and they're doing an excellent job. We have a number of work going on in each one of these areas, but I just wanted to highlight one in each. In innovative service delivery, we'll have the automated materials handling system and the electronic book drop installed in February. It should be up and running for our customers in March. And we are planning for, but we don't expect any interruption in service to our customers. Under community engagement, we'll be contracting a marketing consultant to assist us in developing strategies to advertise library services and increase our use more broadly. In strategic partnerships, we have developed a wonderful partnership with the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. One of our capstone goals, our end goals in our strategic plan in this goal form here, is to get a library card into the hand of each school-age child. And so Tahoe Truckee Unified School District reached out to us, and we used an MOU from the Nevada County Library to draft our own MOU with Tahoe Truckee, and that MOU has been vetted by council, and we will be before your board for your consideration in the coming weeks. And we hope to use that MOU as a starting place for future MOUs that will develop throughout Placer County schools and to reach that capstone goal. And then finally, under service-oriented workforce, we've developed and are training to a set of customer service standards that we annually evaluate to guarantee excellent service at all library locations. These standards also emphasize the unique public service nature of librarianship and offer a blueprint to build upon our staff skill sets. Our staff training also seeks opportunities to acknowledge and train to staff in customer safety while out on the public service floors. And finally, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the library services study. Your board and the CEO's office has initiated a study and hired a consultant to provide best practices for optimal library services moving forward. And we are pleased to support that effort. The study is in its initial information gathering phase and will look outward to community input by holding many virtual town hall meetings in early January and in-person regional meetings at the end of January. So please stay tuned as the meetings will be broadly publicized. Thank you so much for your time and for your support of our libraries always. Sophie and I are happy to address your questions, and we wish you all happy holidays.
Thanks, Mary and Sophie. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Jim?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as you know, I'm a big library fan. You can put book on that. Sorry.
Pun intended.
Which of our libraries is the most active, the busiest in the system?
Auburn.
Auburn is?
Yeah. Auburn does about 35% of the circulation for the system. Rockland is a close second with about 25, 26%.
Okay, good. I kind of assumed that because it's the oldest library it's been there since the 70s, right? So
1973, yep.
Yeah, a lot of people know where it's at. And I'm pleased that all the innovative services that you're bringing forward are being utilized in the Rockland Library. Is that correct? And because it's upscale, it's more newer library facility, and more upscale, so they're able to do that. I remember when I first took office, I went down to Rockland and looked at their library out at Springview Park. It was very disappointing. And it was important, I worked with Supervisor Wygant. We went to the Rockland City Council, worked together with them, and came up with a plan to, fortunately, they were able to buy that building. But working with them, we've got the new library in Rockland. It's been now 11 years in service.
Yep.
And that was one of the most important things that in my career, that I was able to do. And I just hope the citizens of Rockland understand that the role the Board of Supervisors had in that was instrumental. So again, great job. The numbers at the Auburn Library are probably, because I'm over there about once or twice a day, it's probably real. My last question is, can you recommend any good books? You can?
Well, I'm reading a biography about the Doors right now. Robbie Krieger, the guitarist for the Doors, just published his biography, so that's what I'm reading. Yep. Sophie?
I have a 6-year-old, so we read a lot of children's books. I'm not sure that would fit your need, but
Right at my level.
That would be a good fit for me if you could just keep those 6-year-old recommendations coming.
sure, I'll reach out.
I'm
I'll send
actually
Shanti a note.
hoping to get some of the really fun little kids activities. It would give me something to do when I want to, I don't know, do something mindless after crazy days. So I was really excited to see that, and I'm sure it's been a great hit for the kids. But thank you for your update. Appreciate it.
Cindy?
Thank you, and thanks for your service and dedication, especially. I know it's been a very challenging year for all of us to deliver public services during COVID. 2 questions. One is, on the mobile library, you just made a point that you visited Colfax with the vehicle, and I'm thinking Colfax has a fixed library. Shouldn't we focus those energies? I know you were trying to promote it, but shouldn't we focus those energies on our communities that don't have libraries? I mean, that was just to promote it, is
Right. I mean, we just started mobile services on September 16th, so it was really to support the Colfax Library staff, and they were giving away things, railroad books, and doing events, and so it was more of a literacy promotion of library services in general. Like, we probably should have been in Colfax for the holiday parade they had this weekend. We should always be in Tahoe for Snowfest. We should always be, at Hot Car, Cool Cars, Hot Chili in Rockland. So we probably will do a little bit of that, but I hear you that we will be supporting the rural and remote areas that are farthest away from the brick and mortar.
Yeah, I think those community events, more community events versus visitor events, are really important to building support for the libraries. And then secondly, on your community engagement, you talked about hiring a consultant. I'd also hope that you're working with our PIO, who has tremendous social media skills, because I think if people got a post in Nextdoor that the library was visiting their community today at noon, come out, you'd get a lot more response, because, and same with social media on hours and closures and those sorts of things, because it's been that's been challenging in some of our branches. So, but otherwise, it looks like a great plan, and thanks for the report.
Yeah, thanks you both. Look forward to the updates as we go forward, and I've been amazed over all the years how some of the technology has changed with library services, and look forward to hearing more about that and how we do reach out more effectively to the community. So thank you. Yeah. So now we're going to go, I'm sorry, public comment, please.
Dave, go ahead and mute your mic and give your comments. Sorry, Mary. Dave, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Jeffrey, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Jeffrey, are you unable to unmute your mic?
They might be calling for STRs, not. Dave might be anyway, I don't know. Dave who? Oh, I don't know. Whittle. Oh, what was the name?
I don't know, Chairman.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. Good, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so now, thank you. We will take up our 9:15 timed item, which is,
Are we in Hawaii?
I know. Extend
9:15 time item?
the 9:15.
Is that what I heard?
the
I just said in Hawaii.
9:15 in the morning, timed item, which is a deferral program extension. And by the way, it's on page 1 of the agenda item. Claudia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Claudia Wade, Engineering Manager with the Community Development Resource Agency. We're asking that the board introduce and waive the oral reading of an ordinance to amend Placer County Code, Chapter 15, Article 15.70, to extend the existing fee deferral program until December 31st, 2023. Just a brief background, in response to a statewide slowing of the housing market and economy, the board adopted a fee deferral program in 2008. Fees are typically due at building permit issuance. This program allows for fees to be paid as early as final inspection or up to 2 years from building permit issuance. The impact fees associated with this fee deferral program are the county traffic fee, the capital facilities impact fee, parks fees, and sewer connection fees. This short-term deferral program allows fee payment closer to the time the impacts actually occur on associated infrastructure. The program helps to make projects more feasible, which can stimulate economic development while still requiring fee collection in time to fund needed improvements, as well as provide cash flow flexibility at the onset of the project. Examples of projects that have taken advantage of this program include the Hilltop Hotel in Auburn. Most affordable housing projects, of which this program is a benefit due to the timing of reimbursement from the state, as well as individual property owners building their homes. This fee program expires on December 31st of this year. By approval of this item, this program will be extended another 2 years through December 31st of 2023. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thanks, Claudia. Cindy, do you have a question or comment?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I see no questions from board members at this time. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
We have a few on. Jeff, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, yes, thank you. This is Jeff Short with the North State Building Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this very important item for our industry. This program, the fee deferrals began back because of the construction slowdown associated with the recession in 2008, but that is the ramifications of that slowdown are still being dealt with today. As you know, we have a long way to go to build all the housing we need in the state, in the county, and in the unincorporated portion of the county. So we very much appreciate your board continuing this fee deferral program and allowing these incentives for housing construction to continue. Especially right now, the timing is right. Building is really just starting to take off in unincorporated Placer. So this extension could not come at a more opportune time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Veronica, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Good morning, or good afternoon. This is Veronica Blake, CEO at Placer Community Foundation. I just wanted to give a quick comment that given the cost barriers for the development of projects, we want to encourage your board's support of the fee deferral program for affordable housing projects. This is just one of many strategies that we need to employ to achieve housing for all of our residents. And with that, that's just all of our comments for today.
Thanks, Veronica.
Jeffrey, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Jeffrey, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? It's not on our end, sir.
Okay. Thanks for that. I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval of the item.
Second?
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I wanted to ask some questions, but
Oh, I'm
it
sorry.
may be too late.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so who will answer my questions?
Claudia, she's on
Okay.
the screen.
Okay, I was just curious about a couple of things since I'm new.
Sure.
Is this reviewed every 2 years for renewal?
That's correct. Claudia, you want to confirm?
Sure, yeah, this fee program has been extended 4 times prior, and in 2 years, we can review the program again.
Okay, and I was curious as to what determines, the rate of the housing market. It's good, it's not good. I mean, I thought just recently the housing market caught on fire, but could be wrong. Is there some measuring gauge that we use for that determination?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
How do you gauge whether the market has picked up or it has not?
It's picked up. The fees have also increased with it, and this is a mechanism just to assist for a cash flow perspective. It's a very short-term deferral. Again, the deferral is only until final inspection or occupancy, or up to 2 years. After 2 years of building permit issuance, the fees are then due.
Okay, because like I said, what is your gauge as far as everybody's saying that the housing market has not picked up in the last 13 years? I mean, it was 2008 when this was started, so now 13 years have gone by, and we're saying, is the housing market still in a similar situation as it was in 2008?
It has improved, but at this point, it's being used more so as a cash flow and economic development. Sean, I see Shauna's at the podium. I'll let her speak.
Good afternoon, Shauna for Ryan's Community Development Resource Agency. So the housing market certainly picked up as far as sales of housing that was on the market. And we are just now starting to see the construction, so the new permits picking up. Generally, on average, the unincorporated area of Placer County would see about 300 new starts, single-family new starts per year. I think we're anticipating closer to about 500, maybe a little more this year, and we do see that trajectories start to go up. But the construction side is just now picking up in response to the demand that we saw on the retail side of the for sale.
Okay, great. Thank you, Shauna.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Claudia. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm good.
Good. Do you want a reconsideration, or you?
No, I'm good with that. I just had questions.
Yeah,
that
sorry, I didn't catch
needed
your
to
mic
know.
quickly enough, but thanks, yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, so we have a vote, right? Yes. Good. So now we'll take up our 9:20 timed item, 9:20, item number 2.
Did we vote?
Yes.
Yep. I just asked the same question, too.
I don't think we voted.
You have a motion, you have Gore and Gustafson on a motion. We need you.
We need to vote.
We need an aye.
We haven't voted.
No.
No, that's why, okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thanks. Thank you, Bonnie and Megan.
Because it's only 9:15 in the morning.
I know.
On your first meeting.
Yeah, on my last meeting. 9:20 timed item is the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Fee Schedule Annual Adjustment. Claudia.
Good afternoon once again, Chair, members of the board. Claudia Wade, Engineering Manager with Community Development Resource Agency. Today, we're asking the board to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to adjust the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Fee Program fee schedule for fiscal year 2021-22. A clerical correction was made on the map as shown in Exhibit B. A revised Exhibit B has been provided to the board and to the public. Staff requests that the board adopt the resolution with the amended Exhibit B. A brief background, the board adopted an ordinance to amend County Code Chapter 15 to add Article 15.85, which established the Placer Vineyards fee program. The county code for the PVSP fee program requires that this program be adjusted annually using the average of the change from the most currently available index for the same month of the previous year using the average percent change in the San Francisco and 20 city average construction cost index as reported in an engineering news record. The calculated average of the change from November 2020 to November 21 results in an increase of 8.64%. Attachment 1 provides the updated costs to the fee schedule. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thanks, Claudia. Any questions by Bonnie?
No questions, but interesting, I thought I would point out, it's a 8.64% increase. So we are definitely, unfortunately, seeing the effect of inflation, especially on our building industry, the construction industry.
Thanks. Any other questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, so I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring this back to the board for consideration. Second. Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll take up our first department item, which is amend Placer County Code Chapter 2 regarding compensation and reimbursement for grand jurors.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of your board, Mr. Leopold, Mrs. Schwab. I am Amanda Flo, Management Analyst in the County Executive Office, here today to request a change to the Placer County Code to update the grand jury meeting limit. Also here with me today, waiting very patiently, is Lorena Sims, your 2021-22 Placer County Grand Jury foreperson. She's here in case there are any questions or comments related specifically to the grand jury that she can help answer. Chapter 2 of the Placer County Code provides regulations for compensation and reimbursement for grand jurors. Following a recent review of Section 2.112.060, the County Executive Office identified the need to update language related to the compensation for attendance by grand jurors at committee and subcommittee meetings. Current code states that each member of the grand jury shall receive $10 for attendance at each authorized committee or subcommittee meeting up to a limit of 2 meetings per day. In recognition that varied duties of the grand jury may require attendance of members at 3 or more meetings in a given day, especially given Zoom and now that we can schedule back-to-back meetings and there's less driving, the proposed ordinance removes this daily limit of 2 meetings per day and for the compensable committee and subcommittee meetings for members of the grand jury. The proposed amendment to this county code is not expected to result in any fiscal impact. The action requested today is to introduce an ordinance, waive the oral reading, amending Chapter 2, Article 2.112, Section 2.112.060 of the Placer County Code to remove the daily limit for compensable committee and subcommittee meeting attendance for the Placer County grand jurors. And with that, I'll open it for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions by board members this time? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for consideration.
I'll move approval, and my goodness, I think it's probably worth giving them more than $10 for just 2 meetings. Wow. I appreciate, and when you realize what that is, it is definitely an act of community service that our jurors are doing.
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Great, thank you.
And now we'll take up our second department item, which is Critical Success Factors Progress Report. Jane Christensen.
Good afternoon, Board Chair,
Good
Supervisors. Jane Christensen from the CEO office here today, along with Ben Mills, who is our new Process and Program Administrator, to essentially provide a 2021 progress report year in review. You may recall we do this quarterly, the beginning of the year in March, to kick off what we anticipate to be the work ahead for the coming year, an embedded update in both the proposed budget in June and the final budget in September. And here in December, for what I euphemistically call the victory lap, the year in review on all the things that we have accomplished, you have accomplished, together with our county staff over the intervening or preceding year. Critical success factors timelines. You'll recall we then had a new CEO, Todd Leopold, in 2018, who initiated the strategic planning effort that gave rise to the initial critical success factors, of which there were 9. From 2019 to 2021, I and others provided progress reports on the many efforts underway to advance those critical success factors, and we'll turn the page in 2022 over to Ben, who will take it to the next level with actual performance metrics on those aforementioned initiatives. Tracking CSF progress. As I go through each of the critical success factors, you heard a bit in terms of highlights from Todd this morning, but this is some of those same highlights, but in the critical success factors context that the board outlined at its February 2021 retreat. For each of the initiatives, we note a pencil for under consideration, a calendar for an item coming soon to a board meeting near you, arrows for work in progress, moving ahead, and a check for completed. And I'm pleased to say there's quite a few checks as we look back on 2021. Strategic relationships and community engagement. What a year it's been. First and foremost, especially with this morning's board action, executing the 2021 redistricting process. We'll be looking for volunteers in 10 years' time, so mark your calendars. Also, too, we are at work right now with an interdisciplinary team of CEO, council, the Board of Supervisors staff, and CEDRA to examine MAC process improvements and revisions for 2022 to expand the menu of board outreach alternatives to really reflect a number of the lessons learned for what works over the many months of COVID. Also coming in 2022 is your action plan on the homeless services infrastructure needs based on that regional effort begun this past June in partnership with our city electeds. Also, too, the board's #1 priority from the February 2021 retreat was to really move the needle when it comes to forest health and wildfire management. We were successful in hiring Carrie Timmer as our regional forest health coordinator, and she's already done great things in terms of engaging our regional partners on biomass work groups, completing the work that was begun under Brett Story's leadership on French Meadows, and continue to advance our efforts and hopefully secure some of that federal and state funding that was referenced earlier in your meeting today. Also, too, as Mary just noted, we have begun our library services study, really to look at the library system as a whole, as well as to optimize service in Eastern Placer, exploring service alternatives with potential partners in the eastern region of Nevada County in partnership with our eastern region of Placer County. Achievable housing, again, another top board priority. Great credit is due here to Shauna Purvines, updating the housing element together with her partners, first in the SACOG region, which is really something to be proud of, particularly given it's foremost amongst the board priorities. We've moved the needles considerably on launching workforce housing preservation programs and supporting private partnerships for affordable housing development, with a few projects noted here. Mercy and Meadowview opening in January of 2022, Hopkins Village in April of 2022. So achievable progress coming soon. Also, too, we continue to expand programs and projects to provide affordable housing through regional partnerships. Pictured here was the recent event that we attended and participated in partnership with the town of Truckee for 5 affordable housing projects in the Eastern Placer region, 2 of which are actually in Placer County, pursuing the deed restriction program, promoting ADUs and accessory home housing alternatives. And here's where I really need to give a shout out to our PIO team. They've developed a booth that they've taken to the home shows. They hope to take to the county fair next year, really promoting ADUs as an alternative for affordable housing in our county. Also, the Housing Code Amendments Workshop, an issue discussed at the last board meeting, that actually is now scheduled for February 8th, your housing workshop follow-up with actions to follow for board action, again, to keep moving forward on affordable housing. Public serving infrastructure and amenities. Many of you who have heard Todd speak out and about in the region know that he speaks often about how we're moving from a period of planning in Placer County to implementation. And that implementation doesn't happen without the requisite infrastructure to support growth. We have adopted Parks Master Plan, updated the Capital Impact Fee Program, advancing transportation funding in the basin, and investing in infrastructure to service economic and land use growth, in many ways leveraging the federal funds that were available to us earlier this year. specifically federal funding for Sunset Area sewer investments, an action that the board took with the ARPA money in August of this past year. We're advancing the new Health and Human Services building at PCGC for an early 2022 groundbreaking, February 23rd to be specific, if you want to mark your calendars. And we also, through our work with PCF ad hoc, have incorporated Placer County fire facilities into our county facility maintenance plan in a way that heretofore we had not been successful in doing. Outcome-focused economic development. Here too is an area where the county's excelled over the last year. Many of you recall we had weekly meetings at the onset of COVID with all of our county cities, our county chambers, as we tried to navigate the early days of that crisis. Those weekly meetings devolved to bi-weekly meetings and now monthly meetings as hopefully we're on the path to recovery. But those partnerships were certainly forged during that time and continue to be built upon. Just last month, we finalized the CSUS Placer Center Master Plan, which is a game-changing development. I know from prior experience that educational institutions are just an incredible nucleus for growth and economic development, and the fact that we have now another university in our county, I think will serve us well in the decades to come. We also continue to evolve our business retention strategy, which is a work in progress right now by our economic development staff. Also, under outcome-focused economic development, we are in the process of assessing Eastern Placer TOT renewal in 2022. I understand for an election that is tentatively planned for June of next year to continue to extend that 2% TOT for improvements in the basin. And lastly, I really want to call, if you've not seen it, our efforts to enhance Placer County ag sector marketing. This again was among the top 10 of projects that the board wanted to highlight back in February of 2021. And if you haven't had a chance, I encourage you to go to the Ag Commissioner webpage, which highlights the diversity of our crop portfolio across the county. They have a story map tour of Placer County agriculture, and you can essentially scroll through it to view areas all across the county, crop information all across the county. And it really, again, shout out to not only Josh Hutchinson, our Ag Commissioner, but to our PIO team for developing a really incredible story of agriculture here in Placer County. So please check it out if you haven't already. Prudent and comprehensive financial planning. As you all know, we have been well served by those who have gone before here in Placer County for the resources that we enjoy here today. Those efforts continued in 2021 with the refresh of the community budget guide, again, the leverage of that federal and state COVID assistance to advance county needs. In 2020, it was all about CARES. In 2021, it was all about ARPA and putting that $77 million to work to advance our infrastructure needs here in the county, and prioritizing capital projects in an integrated financing plan, something that you have heard about and will continue to hear about as budgets move forward together with capital financing plans. We continue to explore health benefit alternatives, enhance funding of the pension trust fund, continuing the legacy of boards past, and optimizing the use of cash reserves, debt financing to achieve county facility and infrastructure goals. Ongoing work of our County Finance Committee comprised of CEO, the auditor, and the treasurer working together. Fiscally sustainable public safety services. It has been a year for that. November 9th, we were before this board with our Placer County Fire Sustainability Blueprint, which the board endorsed. Actions will be coming to you in the first 5 months of 2022 to essentially execute those various actions that we said would improve that long-term fiscal health of Placer County Fire. We've also revamped probation programs. The van that you see here, I believe, was one that Marshall Hopper might have previewed last month. This is your repurposed bookmobile, which is now our mobile outreach community court homeless service van, which has actually proven to be very successful, and to Marshall's credit, is now a model that 4 other counties are looking into because of its efficacy in reaching out to these hard-to-reach populations with probation services. Work is ongoing, I believe, with Supervisor Holmes and Supervisor Jones on the CJPC priorities in the context of our state legislation and funding challenges. Also, on the public safety front, shout out to our district attorney, Morgan Geyer, for his efforts to implement the community prosecution unit to manage essentially those quality of life crimes that so often go underserved. We've also established a new model for competitive, sustainable pay for DSA and expanded the pipeline with recent actions by the board to add intro-level law enforcement positions to start those careers with the Sheriff's Cadet Program. Innovative integrated county services. I thought we had quite a year in 2020, but our staff only raised the bar in 2021 with our continued adaptation to COVID telework approach while still getting the job done via cloud technologies and the hard work of our IT team under Jarrett Thiessen's leadership. We've expanded online service offerings. In my other job as interim CEDR director, I was advised that 80% of our permit activity now occurs online versus over the counter, which was a shocking figure to me in terms of, again, money well spent in investing in our technical infrastructure, so that could be the case. Launching automated agenda processing, shout out to Megan Wood and Hillary Courtney for finally letting us cross that hurdle and moving our agenda process into the 21st century. Also partnering with county departments on information and data security. Deborah Curtis in IT is doing amazing work in continuing to test the waters with our county teams on phishing and other efforts so that we are not in the boat that many other public agencies have found them in terms of hacks, ransomware, and the other things that can make county life quite unpleasant. Also, on the innovation front, we've advanced rural broadband needs. In October, the board took action for county-specific programs, but as noted in this morning's legislative update, we are also partnering with RCRC's Golden State Connect JPA to try and access some of that, what was the figure? $7 billion in state money for broadband in the new year. And the Idea Accelerator, which you heard about in 19 and 20, will also be launching again, Idea Accelerator 2.0, under Ben's leadership in 2022. Balanced land use planning and environmental stewardship. These efforts are ongoing. The update of the general plan, our participation in the water forum renegotiation, and next month you'll see the groundwater sustainability plan coming to you for board review and action. Also too, I'm pleased to highlight in our chair's penultimate year of board service, the culmination of decades of Placer County Conservation Program work with the multi-partner signing ceremony earlier this year. I mentioned earlier, continuing to advance forest health and wildfire prevention and watershed management efforts. And as I mentioned, Todd's continued emphasis on transitioning from land use plans to implementation. That work will only continue and continue in earnest in 2022. Lastly, I wanted to highlight for you again, these were the 10 initiatives that the board highlighted back in February 2021. The critical success factors are areas of emphasis. These are specific initiatives that the board wanted to see move forward. As you can see, many of these are ways of doing things rather than discrete projects, but all of them are ongoing. As you note here with the Homeless Action Plan, with our cities coming before you on January 11th, but these efforts, as I noted, are well underway. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ben to talk a little bit about what to expect in 2022.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant and Supervisors. Ben Mills, Process and Program Administrator. As we look forward to 2022, the county strategic plan platform and implementing tools will be updated, including an overhauled version of the initiatives work plan, which is the document that encompasses the board's strategic plan projects. The document will contain new information related to funding, both existing and future needs, staffing, and at-a-glance symbols to track progress. The work plan is a living document, with new initiatives being added at your board's direction, while completed projects eventually being removed from that work plan upon being reported out to your board. Other updates include a new organizational monitoring report, which will provide you metrics and benchmarks to measure progression of the critical success factors. These items will be regularly updated and presented to your board and will also be added to a new county strategic plan website that's under development. Beginning in the new year, our team will meet with each of your offices to discuss in detail and prioritize what types of metrics you would like to see for our office to report out to your board, and to better define success as far as implementation of the strategic plan. So with that, I look forward to working with you all, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our progress report. If there's any questions, both Ben and I are here and happy to answer them.
Yeah, thanks to both of you for the update and the preview into our next steps. I just have to say, first of all, I'm exhausted hearing all of the work that's going on, because you kind of lived through the part that you played in, and it just tires you out when you've been around for a while. But when I came here, the budget was about a quarter the size it is currently. And it was a lot less sophisticated, and there was always an appetite by the board to have more measurable performance standards and a place by which the board could actually measure its impact on the budget, because so much of what we do is prescribed state and federal law, and it's easy in any organization just to keep doing things the way you've been doing it rather than shake things up and think differently. But typically those of us who get elected here actually do come on board and want to shake things up a little bit. And so I really want to thank Todd particularly for, from the time that I've been here, 27 years, the process now by which we're going forward that you brought forward with that first workshop 3 or 4 years ago is by far the best I've seen, and I think we're definitely pointed in the right direction as it relates to having board members engage on the parts of our expenditures that can be flexible and creative, having staff listen to that. 5 of us will fight it out amongst ourselves as to what direction actually gets settled upon. But I think we're just really well positioned to be even far more entrepreneurial and innovative than we have in the last 27 years that I've been around. So just a shout out and a thanks for you that. Really look forward to good things coming forward. Todd?
Yeah, well, first, thanks, Gene. I know you've done this for a while. We've kind of started trying to get a more quarterly update of what's going on. So thank you for doing this. Ben, I know you're going to take some pieces and build off of it. And I think as we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years, we've kind of putting baselines in place, and we're kind of building off of those. So I think we have a good financial model to do. And obviously, it all comes down to projects. And it's kind of interesting. You look back, and I'm like, boy, did that happen last year? That just seemed like 2 or 3 years ago. So things just kind of fly by. But I think we're just really positioned well, not only operation, but financially. And I think we have some amazing staff that can carry out some things. So I appreciate the update. I think it's good for you all to hear what are the policy decisions that you put in place and how they're coming to materialize. And there's been a lot that's gone on this year, even with interesting pandemic that has plagued us for a while. So.
Thanks. With that then, I'll open it up to the public for any comment, if there is any.
Trudy, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. My name's Trudy Gardner. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I was wondering, I wanted to step back a little bit to talk about the affordable housing just mentioned. I was wondering, approximately how much money have you put towards achievable community housing programs in the Tahoe area, say since 2010?
Jane, do you have, we can get you specific information on that for sure, which we probably will have to do as it relates to the detail, but Jane, I think, could give you some perspective.
For instance, we can absolutely follow up. I believe the request was back to 2010, which predates my time with the county. So I can certainly work with Shauna Purvines and others who are leads on housing to get that number.
Yeah, I will say, I think Dollar Hill, you'd mentioned this, but we acquired the Dollar Hill property. We're in the process of identifying the land use and layout for affordable and workforce housing. Honestly, I think there's a lot of investment that's been made and will continue to be made with the approval of the T-bid. It's been able to reallocate dollars to both housing and transportation. This was the board directive for those what we're calling freed up TOT dollars are going to be used for those specific purposes. So we're more than happy to get you more information. I know 10 years, I don't know, see now 11 years of funding has been quite a bit, but I know in the last 2 or 3 years, this has definitely been a concerted effort by the board.
Good.
Thank you. Yes, the chairman did mention the measurable spending, and I was just wondering, would there be a way of providing that by next month's meeting? It shouldn't take long.
I'm chair and I don't have to do any of the work, but I'll say sure.
Well, we'll do a quick update.
We're both looking for the same thing, Mr. Chairman.
We'll get that for you for sure within a month.
Oh, thanks so much.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Well, thank you again. And with that, we have to do a little bit of cleanup on another issue county council advises me, and so I'm going to turn it over to Karen.
Good job.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's come to our attention that we had and this is a procedural glitch in our consent calendar. And as a result, what I'd like to ask the board to do is to reconsider items 19A and 20A, and I'll explain why as we go through the process. If I could have a motion for that.
So moved. Second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Great. For 19A, I would now like the board to adjourn as the county and to reconvene, as the Placer Vineyards Park and Recreation District.
The board will adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Placer County Parks District.
Yes, Park District. And as such, then, I'd like to request that you move to approve, once again, the adoption of a resolution to approve a joint community facilities agreement with the County of Placer and authorize the chair to execute the same.
I'll move approval. Second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And now I'd like you to adjourn as the Placer Vineyards Park and Rec District and reconvene as the board.
Placer County Parks District is reconvening as the Placer County Board of Supervisors.
And then to take up consideration of 20A as the Placer County Board of Supervisors, that is the assessment workflow software.
So moved.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will take up our 12:30 timed item, which is short-term rental ordinance update. So this is an update, but I want to say from the beginning that staff definitely is looking for some specificity and direction from the board in terms of our comments and or hopefully consensus. So if we keep that in mind, I think it'll be more helpful as we move forward. Stephanie.
All right, well, good afternoon. Stephanie Holloway with the Tahoe CEO office, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab. I lost my cohort. She went to the ladies' room, but she'll be back. So I'm here this afternoon to really kick off a presentation on short-term rentals, as well as convene a workshop with your board to seek further direction. So I'm joined by a diverse team here, well, not here, but we'll be here. Really working diligently on the potential for options around short-term rentals, and really bringing that before your board for consideration, hopefully early in January before the end of the moratorium. So Crystal Jacobson on our Tahoe Community Development Deputy Director, and Erin Nussain with Bay Area Economics is going to co-present this item. Erin, I believe, is on Zoom with us this afternoon. Also, I did want to mention Nick Martin in the Tahoe CEO office, as well as Emily Setzer on our Cedar team, are also available via Zoom for any technical questions that may come up. So I'm going to advance our slide here. Okay. So let me just start with some brief history around the short-term rental ordinance. Your board is familiar with this, but I'll just go back through. The ordinance was first considered by your board at the end of 2019. Really to address some nuisance and growing safety concerns within the community. The adoption of Article 9.42 in January of 2022 included a list of operational standards really focused on noise, trash, fire and building code compliance, as well as parking concerns that were brought up by the community. Your board recently adopted an urgency ordinance, an extension in July and August of this past summer, which established a moratorium for the increase, on the increase of new short-term rentals within the community until March 31st of 2022. So really the purpose behind the moratorium was to create a pause and give staff time to really dig into some of the concerns related to increased usage of second homes, and around the short-term rentals, and really I think concerned the effects of the demand for these homes on workforce housing, specifically availability and the potential for price escalation. So just a timeline here from the adoption of the urgency ordinance back in July and August. Staff quickly appreciated the very short window of time that we had to engage the community, to really dig in on a number of issues around housing, to crunch some of the data that we were still working on acquiring, and really kind of come up with some options to bring forward to your board. So it's been about 3 months since then. I will say that we really set to work initially by listening, doing both some large stakeholder meetings as well as a number of different focused stakeholder discussions to really dig in and understand the big picture, to understand every voice. This issue of short-term rentals touches so many different community members in different ways. So we wanted to make sure that we understood the full depth of the issue. So we're here today to really give you an update on our progress. We promised we would do that this summer, and so we're here before the end of the year to do that, and also engage with your board on some potential options around STR restrictions. So just to talk briefly on the outreach efforts, county staff, as I mentioned, led 2 larger stakeholder workshops, really, like I said, kind of coming together with a multitude of voices, really seeking some community-led solutions around STRs. So from that initial brainstorming session, we did dig in on a number, and you can see that on the slide here, a number of focus groups, having some deeper discussions and identifying some more detailed concerns. So overall, we held 12 stakeholder meetings, targeted discussions over the last 12 months. And then additionally, just to mention stakeholder outreach, really once we felt like we had refined the issues and formulated some options for the community to consider, we did launch a larger online survey, which resulted in over 1,500 direct responses. So we felt like that was a pretty good representation of the community. I will say that the survey was provided through 3 different delivery methods. We did contract with a third-party vendor, Flash Vote, to really do an initial blast to people within the community that were sort of signed up to give feedback around community issues. We also specifically sent that survey out through our PIO's office to our STR owners and operators. And then thirdly, just a general public, getting it out on Nextdoor to get it out to sort of the greater community. We really felt like this method provided us with some understanding of where the potential biases may be within different groups within the issue. So I'll mention there's more of a detail on that survey, and the results are contained in your packet. And I'll highlight, I think, of importance here really is that there's a significant, or maybe not significant, but just a variation in the response between the flash vote and the open survey, and then also the survey that we sent out specifically to our STR owners and operators. So boiling it down here, boiling down some of the issues that we heard from the community outreach, really around workforce housing. I think your board has heard those concerns previously this summer. Neighborhood character around nuisance issues, trash, noise, parking. Fire life safety, we did talk to the fire districts specifically, them having concerns about just consistency of inspections, making sure that these units were inspected before the STR permit was issued. Also heard from them just, overall desire for potentially folding in defensible space inspections in as well. So a number of different issues that we talked to the fire districts about. Also of note, just really the connection with the potential for impact on our hotel economy. I think the discussion here is really just the equity between hotels and second homes is being used as tourist accommodation. So that conversation seemed to kind of boil up to the surface as well over and over. And then lastly, I'll just mention, staff has been, really focused on the effectiveness of the ordinance as far as enforcement, and making sure that we are, being purposeful in removing any kind of barriers for implementation of the ordinance. So you'll see that in Crystal's presentation. But just to mention our vision, I think, like I said, we did a lot of listening, tried to really boil down these issues and come up with a vision to move us forward, really striving for a balance of housing between housing that's in the residential communities potentially, but then also our tourist housing or tourist accommodation within our town centers, creating a balance there. And then also creating a balance in supporting our economy in Eastern Placer, which is predominantly tourism, by allowing workforce housing and sort of incentivizing workforce housing. And then lastly, just achieving code compliance and maintaining our community character. So I think this kind of boils it down to really the three big issues that seem to come out of all the engagement. So our team did perform additional research. We mentioned this to you last time over the summer that we had started some research on other jurisdictions and really what they were doing to sort of solve some of the challenges that they were having around destination stewardship and tourist mitigation. On the screen here is just a few of those common actions that other areas are taking to address these concerns. There is a more detailed breakdown in attachment D in your packet. So from this, we took some clues of some practices that we might think are valuable and viable within our communities in Eastern Placer, and really kind of started vetting those with the community and with the stakeholders. So we did review approximately 20 different jurisdictions in the local area. There's a number of counties that have taken action in this area around STRs, but then also targeting other tourist economies, mountain towns, to really look for common practices. So these areas included Summit County, Avon, Steamboat Springs, Crested Butte in Colorado, but then also Jackson, Wyoming, Moab, Utah, just to name a few to give you a relativity of the areas that are also challenged with this issue. I will sort of highlight the prevalence, and you'll see that in your packet of options that are related to zoning restrictions, and I just kind of wanted to highlight that here. It is not something that we are bringing forward today, and it's mostly because our area of Eastern Placer is really pretty diverse. The zoning district and the zoning area is very complex, especially when we start considering the Tahoe Basin and the overlay of the zone districts from TRPA. So you will see that in your packet. It is very common. I will say it's very common around cities as opposed to counties that have a different sort of jurisdictional structure. I'll also note just the uniqueness and really the inconsistency of application of some of these options within different areas. I think we were really looking for a toolbox of best practices. I think we found that there are a lot of practices, but they're being applied very uniquely for different jurisdictions. And so I think our charge was really to find the right toolbox and the right options for Placer that we wanted to bring forward for you today. So Crystal's going to dive into this a little bit deeper, but this is just sort of a preview of some of the options that we vetted. So before she does that, I just wanted to introduce Erin Hussein again from Bay Area Urban Economics. Erin was really instrumental in digging in on some of the TOT and STR data that he'll walk through, and coming up with some initial findings around the economic questions that were raised earlier this year. So I'll mention his full report is available as attachment B in your packet, and just sort of to report out that, again, that there was a very short timeline that we asked Erin to pull this information together and to have this packet ready for you. So it was available online on Friday for your consumption as well as the public's. So with that, I'll hand it over to Erin.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. Again, my name is Aaron Nussain. I'm an associate principal with BAE Urban Economics. And we have the privilege of working with the county to pull together some information in, a relatively short time frame with regard to the associations between short-term rentals and the availability and pricing of long-term housing. And then we also dug into some of the available data on the STR market in Eastern Placer County specifically. Next slide. In terms of the data that we looked at specific to Eastern Placer County, the primary data source that we ended up relying on was the county's inventory of TOT certificates. That's essentially any property that collects and remits transient occupancy tax, as well as the county's inventory of permitted STRs. We looked at data from a couple of private data vendors with regard to STRs. Unfortunately, the data coverage there was pretty subpar, so we ended up not relying on that data particularly heavily. We also looked at some census data with regard to the housing inventory, and then looked at the Placer County Assessor's parcel data with regard to homeowners exemptions, and I'll get into some of that in a few moments. Next slide. So the first main phase of our research was to do a review of the contemporary academic literature with regard to the relationship between STRs and the available pricing of long-term housing. We also looked at studies that specifically spoke to the relationship between STRs and hotel viability, in particular looking at metrics like occupancy, average daily rates, and revenue per available room night. We looked at a total of about 23 articles. About 16 of those specifically spoke to the relationship between STRs and housing. 4 looked at the relationship between STRs and hotels, and then we had a handful of others that were more focused on the regulatory responses to STR markets. In general, the scope of the current academic literature really mostly focuses on large urban tourist destinations, places like New York, San Francisco, Barcelona, London. We found one study that specifically looked at a variety of communities across the state of Oregon, including a mix of larger and smaller, both urban and rural destinations. Next slide. So with those caveats in mind, the contemporary academic literature on STRs consistently found a statistically significant relationship between the prevalence of STRs in a certain residential market and the availability and pricing of long-term housing. Generally speaking, the effects seem to be stronger between STRs and pricing of for-sale housing compared to the pricing of rental housing. The general logic there is that STRs affect the actual pricing rationale for for-sale housing, where they affect pricing for rental housing more in terms of a reduction in the available supply. The literature found that in general, STRs do incentivize the conversion of long-term housing, and a number of studies specifically identified an increasing trend towards investor activity in the STR market that is subsequently affecting housing pricing. In terms of the documented relationships between the STRs and the hotel market, it's much less well studied and the results are somewhat inconsistent. However, there's a handful of studies that did document some relationships, in particular on hotel pricing, and result a higher proportion of STRs in the market correlating to less aggressive pricing for hotel properties. There's a general indication that those effects may affect mid-tier and lower-tier properties a little bit more compared to higher-tier properties, though more recent research seems to be suggesting that hotels across the spectrum are more or less equally impacted. Studies also specifically noted that while some of the coefficients of impact, the magnitude of the impact of STRs, of say a 1% increase in STRs, may appear relatively modest in some cases, that the rapid growth in the STR market can have a significant cumulative effect on markets. Next slide. So now I'm going to change gears and talk a little bit about the According to data provided by the county, there are about 15,640 total housing units in the Eastern County. Of those, about 12% are owner occupied, about 9% are estimated to be long-term rented, with just under 80% essentially being second homes. Based on the TOT certificates data that we have, it appears that as of the 2020-2021 fiscal year, there were about 4,420 residential units that were actively submitting TOT. That represents about 28% of the total housing stock. There were additional 1,445 residential units that were registered. They had TOT certificates, but they weren't actively generating TOT to the county. That represents about 9% of the housing stock. And to be more specific, we were looking at single-family units, condominiums, townhomes, plex units, mobile homes, and apartments as being representative of short-term rentals. We're categorizing, hotel motel properties, bed and breakfasts, condotel, and timeshare properties as being part of the long-term lodging market. So those units are not included in these totals. Next slide. So this figure illustrates growth in the number of active revenue-generating TOT certificates by unit type. So the orange line essentially shows the inventory of hotel, motel, B&B. Over time, shows that inventory being relatively stable. The blue line shows residential units, again, single family, plex, condo, etc. And it shows fairly consistent growth over time among the short-term rental market. Next. Here we're layering in an additional line in gray that specifically shows the inventory of condotel and timeshare units. And we see a significant increase in the inventory there, but also some volatility in a number of years. We're still working to identify exactly what was the driver. Next slide. Here we show the same data, but in a slightly different format, and you can see the cumulative inventory of overnight visitor accommodations. You can see the single-family plex and apartment inventory of short-term rentals along the bottom with that relatively steady increase. We can see a similar sort of gradual increase in the number of condominium units. We can see the relatively stable inventory of hotel and motel properties, and then layered on top, the significant increase, but also the volatility in the condotel and timeshare inventory. Next slide. This data shows the total number of STRs in a couple of different buckets as a percentage of the total housing stock. As of the most recent numbers we were provided, there were about 2,510 total permitted STRs in Eastern Placer County. That represented about 16% of the total housing stock. If you look more broadly and include units that are excluded from the current STR permit regulations, that total increases to just over 4,400 units in total, which is about 28% of the total housing stock. And then if you also layer in other TOT certificates associated with residential units that aren't necessarily generating revenue, but have the potential to do so, that percentage increases to about 30% of the total housing stock that could potentially be engaged in short-term rental activity. Next slide. And this shows a slightly different percentage looking at just the single-family inventory, both within the STR inventory and the total housing stock. So there were about just under 2,600 total single-family units that were actively generating revenue. As of the 2020-2021 fiscal year, that represented about 21% of the total single-family inventory. If you layer in those units that weren't actively generating revenue, but had TOT certificates, the total increases to about 3,800, or about 31% of the single-family inventory. Next slide. This figure shows the distribution of active revenue generating TOT certificates that were then joined with the county's parcel inventory. And the reason we did that was to identify which revenue generating STRs were associated with properties that had claimed the state and federal homeowners exemption on their taxes. And we're using that essentially as a proxy for full-time occupancy. And the data generally indicate that units with homeowners exemptions only represent about 3% of all revenue generating residential units that have TOT certificates. It's about 133 units in total, and most of those units are second family. The remainder of the inventories are presumed to be predominantly second homes as well as investor-owned properties. Next slide. On the left here, we can see information that was pulled from the county's permitted STR inventory. So this is just permitted STRs. And among those properties, about 62% were professionally managed, while 38% were owner managed. On the right, we see data for all revenue generating residential units with TOT certificates. And from that, we can see that about 57% of the total active STR inventory was permitted under the county's existing regulations. Next slide. This figure illustrates the distribution of revenue generating TOT certificates by type throughout the county. Generally speaking, we see significant clustering of short-term rental properties in proximity to major tourist destinations. In particular, you have Olympic Valley, Alpine Meadows, North Star, and then the north and west shores of Lake Tahoe, with another cluster around Serene Lakes as well. Next slide. This figure illustrates the distribution of revenue generating STRs by bedroom size. And we can see that the majority of units have between 2 and 4 bedrooms, with only about just under 6% of the total STR inventory having 5 or more bedrooms. And this generally suggests that the majority of short-term rental properties in Eastern Placer County are of a size that would be functionally appropriate for long-term housing as well. Next slide. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the availability and occupancy of revenue generating short-term rental properties. This slide in particular is illustrating that for the most part, short-term rental properties are making themselves available for occupancy for very large segments of the year. You can see here the largest cohort is 271 nights per year. Those units are made available. The general thinking here is that most property owners are simply making their property available for large portions of the year so that they can take advantage of peaks and troughs in demand as they materialize within the market, and that they really only intend to rent the unit for smaller amounts of time. Next slide. And here we can see the distribution of actual occupancy by number of nights. And you can see that there's a large clustering around 100 nights and less, and then a tail kind of going off with fewer and fewer properties being rented for longer amounts of time throughout the year. Next slide. Here we have the average and median availability and occupancy for revenue generating residential properties with TOT certificates. And you can see that on average, units are being made available about 250 nights per year, and that are being occupied about 103 nights per year on average. And to put that into perspective, there's about 104 weekend nights per year. So we can see that units are being occupied for significant portions of the year. And we also have to acknowledge that, it may not be every weekend, but you may have, certain times a year that have concentrations of demand, and then a unit may be vacant for other portions of the year. In general, this equals out to be an average occupancy rate of about 41% based on the available self-reported data. In terms of the average price paid per occupied night, we're seeing a total of about $344 per night per unit. Based on average occupancy, that averages out to total gross revenue of a little over $35,000 per year. And if we break that down onto a roughly monthly average, that totals about $2,900 per month. Again, we're recognizing that this revenue may accrue in lumps throughout the year and may not be evenly distributed as you would get if you were renting the property long term. However, at an average of $2,900 per month, that is fairly competitive with long-term rental rates for single-family homes and condominiums in Eastern Placer County within the current market. If we also compare that gross revenue generating potential, that's equals a little over 50% of the total debt service payment for a median priced home in Eastern Placer County if we look at sales that occurred between January and September of this year. Next slide. So while we don't necessarily have a direct sufficient data to substantiate a direct relationship in Eastern Placer County between STRs and long-term housing pricing and availability, the available literature suggests that there is likely some possible relationship. Observed change availability of housing over time, showing the average occupancy and vacancy between the 2006-2010 American Community Survey and the 2015-2019 American Community Survey. And essentially what we can see is an increase in the number of units, or the percentage of units that are held vacant for seasonal occasional use, a decrease in the percentage of units that are full-time occupied. Next slide. So one other piece of the analysis that we were charged with evaluating was the relationship between STRs and the hotel the hotel and motel overnight accommodations market. And we're doing this in order to essentially better understand the extent to which regulating STRs would constrain the availability of tourist accommodations, recognizing that Eastern Placer County is a tourist-driven economy. We initially did that by looking at the 2016 Dean Runyon visitor demand and economic impact study, and we updated those numbers to try and get a sense of the total number of visitor days and or overnight total number of visitor days and demand for overnight accommodations. And we've seen a significant increase, although there's insufficient data at this time to fully assess the extent to which the current inventory of overnight accommodations is adequate. That said, additional data that is summarized in the BAE report that's attached to your packet suggests that occupancy among hotel and motel properties has been decreasing moderately over the last handful of years, which has corresponded with an increase in occupancy among short-term rental properties. This suggests that perhaps the regulation of short-term rental properties might result in increasing occupancy among hotel and motel properties. However, we also acknowledge that demand among tourists for overnight accommodations tends to occur in an uneven way. So additional research may be necessary to fully assess the balance of demand and supply between tourist overnight stays and the lodging industry. Next slide. So again, in summary, the literature review that we prepared as part of this research generally indicates that STRs do have a statistically significant relationship between the availability and pricing of long-term housing, as well as occupancy and pricing for hotel and motel properties. About 28% of the current housing stock is actively being used for short-term rental purposes. Since 2010, we've seen about a 43% increase in the number of STR units that are active in Eastern Placer County. We've seen a 47% increase in the number of condotel and timeshare properties, and we've seen virtually no change in the number of hotel and motel units. In general, there's STR properties are generating an average of around $35,000 per year in gross revenue and are occupied for an average of around 103 nights per year. The current average gross revenue generated by short-term rental properties is generally competitive with pricing for long-term rental housing within the Eastern County. And that gross revenue is also sufficient to offset a significant portion of the holding cost for second homeowners and in short owners of residential property in Eastern County. Next slide. And I think with that, I'll hand it back to Stephanie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Crystal Jacobson with the Community Development Resource Agency. And so I'm going to touch on, I'm going to kind of walk you through some of the amendments that we have been framing up for your board's consideration. But before I do that, I want to touch on kind of our overall housing and economic development strategy. Because with this effort that we're working on right now, updating our STR ordinance, it is important to kind of look at what we're doing overall. This is just, the STR ordinance update is really one piece of the puzzle to address housing and increased tourism and the impacts that increased tourism bring to our regions. So we really want to think about what we're doing on the incentive side as well as the regulatory side. It's that carrot and stick approach that we're doing. So on the housing side, we have been focusing on the development of workforce housing in the Tahoe region, have recently celebrated the construction of nearly 100 units in Placer with Meadowview and Hopkins Village projects, which Jane actually touched on earlier. And then we also have some other housing projects in the works, namely the Dollar Creek Crossing and others, really looking at the development of construction both in the basin and out of the basin. We've also freed up TOT dollars from the T-bid dedicated to housing and transportation. And so there will be additional opportunity to really fund program and projects that are geared at addressing housing and addressing tourism impacts in our region. The Workforce Housing Preservation Program is a great example of your board's commitment to incentivizing home ownership to our local workforce in the county. In addition, your board's involvement and contribution to the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency is just another example of how we are addressing housing needs in our region. The North Lake Tahoe Economic Development Incentive Program, a TOT rebate program for commercial lodging, which your board approved, is an example of providing incentives to help get lodging units constructed and on the ground in our Tahoe region. And then on the regulatory side, we brought forward and continue to work on various code amendments aimed at eliminating barriers to both housing and to promote redevelopment in our town centers in the Tahoe Basin area. So actually, in the spring, we're going to bring forward another amendment package to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan that's aimed at redevelopment of our town centers. So while this effort, this update to the short-term rental ordinance could result in the potential restriction of STR uses, it's really heavy on the regulatory side. It is important, we think, to look at the big picture and what we're doing to address housing and tourism in our region. And again, it's kind of that carrot and stick approach. So moving on, I'm going to touch on some of the STR restrictions that your board could consider as part of this STR ordinance update. As you know, our current ordinance is intended to address nuisances. We do continue to track the various areas of that code that we need to clean up and modify, and I will go through those here in a minute. But before I do that, I'm going to outline additional policy options that your board could consider with this update. These are more restrictive options that could be considered either individually or they can be kind of layered, and I'll kind of walk through this list here. And I'm one over, aren't I? Uh-oh. Are we missing a slide? I think we might be missing a slide, or they're back, or we're having slide problems. There we go. Okay. So the first on the list is the establishment of a numerical cap on STRs. There are three options listed here that you could consider. The first, option A, is taking into consideration the existing STR inventory and active TOT certificates. So as Aaron reported, after kind of fully studying our inventory, we know this number is about 4,400 or so. It's 4,420. Represents about 28% of our housing stock. And then again, as he indicated, these numbers do not include hotel motel units. And then I'm going to skip to the bottom number here, which is the existing inventory of STR plus all TOT certificates. So this is a larger number. It's about 5,800, and it represents 38% of our housing stock. So again, both of these numbers that I just mentioned do not include hotel or motel units. And then option B there in the middle is that your board could consider something less than those numbers. You can come in under that. What we did not include here is an option to consider the full inventory, the 5,800 plus an additional 5 or 10%. I know that was discussed at the last hearing that we had with your board on the moratorium. We did not include that option for your consideration today because I think the inventory, after studying it, was much larger than we had anticipated. Remember that our permit numbers right now for STRs are around 2,500. And so we didn't include that, but that's certainly something that your board could consider is the full inventory plus an addition. So the next item on this list is a minimum or maximum nights rented per year. This is another item. Again, you could consider this individually or layer it. And for the minimum, this is something that could be layered if your board decides to impose a numerical cap. And this is a way really to incentivize folks that have permits or TOT certificates, but they've not been renting. So we do know that number's around 1,400 or so folks that are sitting on a TOT certificate or an STR permit and they're not actively renting. So by establishing a minimum, you would incentivize those folks to rent so that they're not holding on to a permit, and by not using it, the next person on the wait list can access that permit and actively rent it. Establishing a maximum standard can do two things. First is that, as Aaron noted, we've got an average number of night stays around 103, 103 nights per year. And then the return on that investment of throwing that into the STR mix is about $35,000 per year that these folks are making on their STRs. Your board could set the maximum at a point where folks may reconsider short-term renting. So if long-term renting may be more profitable, they may think about, kind of rethink their strategy and perhaps throw their unit into a long-term housing mix. This option may also limit people or corporations from purchasing homes for the sole purpose of short-term renting them. So if there's no intention of using it as a second home and they can only rent it for 100 nights a year, perhaps something like that, they may rethink their strategy there. The next item on the list here is a waiting period. This could be 6 months, it could be 12. This is something that the town of Truckee has been considering, so we added it here for your board to kind of contemplate on. This would limit new STRs from being rented for a certain period of time. Again, it could be 6, it could be 12 months. But the idea here is that folks may reconsider purchasing homes for the sole purpose of renting it, doing short-term rentals, if they don't have the capital really to buy the house and then sit on it for 6 or 12 months, with that waiting period. So really it's almost an extension of a moratorium for those new permits. So you can apply for a permit, but you would have to wait. And again, this is something that it's been considered in the region, so we threw it in here just for some discussion. The next item on the list is special provisions for primary ownership and these are the hosted STRs. So we do know we've got locals in the community that rent their units. They may rent them, they may rent a room or two, or they may rent their unit while they're on vacation. And so we've included this because this is a response to comments that we heard from the community about how renting short-term is a way for locals to offset or kind of supplement their mortgage. And so again, we know that this is about as Aaron pointed out, it's only about 3% of our STRs, but your board could consider special provisions for locals. So for example, if you establish or impose a cap on STRs, these folks could be exempt from that cap. Moving on, the last one on the list here is density or geospatial limitations. So these are those provisions that limit STRs per neighborhood. Some folks explain them as clustering provisions where you might only be able to have an STR with every 500 feet, for example. We do believe this is a tool that may help to address concerns regarding neighborhood compatibility and integrity. It's, again, essentially just limiting how many you can have per neighborhood so that you don't have, say, a row of STRs on any given street. After kind of thinking about this, we do believe that this option would require kind of a high demand in terms of staff resources needs to implement something like this, as it would be labor intensive. We also think there are impacts that would need to be analyzed. And so we think that with this option, we would need a little bit more time to analyze this option and kind of thoroughly vet it before the community and your board. And so for those reasons, it's not something that we're bringing forward at this time for your board's consideration, but it's certainly something that if your board desires, we could bring forward at a later date. So as I stated earlier, our team continues to track areas of the code that have been kind of problematic, that we believe are not effective or need to be revisited or strengthened, just kind of cleaned up. And so this is a list of those items. Again, we were before your board last March with a cleanup effort. And so these items that I'm going to talk about now are really in that same spirit of kind of cleaning up. The first is we are proposing to eliminate the exemption provisions or modify them in the ordinance so that the STR ordinance would apply to all residential properties. It would not apply to hotel, motel, condotels, or timeshares that function, if they're functioning like a hotel, we would say they would be not subject to the ordinance, but if they're functioning as a residential use, they would be subject. Currently, I will say this is a very much a gray area in the code. Again, it's been really hard for our staff to implement it. There's a lot of back and forth with property owners, a lot of time spent reviewing exemption requests, and frankly, a lot of folks that I think just think they're exempt and they don't come in for, they don't request an exemption, and they are operating without a permit. So we do know we've got about 40% of our units that either think they're exempt or they've come in for an exemption request, but they're not operating with the benefit of a permit. Because of that, then they are also not, or that they don't have the benefit of inspections, so they're not getting those fire life safety inspections, and they're also not being enforced. So we believe that this eliminating the exemptions would kind of help provide consistency in permitting and inspections and in our enforcement. The next item on the list is to add or increase fire protection standards. We're proposing to require fire inspections at the time of permit application. Currently, applicants have 3 to 5 years to get inspections. So for the privately managed STRs, they have 3 years, and then professionals have, the professionally managed properties have 5 years. What we're finding is that we're 2 years into this program. This is our second permit cycle, and we have only about 8% of properties that have been inspected, have had their fire inspections. So what we know by that is that the current model is really not working. And so we are proposing to change that. We're also requiring more frequent fire inspections. So currently we have a system where like I just mentioned, every 3 years the privately managed folks are getting their inspections, or they're supposed to, and then every 5 years the professional folks are. And the burden is on the applicant to initiate those inspections. And so what we are proposing with this is a 1 and 3 year model. So 1 year for the privately managed folks and 3 years for the professionals. We're also proposing a rolling annual permit model. So changing the permitting to a rolling model instead of permits that expire at the same time annually. We believe that this would allow applicants, would help. We think the applicants would be in support of this because really they can come in any time of the year and get a permit. Their permit would run for the full year instead of expiring every March. Overall, this would help our staff to kind of spread out the processing of applications, lessens the demand and resource need at one time every year. The same is true for the fire districts. This would allow them to continually inspect properties. If your board elects to go with a model where fire inspections are required at the time of permit application, the fire districts would then have to do they'd have to do those inspections with every application, but if you rolled it out through the year, it's a little bit more manageable. In talking with our fire districts, they did express that they're open to this model. I will say they are currently concerned with how few STR units have been inspected, and they're worried about that, getting a big influx, right, within the next year in terms of numbers of units that they need to inspect. We have talked to the fire districts about their capacity to handle this type of inspection load. We need to have some further discussion there. We have talked about, the county could have an in-house inspector to kind of help with some districts that need some capacity to do those inspections. Moving on to the stricter nuisance standards, we are proposing to tighten and strengthen parking, noise, and daytime occupancy limits. The occupancy standards, what we're proposing is to bring those in line with industry standard, which is 1.5 times the nightly occupancy. So if you have a unit that has an occupancy limit of 8, you could have 1.5 times that number for daytime occupancy. The idea here is to kind of limit parties happening at STRs. It is important to note there is a provision in the code that allows folks to get a special use permit, a special event permit for STRs. That's through the planning department. So, you know, if you were hosting a larger party, there is an avenue for folks to do that. And then for parking, we would require parking stall counts to be posted in the advertisements so that folks know what the constraints are on a site are for parking. And then for noise, we're proposing to increase quiet hours and then prohibit outdoor amplified sound. Moving on to the next one, it's increasing our STR unit postings, requiring postings in common places inside of the unit, plus each additional bedroom, and then outside on either a bare bin or a window. And it would require the permit number, general information about the operational standards, warnings about red flag days. And again, this is really industry standard. It would also have the STR hotline and just provide a way for folks to understand that this is an STR unit and know where to call if there's issues. Limiting 1 STR per parcel. This would apply to multifamily and single family, but not to condo units. We believe that this is in alignment with the state's housing goals in that if there's two units on a property, one is really intended, an ADU is intended for, to be available for housing. The other logic behind this is that it provides for on-site management. So if you've got 2 units on a property, one could, someone could be living there and providing some on-site management. I will point out we did take a look. We currently have 4 parcels right now. So in terms of what we're dealing with currently, we've got 4 parcels with active permits where there's two permits on a property. 3 of those 4 are duplexes. So not a whole lot of units right now where we see 2 permits on 1 property. The next on the list here is increased penalty fines. What we're proposing to do is to bring up the fines to also industry standard in line with Senate Bill 60, which sets some maximum fines for STRs. So we would propose, first right now, under the current model, we've got escalating structure from a $500 fine that goes to $1,000, and we would propose to change that it would start at $1,500, go to $3,000, and then go to $5,000. So it escalates up. Also proposing just to change the standards so that you've got different fines for operational standards and then a different fine structure for operating without a permit. So a little bit different fine structures for those 2 violations. Modified appeal process. Currently, the penalties are determined by, as it's outlined in the code now, the penalties are determined by administrative hearing officer. Those can be appealed to the board. We are up for the board's consideration is to change that and perhaps have the penalty determined by the CEDR director, and then the appeal could go to the administrative hearing officer and stop there if your board desires to make that change. Okay, really quick, I'm just going to touch on some work that Ben actually has been doing on the permit system. And really the idea here is to align the STR permit system with the TOT certificate system. So we have partnered with Deckard Technologies for software integration. So as part of this update, we're really looking to improve the permit system and align these 2 processes. Currently, we have 2 separate systems. So it causes, I know I've mentioned this before to your board at the last couple hearings we had on the moratorium. We have a lot of confusion, a delay in permitting, and just inefficiencies with tracking key metrics. You've got different data sets, and it's just been a challenge really to track these. As you can kind of see with the, and the BAE report sort of indicates that. It was hard for us to fully understand the inventory without studying it. So we believe that partnering with Deckard and really aligning these 2 processes will help us with that data, pulling that data. We also think it'll improve really the user interface. It allows us to better serve our customers. It's more of a one-stop shop. You go for your STR permit, you get your TOT certificate at the same time. And then again, it also allows us just better tracking altogether, also allows us to track online listings, fire inspection sign-offs, and just really maintain a single database. Essentially, this will streamline, we believe, it will streamline the permit process and help us with reporting and enforcement. And so that is all I have on that. I'm going to toss it to Stephanie just to wrap up.
Yeah, so I'll just close us out here. So just to remind your board, we're not asking for any action today. This was really just to give you an update of everything that we've been working on since the moratorium and working up towards the deadline of the moratorium. We are prepping to potentially come back to your board with an ordinance consideration in January, and as Crystal just outlined all the details, we are working on specifically some cleanup items as a baseline, and then asking your board for considerations on potential regulations on top of that, those ordinance cleanups. So with that, I will just put up this slide. I think this was just some key areas that staff has identified for conversation with you all today, to seek some further feedback, but obviously open to any questions or any area of feedback that you'd like to give us. So with that, I appreciate your attention and welcome any comments.
Thanks, Stephanie. I'll start with Cindy, then Jim.
Great, thanks, and thanks for all the hard work. I know that staff has been doing a tremendous amount of outreach and have spent countless hours with a lot of different individuals in our community because this is so critical to our North Shore economy. But I did have a couple questions on the data, and this might be for you or for BAE. Did the data for the exempted properties show up in the occupancy numbers and revenue numbers that you show in these charts? Do you know?
I know Aaron's on, but yes, the exempted properties.
So that included that. And then, as you know, we've gotten a tremendous number of emails and comments from North Star condos that I believe were exempted last time and you're suggesting no longer be exempted. Is that correct?
Correct. Any residential use, we are suggesting they be pulled into the ordinance requirements.
Right.
If it operates like a hotel motel, it's assessed commercially as a hotel motel, it's been permitted that way, they would not be subject to the ordinance is what we're proposing.
Great, and I just want to make sure that's clear because I've read all the comments and I'll have other comments, but we've received a slug from that group and not from other groups because they've already been complying. There's a lot of condominiums throughout our resort communities up there that weren't exempted. This group was due to some judgment issues that, anyway, but there's many other condominiums that haven't been exempted that we haven't heard as much from, so just wanted to make sure on that.
And just to add a little bit more detail to that, I mean, as Crystal mentioned, this is an area of our code that is very gray, and the requirements are that if somebody thinks they are exempt from the ordinance, that they do apply for us to verify that, and I think that's confusing. So I think there's a lot of properties out there that read the code and they believe they're exempt without coming to us for determination. So just to put that out there as well.
Right. And I don't know if all the other ones know that some were exempted, some weren't, and knew to send a lot of emails for today. So I was trying to understand why that particular group, and a part of it is that you did meet with them in particular and reach out to them, but there's other exempted properties that may not have known to write emails to us. So anyway, set the stage for that. The vacancy data, the homeowner vacancy data is 2 years old. How often can we update that data? And this will go to some of my later comments. So right now it goes through 2019, and we know the big slug of change that we've heard about has happened in the last 2 years. So when you look at the vacancy data of homeowner use chart, I can't remember the title of that, but it's based on the ACS data, I believe, American Community Surveys data.
Yeah, maybe we could look to Aaron to,
Yeah. How often would we get that data that we might be able to monitor that?
New publications of census-based data come out essentially every year, but they're usually a couple years.
Probably a few years back.
I bet,
Aaron,
I bet what you're telling me is that census data that we get a year in delay, right?
Because it takes time for them to collect that data, process it, get it summarized for publication.
But we could start tracking.
Correct.
And do some sort of an adaptive model that would look at occupancy and full-time residency as we build housing and ADUs and have more occupancy. Okay. And then quite often, and I know you mentioned safety, but quite often we talk about nuisances, but the nuisances also relate to safety. For instance, the open fires that people report on red flag days. Are those being categorized as nuisances or safety? I just want to remind the board that we started this on some public real health and safety issues as well as nuisances, and those get reported and I'm just not sure how they're categorized, like a open fire.
Yeah, so they're categorized as a complaint, right? So it's tracked as a complaint. We do have, actually, Stephanie, can I go? Uh-oh. Nope. I guess it's not in there. What happened? We lost our slide deck.
Oh, that's okay.
Somehow. Sorry about that.
That's okay. But in general, I just want to make sure we try to understand that there are health and safety issues that get reported by neighbors concerned about fire pits, open fires, people not understanding red flag warnings. My office got a lot of emails about those. And
Right, and what I was going to pull up, I think is supposed to be hidden in the back here.
Are you looking for the last slide?
Yeah. Is it in here?
I think they're in the back if IT could maybe not.
It's not important. I think what's most important is you hear me, that there's a lot of public safety issues intertwined
Yes.
with nuisance, because sometimes nuisance is diminished, like, well, it's a subjective call. I think for those of us living in fire-prone areas, when you see an open fire pit and people not paying attention to it, that's much more than.
Right, and we do, with those complaints, we take, notes about every complaint, right? And so we're tracking what type of complaint we get. I just have to look at that slide to see. I'm pretty sure that life safety issues is called out in our.
There, the slide?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't have.
Fire or life
I'm looking at
safety.
the slide. It has noise is 49%. It does not have like fire safety. It probably falls under other, which is 15%. You can, if you need that.
Yeah, great. And then I've heard from a large number of people, even yesterday I emailed you a couple, where people don't seem to, they look at the total complaints we've received and say that's de minimis, but then I hear from the community there's far more. They don't know who to call. Second homeowners don't necessarily know who to call. Do you hear that as well, or is that just my office hearing that
I do hear that, and I'm constantly emailing folks with this, with information.
Right.
I think what we could do is some sort of campaign, to help educate folks. I think there's a need probably for better communication and pushing stuff out through our PIO's office to get the word out about our hotline and, the resources that are there to respond to these kinds of complaints.
Okay.
And I'll add too, there is a requirement for a point of contact, and so, people may be calling property managers, they may be calling specific points of contact, all in the public size, a complaint. The question is, does it really get to the county, and do we get to, tag it?
Right, because I think a lot of people are weighing in that, gee, we've only had this many complaints, or in total, there's very few complaints, and yet that's not. I think if you walk around our community and talk to individuals, they all have stories about, and, even the gentleman that we tracked down two yesterday, one licensed, one not, how do we make sure that person who was an educated member of our community didn't know or hadn't called? And I said, why didn't you call then? There's some responsibility there. And then I think another question I had on the data. So in the chart, I think that Nick prepared comparing to the other jurisdictions. Currently, from everything I've seen, the only other community with the high percentage of Housing stock to STRs is Crested Butte, Colorado. Everyone else is far below as far as the percentage of our housing stock that's being absorbed by short-term rentals.
Correct, yeah, I read that too.
Crested Butte, and then everyone else is far less from what I can tell from this chart.
Correct.
And the research done. And then in several of the communities, instead of just fines, they've actually revoked permits immediately or a 2-year suspension. And I'm putting some comments out there for the public to react to because I do think we've heard we want stricter standards. It seems like everybody's in agreement. Bad actors need, and when they're making $35,000 a year, even if they pay a $5,000 fine, it's not a big deal. But if you're potentially taking away $35,000 worth of revenue, they may do more to address their nuisance issues. So I would like to hear feedback and staff to look at those suspensions. And there's, I think it's Santa Cruz and El Dorado County, Crested Butte, and Jackson, Wyoming, that have all proposed 2 up to 5-year suspensions. Because I do think this whole discussion is getting a lot of interest in people finding compliance and being in compliance because they don't want to lose their permit. So I'd urge that and to us to continue to track that part of our housing stock. And then another comment for our public to think about is I've always been open to looking at what's our cap now and how many could we expand that to ensure turnover, so that we start to ensure that there's turnover along with that you must use that permit. So there's some minimum number of nights you're using that. You're just not sitting on that permit, keeping somebody else from having that opportunity while you for more than, is that a 1 year or 2 year? I'd like to hear how other jurisdictions have dealt with that. So we ensure turnover of these if there is a cap. So I'd love to hear public comment on that. And I'm not particularly in favor of the waiting period, but that's because I think it's going to be hard to get there. I would be more in favor of trying to find a cap that maybe is adjusted higher, but looking at our numbers, it's hard for me to judge. If we have 2,500 permitted, but 5,000 TOT certificates, what's the right number? Have none of those 5,000 come forward to try to get permits?
Probably half of them are exempt properties.
Okay.
Exactly, so just to explain the difference, so the 2,500 are the permits that we have for STRs. If you jump to that, let me get this slide back up here. If you jump to the next tier in this slide, those are the 4420. So those are so those encompass the STRs, the 2,500, plus potential exemptions.
Okay.
So properties that either
So
have gotten
28% of our housing market. And then when we go to that 38%, what are those?
So those are TOT certificates. So those are all the certificates, whether they're remitting TOT, so they're active, or whether they have a TOT certificate and they're not active. So they could have a TOT certificate and not rent, not remit TOT, but they have the certificate. So that last bar sort of shows you the potential that if all of those 5,800 were to want to rent, they could turn on tomorrow and rent. So that's sort of the potential with those TOT certificates. So I don't know if we've dug into whether all of those are exempt or whether they would need an STR permit. But the differential between those last two are just whether they're actively renting or whether they're not actively renting.
So if we were to set a number that included went to the middle column there, 4420, and added a buffer. Right now, I understand there's about 75 on a wait list.
It's 77.
77 on a wait list. And so that might be something for the board to consider, because I do hear from a lot of people that want the opportunity, were caught in the middle, didn't understand that they needed to get a permit. I certainly want to include all those that are exempted, that they get permitted, because it was their issue, they were exempted, and now we're saying not. So we want to ensure they all get permits. And then should we have some level to allow people to to see that turnover. And then finally, I'd want it to be an adaptive program. So we could track how we're delivering on housing. Are we addressing this crisis in our community that we can even serve visitors? We hear all these emails about, well, we can rent, but if there's no one to serve them food or wash the dishes or clean their condos or paint their condos, we can't serve these people. And then there's frustration and anger in our community that starts to create this division that I've never ever seen in 40 years of living there. So I like adaptive management, and as painful as it is to go through this, it seems like there should be a formula by which, as we deliver housing or we see housing changes, we adjust whatever cap numbers are set up, and we learn as we go, because we've been learning every step of the way since we started this. So anyway, I wanted to get some of that out, Mr. Chair, because the public may have, I'd love to hear where my colleagues feel, but also where the public weighs in. I've been asking some of the property owners who've contacted me, how many more? What is the tolerance? Do we go to 50% short-term rentals in our community, 80%? Where is the balancing act to deliver on the services versus allowing short-term rentals? That's the balance I'm struggling with, so love to hear feedback on that.
Jim, then Suzanne.
Well, thank you for all the hard work on this. I know it's been a real challenge. A lot of outreach, particularly in the District 5. Now, is this the end of your public outreach, other than people that are going to start contacting for more information?
No, this is not the end of our outreach. So, I think we are hoping to seek direction from you, and then today, and then frame up, our final start to frame up our final recommendations on the ordinances. We will bring that before a number of community groups through January before we come back to your board for action.
So you have it down at the next steps is January 2022?
Yes.
For
Yeah.
board action?
Correct.
Do you have time to do that?
It's a very short window. But I mean, that's our target at this point. But we have framed up quite a bit of ordinance modification, with the exception of a couple of pieces that we really need to finish up and dig into.
Okay. And Supervisor Gustafson, I know you've been living this for, 2 years now? As I left the office last night, at 5:30, 5:45, and you were just starting on a call with...
Another Zoom.
So I know it's a really tremendous challenge, and I just appreciate your hard work on this, because a lot of constituents up there that are really concerned. So let's hope we get it right.
Suzanne.
Yes, hi. Thanks for the presentation. It's very good. I wanted to mention a couple of things that I know I did the other day at our briefing. But there was a finding here by your the team that you hired that shows where there's a move towards an increased investor activity. And so for me, I know the concerns in the community are that a lot of the short-term rentals may be gobbling up your housing availability. And so it's just a thought that, maybe there's some way of limiting those that can be just purchased for investing purposes only. I understand people go up there, they buy a second house because they want to live there, maybe eventually retire, and move in or whatever, that kind of a thing. But for investors to just move in there and think, this is a great opportunity, buy up everything there, you're really going to, be in a hurt for availability of housing. I will express my concern, I did last spring, about the 2-tier permitting fees, because I just can't get with that. I think that everybody should be on the same footage. I think that in addition to, if you have people that violate, that maybe there's some sort of a step where you violate once, okay, you get a warning, maybe you get a fine, but step 2, you get a warning and a fine, but now your permitting fees are going up, boom, and have a scaled level for those permitting fees. Because your violators are the ones who should be paying more in permitting fees. I don't think it should be, if you've got, this person owns a house and they have a property manager, and this person owns a house, and they're managing it themselves, to say that one is going to be better than the other. We've already experienced where one of your property management people did not adhere to your regulations several months back, remember? So they're not always perfect. And I understand that regular privately owned properties maybe not be perfect either, but I don't like the two-tier permitting fees. And I was curious about the, actually not curious, I don't really like the two-tiered schedule for fire inspections either, the home privately owned versus the property managed, because I just think fire inspections should be extremely important, and make sure that everybody has everything that they need, you know, whether it's inside fire hazards, outside fire hazards, smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors and all that stuff, you know. So I just think that everybody should be on the same schedule. Maybe it's every other year or something. Because how can you say this property doesn't need to be inspected for fire for every 3 or so years, but this one needs to be inspected every year? That doesn't seem equitable to me. Oh, and then on your postings, I don't know, you may already do this, but on your postings, I'm just wondering, do you have all the numbers listed for fire, police, complaints, your hotline, et cetera? Because, you know, you have to have it posted on the inside, posted on the outside, because let's say someone, I don't know, maybe there's smoke coming from the place and whoever's renting, they're out skiing or at the lake, and a neighbor sees that. If they were to go up to the house, they'd see the posting and they could find out where the numbers that they could call. Easy, they don't have to go home, Google it and do whatever like that. And the same time, your renters, your short-term renters have it also. You may already do that. And we talked earlier too about penalties and fines. I agree that penalties and fines, they need to have teeth. They need to have teeth, you know, it has to be something, whether you have a tiered, you know, fines and fees for complaints and et cetera, that maybe eventually at some point you have revocation, suspension, that sort of thing in your toolbox as well. Do the suspensions work? Because, I mean, you probably get some people who are like, you know, I paid a lot of money for this place. I don't care if they suspend my permit, I'm still going to rent it. Do you get much of that?
We have not issued suspensions to date, so yeah, being a brand new program, I don't know that I can answer that question. Yeah. But I mean, there's always, I think there are always bad actors, right, that are renting without a permit. We know that, so it's possible.
Yeah, and so I mean, in your rental or your permitting documents, do you have somewhere like at the bottom of the thing that says, along with this, a completed rental application includes your TOT certificate or your this or your that, fire inspection, you know, is it all in that document? So that when somebody thinks that they've submitted their application for a permit, it's on there so they can't say, well, he didn't know.
It is, and actually after the experience we had earlier this year with the appeal that went to your board, we actually updated that document too to include some additional items as requested by your board.
But you know, since last spring, when you first brought this to the board, I can see a lot of improvements. I see a lot of work that you've done on it, and so kudos to all of you for a job well done. Thank you.
Bonnie.
Thank you. Appreciate your work. So as I've been thinking about this is really challenging, and as Supervisor Holmes said, Cindy, my goodness, this has been a lot of work. And just reading through all the documentation the other day took me a good amount of time. I thought about a couple of things. What are we really trying to address, right? It's really clear we have nuisance issues. The residents are concerned about parking and about noise, and we really have to address enforcement and talk about penalties. I think that will go a long way to keep the bad actors in line, and I think we've heard that from our residents, a lot of the feedback, so I really think that that's important. The other reason I think this has come about is because we want to address workforce housing, right? And which is why I asked you to let us know what type of efforts we've been doing to address workforce housing. There's a number of efforts. The opportunity to do some deed restrictions through our housing program, I think, is great. The challenge with this is that the properties are already so high, right? The cost to buy in this area is already so high that a normal working person couldn't afford to buy a home and live in the basin. And so I look at this and I go, how are we going to address workforce housing? I couldn't afford a $900,000 home, and I don't make a lot of money, right? I make a decent salary. I don't make a lot of money, and so the challenge is how do we address this, right? I'm looking at the needs for long-term rentals, right, for our ski industry, for the summertime. How do we incentivize that so that people would, if they have a second home, they could rent out their home for 5-6 months at a time, and let's incentivize some of that. I really struggle with caps and saying no to the free market. At the same time, we have an issue here, and how do we balance that? I just think that how do we incentivize what we need, which is workforce housing? It's probably the biggest issue, and I don't know if just stopping short-term rentals is going to accommodate that, because I read the study, if prices in the area decline, then more people might be able to own a home. The real estate market, those prices are not going to be declining in a market like that that's really valuable and desired to purchase in. And then I wanted to ask Aaron a question, because as I read this, it's really not clear the impact that short-term rentals have on long-term housing, because I read the study and I read the key findings, because it's not a strong correlation. It's like sort of. So the academic literature indicates there's likely a statistically significant relationship between STRs and availability and affordable of long-term housing. But then it goes on. Nonetheless, STRs represent just one factor among many that are influencing long-term housing availability and affordability. And then in another time, it says it may likely contribute to the increase in demand for second homes. So it's not hard and fast, right? The data, right, Aaron? Or not Aaron, is it Aaron? Yeah. I think that's his name. It's not hard and fast. Like, it might, we don't really know. COVID's had an impact. I think what we know is, we don't know the answer, but we do know that housing prices are really high, and we have to do something to address workforce housing. And if that's incentivizing long-term rents, maybe a cap. I'm not a big fan of caps, but we really have to do something. I know we're doing efforts with like the Mountain Housing Council, but we just have to, I know we need to fix it and at least start providing more ways that we have workforce housing. I think that's probably, we've got TOT, right? We have freed up TOT dollars, and we need to use those dollars to find some ways to get people housed, so that we do have housing to provide for all those services that are needed for the area.
Okay, no further comments by the board at this point. We'll open it up to the public.
I have. Before I get started, and I'm not going to be very long, I just want to give you a little background of who's speaking. I have 6 children. I live in Auburn, but I came from a family of 6, and I grew up in Lake Tahoe. My parents moved there in 1961, and my dad was a realtor and a developer. I used to play on the lawn of what used to be a hotel where Cobblestone Shopping Center is. I used to teach sailing and play shuffleboard at Tahoe Marina Lodge, where condominiums are. And I noticed occupancy, tourism accommodations, there's a flat line on hotels. Well, I had friends who parents ran the hotels, and they're now 8 glorious, beautiful, single-family homes. And so my parents, my dad was a developer, he developed Star Harbor, and he, like other developers, he put it all in and lost. And my mother ran the rentals then for Star Harbor, and we cleaned the units. And but for those short-term rentals, I wouldn't have graduated from North Lake Tahoe High School. I think they're a blessing. And for me, I've gone through the struggle. I finally, 2 years ago, bought a house in Carnelian Bay with my son. And I'm anxious to be able to short-term rent it. I take pride in the properties I buy. I really want to fix them up. And I know that I can't enjoy it all the time. And for me, I want other people to enjoy it. I want families to go. And if you don't have 6 children and go to a hotel and you have to rent multiple rooms, the fire code, you can't go there. And so for me to take my family on vacation is a really hard thing. And to me, short-term rentals are the blessing for the large family. They provide the opportunity to go and vacation, buy food at the grocery store, barbecue, enjoy what you can't afford. And to me, I enjoyed Tahoe. I saw it through when it premiered on Golden Pond, the old movie. It was a romantic place of wooden boats. Chambers Land. My brothers went to the high school that's now Chambers Landing. My dad put together the land that became Homewood Ski Area. I know Tahoe, and I love it. And for me, I drove here in my 2001 Suburban. I barely afford what it is. And for me, that short-term rental is going to help me be able to take my family and enjoy Christmas. Sorry. And so that's the part about short-term rentals. The thing I didn't hear is how many second homeowners don't use their property. How many second homeowners are just growing. Those people aren't in your stats. We need to have the opportunity for the middle class, the guys who just barely make it, to enjoy it. And I can't afford it without short-term rental. So for me, it's a blessing, not just for me, but for the other people who I hope to rent to if I ever get a permit.
And if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Yeah. No. And I think actually Supervisor Gore made all the comments. I didn't see the correlation. And I just hope you leave it open for people like me. Regulate, penalize, make people be civil. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, we didn't
I'm
get
sorry.
your name.
Could you state your name for the record,
I'm
please?
sorry, Chris Collins.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And I got to meet your dad a long time ago.
Oh, you know my dad?
Yeah.
Dave, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dave Norhat. I'm just finishing my lunch. I'm getting ready to go to work here. I would be one of those rare people who are considered a local but also use my property as a short-term rental. Been a resident and owner and taxpayer here in Placer County, Tahoe City since 1996. I rent short-term through Airbnb and I manage it myself. I have a 1-bedroom condo with a 2-night minimum. As I mentioned, I have and continue to work in the area here in the service industry in many different aspects, ski resorts, golf courses, restaurants, etc. And just, as a point of reference for today and the meeting, the item regarding the maximum limit on nights for the rentals is something that I'm concerned with as my property provides me a significant source of my income. In addition to that, I support other aspects downstream and upstream with my rental in the community and for my guests. I provide services and suggestions and in close contact on advising my guests on places to go and things to do and places to spend their money, basically. And then as far as employing people in the area to help me clean my condo if some work is being done and I happen to be some work needs to be done and I happen to be out of town, I have people that help me with that. So I've been in this community for a long time and proud homeowner. As I said, I'm in a condo and have never been any noise, safety, parking, or fire issues in relation to my rental. And just one other thing, when I travel, which I do frequently, it was when I mainly use my condo as a rental, I prefer to stay in a hotel. I've never used Airbnb or rentals. Hotels are my preference, and for whatever reason that is, I don't see those as being in competition. And basically, just as noted earlier, my objection to the maximum night limit on the short-term rentals is my reason for taking your time today. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Brett, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Let's see, I have some questions for the BAE report. Is the gentleman still available?
Yeah, if you could direct your questions to the board, and then we'll try to get all of those answered over all the testimony.
Okay, great, thank you. It kind of follows up with Supervisor Gore's observations about correlation. And on the literature review, it says STR activity correlates to increased housing costs. But wouldn't that mean that STRs are more prevalent in resort areas where housing costs, of course, are more expensive? For example, STRs would be fewer in, say, Modesto than they would be in North Lake Tahoe? And then another question that I would have regarding the impacts on hotels and I guess overall supply, has it been taken into consideration that we have a 19.5 mile stretch from the state line at Cal Neva down to the Tahoe post office that we haven't built a new hotel or motel since 1962?
I think that is accurate.
Yeah, I just wondering if that's taken into consideration when it comes to impacts of hotel and whether it also comes into impacts on these ratios of short-term rentals to the total housing stock. Sounds like he's not on the line. I guess another observation in this presentation would be 28% of the revenue or of the housing stock has a TOT certificate greater than 0. Even if that's the amount, if the median price is $855 and we consider $855 and lower to be achievable community housing, isn't it really just 14%? Because we don't need to consider, as it pertains to achievable community housing, the properties that are above $855, correct?
Well, and Brett, I'm sorry I wasn't clear. What you need to do is sort of make your questions available to the board, and we will ask staff, including with Aaron, to get your responses. Although we're not going to, we couldn't have a dialogue. Thank you. Yep, thanks.
Yeah, and then the last observation would be on the slide that goes over STR occupancy and revenue. I think those are pretty accurate, but what story isn't being told there are the costs associated with a short-term rental versus the costs associated with a long-term rental. Well, a short-term rental needs to be furnished. It needs to be, the owner needs to pay for the utilities. The owner needs to pay for the snow removal. the owner is unable to depreciate the asset over a 28.5-year time period. So when you look at the true profitability between a short-term rental at $855 and a long-term rental at $855, the profitability for a long-term rental is far greater than the profitability of a short-term rental. But the reason why people do it is because it's the same thing since people have been coming here, and that is because they want to use it. And the long-term rental displaces the whole purpose of ownership to begin with.
Yeah, and Brett, one other thing just that brought to my attention for you and everybody else too, that we're in a process where we're not going to be making any compelling decisions today, but generally provide direction. So if we don't get answers to your questions by the end of the hearing, just email us or contact us, and we'll get you any information that we have and can get for you.
Great, thank you. I know you guys are running behind. That's it for me.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
John, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. John Falk, Legislative Advocate for the Tahoe Board of Realtors. Hopefully you're in receipt of our letter of 13 December, 4 pages in length. It fleshes out the issue in far greater detail than I can in the few minutes provided here. But I did want to just drive in on a few specifics. And core among them is that I've served on the stakeholders group, and I've attended the larger town hall groups. I'm on the Town of Truckee's stakeholder group. I was even on TRPA's a few years back when it was looking at STRs. And in every instance, it's always a question of looking at what we're going to do rather than if we should be doing something. And so this has happened in every instance where I always start with, I think it shouldn't be overregulated, and definitely artificial scarcity must be avoided because we are a tourism-based economy, and STRs are the economic driver of that tourism-based economy. So if you want to provide workforce housing, first you need jobs to have that workforce. And if you rely on the existing hotels to backfill the loss of STRs or limiting the STRs, you are going to, one, lose some economic viability, and two, some jobs. And then equally important, you're also going to further widen the chasm between the haves and the have-nots because it'll become more expensive to come up here, whether it's to STR or to stay in a hotel or motel. So we would urge you not to engage in any, and not to, if you were to direct staff in any way, it would be to not engage in any activities that would involve artificially capping or limiting STRs as an activity. Alternatively, you could direct staff to report out every year STR usage and the overall economy and even the workforce housing shortage and any things that have been done to improve it, relieve it, or have exacerbated it. And that way you would be able each year then to reconsider whether or not you need to do something different. But at this point, I think you're getting out in front of it. And when you start to meddle with an economy as delicate as ours, because it is single, it's tourism-based, outdoor recreational tourism-based. And when you try to compare that to urban areas, not rural areas, and areas with diverse and stable economies rather than our tourism-dependent seasonal economies, areas principally comprised of primary residents, not second homes, and then you try to apply similar restrictive standards, you're not going to end up with the same result. You're going to end up with the potential to really do economic damage that will take years and years to undo. What might only take you 1 or 2 meetings to put the restrictions in place, but it'll take years and years to recover. So we would urge you not to go down that road. And to end, incentives, please, incentives, not mandates. There are a number of ways that you can truly incentivize people to consider, especially those second homeowners that want to use their home on occasion, to lease it out or rent it out on a semi-longer term basis, like for seasonal workers and such. You have a number of options, and you also have the current suite of options you already have in play. I did want to make the point, though, that the county staff, both Tahoe and in Auburn, have been outstanding and so has our 5th district supervisor and the other supervisors as well in being available, accessible, and responsive to every question, comment, concern that I put forward. So our many concerns about the potential moving forward is in no way reflective of any negative appraisal of how it's been pursued in terms of outreach to the community. I think it's been more than outstanding. But at this point, if you are being asked to give direction as to construction of an ordinance that would be relatively permanent in nature, I would urge you to only do cleanup things, not add caps or other limitations, and then definitely ramp up the bad actor enforcement.
Thanks,
Thank you
John.
very
If you
much.
could wrap up, yeah, thank you. And a reminder, we're not adopting any ordinance today or doing anything specific other than giving general direction to staff before we come back again in January.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to address this topic and to put down the snow shovel for a couple hours here. My name is Dan Tester. I'm one of the principals of Granite Peak Management. We manage homeowners associations, condo hotels, and individual home rentals through our vacation rental brand, Tahoe Vacation Rentals, all in Eastern Placer County. We're a local company. We employ local people. We face all the same challenges with affordable housing and community character concerns that everybody else in the community does. And I have been personally involved with the short-term rental ordinance since its inception and adoption a couple years ago. We've been team players and good stewards of the community. So accordingly, I was dismayed when the moratorium was enacted and then extended, as our company's been we've been good citizens, and we've left a fair amount of business on the table as a result. Great presentation today by staff. I'm in favor of some of the items presented by staff today and have concerns about others. Specific to options being presented today, I think I heard condo hotels will be exempted. Condo hotels should be exempted from the provisions of the ordinance for several different reasons. I think that I heard this, bad actors need to be punished. I couldn't agree more. I would support a more aggressive approach to finding bad guest, owner, and agent behavior. Dwellings that are repeat offenders should have their permit revoked, and fines for renting without a permit should be severe. So I strongly support increased enforcement. On caps, I would say that I would prohibitively and begrudgingly support some type of cap on short-term rental permits. I understand that, right or wrong, this is a hot button issue in the community. And we as an industry need to be part of a compromise on this. I think we would all need to agree on the data that we are basing these decisions on and the actual cap number. So there's a lot of work to be done here, and it has to work for everyone. On the maximum nights rented, I don't support a restriction on that. I think most owners will choose to rent during the highest impact periods because that's when the rates are the highest. So this really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I do support a minimum. I don't think that people who have reserved a permit and don't use it should have a permit. I do support different tiers for professional property managers. As a professional property manager, we have local staff dedicated to responding to these issues 24/7 at the properties that we manage. We're asset managers for our clients' homes, and we manage them to professional standards. So through all this, I understand kind of the challenge and difficulty in finding a balanced solution to this for our community. I support reasonable restrictions in the community for short-term rentals, and ask that you just consider the health of the local short-term rental operator businesses and the process. And again, I thank you and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Roxy, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, I might not be able to talk for long, but I just wanted to say thank you for today. I know it's been long
process for you guys. But I just wanted to say that the long-term rental market in Lake Tahoe has always been very difficult for myself. I started with Glenn Martin at Remax Scenic Properties with Vicki Singleton and Renee. We managed over 250 units, and it was very difficult. It wasn't very easy. And I think that the problem with the maintenance on a long-term rental is, oh, you know, I've got my little guy here, so I think I'm gonna have to wait and talk another time. But I wanted to say that because we don't have the staff up here to maintain the long-term rentals, it's a difficult proposition I think you're gonna have moving forward to try to talk people into doing long-term rentals. I would love myself to turn my vacation rental into a long-term but it's really difficult to maintain a long-term rental. So that's the first thing that I wanted to say. Sorry. And the second thing I wanted to say is I'm not in favor of taking away the number of nights that I can rent, because I donate a lot of my funds to people who can't afford rent in the neighborhood. So I'd say, like, on a nightly basis, if I'm able to rent out 22 nights, I give about 6% of that to charity, and then I give another 10% to people who need to pay rent in the area or can't pay rent in the area. So to have lost that income would be sad, because I would have to tell them that I'm unable to do that anymore. And that's something that I've done with my nightly rent for a long time. And I have a little one in my lap now, so I'm going to let you guys go. I don't have enough time to talk or pull up any of my notes, but I just wanted to thank you for taking your time to go slowly with moving forward with this process. I think that that's really important, is to just take our time and keep talking about it and try to find solutions to the long-term housing market. I'm all for change, but I think trying to take away from the short-term market might be hurtful to the people that do donate in our community, which I know there's a lot of us that do. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. To start this, there's a lot of nuance in this problem. What investments do we encourage as a community? So I'm speaking to you as a long-term homeowner in the eastern part of Placer County. Cindy may or may not remember me from the past, but I am a retired or semi-retired business owner. And I guess I'm torn.
I don't know your name, so how can I remember you?
Oh, I thought it was Cindy. This is Charlie Riley.
Hi, Charlie.
We knew each other from your past more honorable work. No, you're very honorable in what you're doing. What I guess I would say is I've been a landlord for years and years, and this really is a problem. But I would share that I just recently retired. I had a retail store that was actually based in Truckee, but serviced all of the eastern part of Placer. And one of the things that caused me to go and decide at 66 it was time to retire was that businesses need employees and employees need housing, and there's so much cause and effect and nuance in this that I had a quick talk with the Truckee Town Council years ago, but I pointed out that there's a line of cars every morning from Reno going up to North Star. And that's because those workers are critically needed, but there's no place for them to live. And so I look at this, it's about what we encourage. And no, I'm not going to go in as a $45 an hour carpenter, necessarily buy a $2 million house or rent a $2 million house on the lake, but I can afford a reasonably priced house. But we've made those houses just too good of an investment for a short-term rental guy. And so I'm encouraging a thoughtful balance between not capping stuff, but just saying, hey, what are we doing and what's important? Short-term rentals, what I saw from the presentation was it reduces the available housing by a low of 28% to a lot more. Well, if that's the right amount, fine, but we really need to think about the whole thing. I look at Safeway in Tahoe City, and Cindy, you and I could get jobs there for about as much money as you get paid as a member of the board, because they're so desperate. So I'm just looking at this thing trying to be, what the heck? Anyway, I would like to suggest that you strongly consider supporting the proposed ordinance changes that are in your packet. I know those are not final decisions, but those were recommendations. I actually read through attachment C, and I thought they were fairly reasonable in what they came out with. The next thing I would share is I emailed all of you with a slight challenge I came up with. I am moving to Auburn. I'll still be in District 5, so Cindy will still hear from me, but in trying to sell my house, the current moratorium actually gave somebody investing money, somebody living in San Jose or Santa Clara, where I used to live 20 years ago, somebody buying a house could go and get a permit. And so I had people bypassing my property because my property wasn't as sexy as one with a permit. I don't want a permit, but I want you to treat everybody with parity and equity.
And Charlie, could you wrap up your comments, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So anyway, at this point, I support what I read in the recommendation. I would point out that businesses in all of Eastern Placer need employees. We got to be there, meeting both sides of the problem.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Hillary?
Hi there. My name's Hillary Leffler. I sent a email into the board a few days ago. I'm 33. I am a broker in California. I'm also a consultant with the Department of Real Estate. My mom started a property management company over 30 years ago. We manage about 3,000 single family homes, commercial real estate, and more. I exchanged 2 rentals into a property in North Star, and that was a 1031 in 2018. I bought it for the sole purpose of bringing my children to Truckee because it was the place that I grew up, and I wanted to expose them to that as well. So the other thing about that is I rent it out for a living because it's a passive source of income. In 2019, 90% of homeowners were in compliance for TOT. But during the pandemic, some of the landlords closed their TOT certificates because of the governor and county health officer orders. This caused TOT rates to fall from $5,000 to $4,700. That was provided by Rentalscape, which is used in Placer County to track the data. Continuing to restrict STR rentals in and around the area will destroy housing. Short-term rentals generate income from idle space. They increase value due to additional income opportunities and for the greater community. Given that the county benefits on the property tax every time a property is sold, this restriction on STRs as a whole will have negative effects on housing prices and reduce overall county and increase tax rates. This benefits your schools, libraries, hospitals, other districts that rely on property taxes. Applications in the U.S. residential permits show that there's a clear connection between STRs and residential permits. A 1% increase in Airbnb listings leads to about a 0.76 increase in permit applications. This suggests that Airbnb can play a role in supporting local real estate markets and boosting local tax rates. Given the information that I'm providing you, STRs can have a significant negative impact, or restricting STRs can have negative impacts on the local economy. For instance, in LA County, the sides of the borders without STR regulations had 9% more non-ADU permit applications and 17% more ADU permit applications than those on the sides with restrictions. So the demand for STRs will drive the creation for the ability to grow more in the community. There's also places like Chicago, which they've helped design the purpose of investing in areas that need to be brought up, whether or not they're have been invested in, they're distressed neighborhoods. They can help foster and develop in nearby retail properties. With that being said, I'd just like to thank you for your time, and I hope that you consider not to cap the days on the permits.
Thank you.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Pat Dillon. I'm a 42-year Placer taxpayer here at Tahoe. I was a 31-year firefighter paramedic here, and I've been lucky enough to, with my wife, buy our first home here in Tahoe Vista, and sold that after some damage, and bought our more recent purchase in 1993 when things were considerably less expensive. Our concerns around STRs come from the actual neighbor side of the coin, which Cindy alluded to earlier, and thank you for doing that, Cindy. We need to remember that this area in which we live is not an investment, it's where we live. And so the comments of those who came before alluding to the fact that STRs are a profit center or an ability for someone to own a second home and spend 2 weeks up here are fine. However, what that leaves is the rest of us who live here and have lived here and supported the community all along are the enforcers of the regulations that you folks have enacted. There are no STR police. It's up to the local neighbors to inform or to report things like bears in their open garages or in their open bear boxes or their overfilled bear boxes, or the fact that they've loaded the rental up with so many people that they actually have to dump their trash in a neighbor's bear box who has to come home and find his bear box full of someone else's trash, et cetera, the noise, et cetera, et cetera. I don't really have an answer, but I do know that this was different just a few years ago, and now suddenly STRs have taken over my neighborhood. There are a significant amount of them, and I'm aware of 2 that were probably refused during the moratorium. So I appreciate the opportunity to take a look at this new animal and try to deal with it in a rational way, respecting the fact that people own their properties, respecting the fact that they should be able to do most things with their own property, but also understanding that we do control some of that. Placer County has some of that control. The state of California has some. Right now, that control is based on neighbors like myself having to come home, see a problem, and report it. And that's a piece that doesn't make for a happy relationship when you have a constant violator next door, a large home that encourages large parties, doesn't have any parking spaces to support that, and so the rest of the neighborhood gets to participate in that with no accompanying profit. Also, the landlord or VRBO enacts a $500 fine for non-compliance. Well, that goes directly to the property owner as profit.
And if you could wrap up your comments, please.
At any rate, I do support the efforts to increase the penalties for noncompliance and to increase the communication to report noncompliance. I would support that, and I also support your efforts in trying to look at this problem, see it for what it is, and make the changes required so that we can all live here happily, and I appreciate your time.
Brian, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, this is Brian Donnelly. I own a condo in Aspen Grove and North Star, and I have been vocal on this issue, trying to be vocal on the issue that I think that North Star needs to be from these STR rules in North Star, condos, single-family homes, whether they're managed professionally, whether they are managed, individually or by the owner. I think that it's intellectually dishonest to be talking about my condo, which is actually right across the street from the fire station on Star Drive, as housing stock. It's not housing stock. It was built in 1973. It's pretty poor construction. It was meant to be a second home / ski rental when it was built. It was built inside a ski resort. It was not built next to an elementary school. It's not a neighborhood. This is a resort which survives on short-term renters coming and paying a lot of money to ski and then paying a lot of money for overpriced meals up at the village, which they all do voluntarily. And so it's really important that we, be intellectually honest about the fact that I will never rent my unit to a local who is working there, because that takes away my ability to use it, which is why I bought inside a ski resort in the first place. So this is not housing stock. So when I watched the presentation and the numbers were all coming up and talking about housing stock, I think that there's a desired result by certain staff, and then they're working backwards to kind of justify and backfill that result. But if we're going to be honest, my unit is not housing stock. And so I just hope that people are willing to acknowledge that one size does not fit here, and that we do need to look at neighborhoods and treat them differently. What might be a nuisance for a family that has school-aged children might be a nuisance up in the North Star Village. It's the same exact act, but it does matter where it occurs. And so I just hope that we can have an honest conversation about the fact that one size does not fit the entire Eastern Placer County. Thank you.
Please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Unmute.
Hi, I'd like to say that we own a home in Chamberlains. It's our second home, and we do not feel that limiting short-term rentals will allow for.
Excuse me, could you state your name for the record, please?
Lisa Bergout and Ed Apodaca.
Thank you.
Yes, we don't feel that limiting short-term rentals will solve the problem that the board is looking as their major problem, which is allowing long-term rentals for workers. The pricing in our neighborhood has gone through the roof, and limiting short-term rentals, in our view, is just going to basically make Tahoe a millionaire's playground where no average person can come and rent for a week. And I do support, regulations in terms of like non-compliance and, penalty and, finding people that disobey the ordinances, like the quiet time and the garbage. And I do feel for the last speaker that said it does rely on the local community to report violators. That seems like, there could be some more outreach so that could be fixed. But I really don't think that the primary problem of housing workers is going to be solved by limiting short-term rentals, especially in somewhere like Chamberlains. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Dwipal. We own a place in North Star, which we bought in July. We are in a pretty peculiar situation in the way this regulation was put forth. So we bought our place in the middle of July, about a week before the ordinance the moratorium went in, and we did not anticipate STI being blocked. So we are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because we were working with a property manager to figure out, how to rent it and get a permit and everything. and then this thing came in. So one comment I have is to consider people like us who are not anticipating this to happen. A regulation like this doesn't happen overnight, but while this one did. So I would really appreciate if that is considered, and whether we have a limit or not, to have exemptions for folks like me who are not planning for this. If the STR permits are no longer available and I'm buying a new place, I would consider that and make my plans. But these are $1 million+ properties, and it's caused a lot of hardship for us because it happened so suddenly.
Samir, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. Samir Tuma, Chair of the Board of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Just want to run through some points. Over the course of the last couple of months, as this ordinance has been being discussed, I have spent a lot of time, certainly nothing close to what Supervisor Gustafson has spent, but I spent a lot of time talking to different constituents and different groups, including local businesses, community members, STR operators themselves, the Resort Association Board, and sometimes just getting stopped on the street by locals and wanting to have a chat about this. And I just have a few observations. One is that I think there is a lot of support and a lot of consistent discussion regarding the nuisance and public safety issues. And I think that a lot of what you guys have focused on and talked about needs to be implemented. And I think there's broad support for that. There may be some tailoring or things that need to be done there. But I think where the real diversity of views shows up is with respect to how, if at all, does this impact housing prices and housing availability. And there is a wide range of requests or possible solutions here. On the one end is do nothing, change nothing, and just allow it to function the way that it is. And on the other hand, I have heard discussion regarding a voter initiative that would be very similar to what happened in South Lake Tahoe. And that could be really catastrophic for the industry and for the community. And those types of limitations would just create enormous problems, and the problems that everybody has been talking about today on both sides. And so, and even within the various groups that I've been talking to, for example, on the Resort Association Board, or on even within the short-term rental operators, there is a diversity of views in terms of what, if anything, should be done by way of caps. Again, some say caps are fine, caps need to happen. Some say don't cap anything at all. So one of the things that the Resort Association is doing is convening some discussions with some of the short-term rental operators, with county staff, with some of our board members and other local business owners, to try to see if there's some middle ground or some sort of compromise that people can live with. I will ask that there was a letter that came from the short-term rental operators asking for some data. I know some of that has been provided, and I know staff is working to respond to the other components of that letter. And I would really appreciate the transparency that comes about with the results of those disclosures. And then I think finally, someone made a comment that this would be permanent, and I don't think in any way, shape, or form it needs to be permanent. I think there's a lot of opportunity for it being of a fixed period of time, analysis and review and that sort of thing. So I think the notion that it would be permanent is overstated. And I think what would be necessary with any changes here is that they be evaluated on a regular basis against fixed criteria. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hello. All right, wonderful. Hi, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for your time and for all the effort you put into it. It's a really complicated issue. My name is Galina, and my family just bought a second home in a town of Dutch Flat, and we experience similar issue. We are not able to rent it because we can't get a permit. And that's, of course, a huge financial hardship on our family that causes a lot of issues. But as many people say, I want it to be working well for everybody, for our neighbors who live there. So for this reason, there definitely need to be regulations. But the permits, I mean, if we don't get permits, we won't be renting it long term. We definitely don't want to do that. It's not something that we envisioned. We live in San Jose in condo with 2 kids. We simply can't afford a house in our area. So that was our dream, to live in a house. And the only way we could afford it was up there. And the permit moratorium is not an ideal situation. Rather, there should be some process that you can apply for the permit and then maybe pass an exam, which will educate you as a property owner how to how to manage your renters, how to follow the rules, how to be responsible for community. And also, if you keep moratorium in place, people will find ways to rent it. They will. But I would prefer to pay transit fees to make it fully legal and be responsible, but not being able to rent it at all. So there is something to consider, to maybe educate those who get permits rather than limit permits. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathy, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Fairbanks, and I live in Sacramento. And in 2019, I purchased a condo in Tahoe City. I didn't start doing short-term rentals until late July of this year. And in October, I submitted my first payment for the second quarter, for the transit occupancy tax. I'm working, and so I missed the presentation, and I'm kind of coming into this late, but I did want to lay out a couple of thoughts that I had and things to keep in mind as this process moves forward. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I agree that there should be some structure around the short-term rental permit process and the whole short-term rental situation in Tahoe. But I think, what I'm hearing and what I've seen and what I've experienced is really a problem with like 3 things, I would say. Bad actors, who we've all talked about, and I think everyone that I've heard agrees that we need to do something to address, habitual bad actors, and I would be in favor of that. I'm not in favor of capping the permits or capping the number of nights until perhaps there's more study and everyone is firm on how the market is working in Tahoe. One of the things I haven't heard talked about much, though, is the tax revenue that this brings in. And maybe I missed this in part of the presentation, but to me, it seems like in addition to the bad actors, the issues are, housing and affordable housing for people who live in the area, and then traffic. And I think, the tax revenue that is generated from short-term rentals has gone and could even go a long way toward addressing some of that. I mean, I know that the TART Connect program is funded by the transit occupancy tax, and I'm paying, I'm collecting the additional 2% and passing that on to the county. I think that can help alleviate traffic, and I'm looking forward to using that when I'm next up there. I haven't been up in a while. Additionally, affordable housing is a huge issue. And it's not just in Tahoe, it's everywhere in California. This isn't, just because of short-term rentals that the Tahoe area has a housing affordability problem. There is a problem, but it's all over the state. developers aren't going to be incentivized to come in and build housing without some kind of subsidy from local government. It just doesn't pencil out. And I think that's one of the things that we need to consider as it relates to short-term rentals and to the ability, to the extent that they can help subsidize some additional affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, thanks. My name is Philip Welch. I shared last time you guys were meeting on this. My family purchased a house up there, and we're hoping to eventually rent it. But my comments really are on the workforce housing portion of this. I fully agree with Supervisor Gore that I don't think this is really going to affect prices. I mean, we have a perfect case study down in South Lake Tahoe. Measure T has been in effect for 12 months now, and the prices really haven't gone down. If you guys look on Zillow, it's not affecting it. So I would hate for us to be pursuing this as a solution for a problem and waiting for a couple of years to see, hey, did this fix it? Oh, wait, it didn't fix this at all. So that's one thought. The other thought is I noticed in the written document on the update to the ordinance mention of future hotel developments and economic viability of that being challenged by this. And I'm concerned that we're thinking of that instead of thinking, why can't we build long-term workforce housing that's not rentable in those spots instead of hotels? We have small hotels now, short-term rentals, and people like using them. Why worry about the economic viability of something that maybe isn't economically viable anymore? Maybe 30 years ago it was, but it's a different age now. But why not build something that's a workforce housing that's not rentable, specifically categorized that way? So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, there's no further public comment.
Thanks, Megan. So with that, again, first thing I want to ask is if there are any questions or comments that staff would like to address or clarify, noting also that we're going to be coming back, so there's ample time to either respond to individuals if they get in touch with us and they didn't get their questions answered, but there might be some low-hanging fruit that you too want to address before we go farther.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just mention, to Mr. Williams, there was a lot in his comments there to unpack, and we would welcome a follow-up conversation with him, and I think to connect with our consultant on a more detailed level. So that was one thing that I had written down.
Super, great.
On that, I have one. I just wanted to respond to the woman that spoke that was in Dutch Flat, that the STR ordinance does not apply to the Dutch Flat area. So would welcome her. She can email me and I can just further discuss.
Great, thanks. And then generally, anybody who wants to email any of us on the board would be happy to get responses back to you or help out, particularly with information as we move to our January date, excuse me. So with that, again, keeping in mind that staff is seeking from us some feedback as it relates to help them craft more specifically what will be on the table in January. And with that, I'm going to give it to Cindy and then Suzanne.
Thank you. I really appreciate the time today, and I know it's late in the day, and we've spent a lot of time discussing this and all staff's work. I would ask that BAE cite the literature on the inflation value on the houses. When people can earn $35,000 as an average and up to hundreds of thousands of dollars on short-term rentals, it is inflating our housing market. And the evidence is there, and they mentioned it, but let's cite that literature. I've sent you literature. I've been researching it. There's many documented studies on it. Let's make sure all the board members have that and the public has that. Option D, which I'd like to put forward on the numerical cap for STRs, would mean some level of what we have existing plus a small addition. And I'm not sure what that is, to incorporate those on the waiting list that were caught in the middle of this moratorium, and those who want to rent. I think I want to see turnover. I want to see availability of these, and I'd like to at least consider that option. every other jurisdiction in the basin has some form of restriction. And if we lift this with no cap, I'm concerned, and I'll argue about that later, but I'm concerned as to what then continues to happen. I don't care for the maximum nights rented. I do like a minimum nights that these permits are used. If we're going to cap, then we must make sure they're used. And so we can immediately take them back and get them out into the hands of people waiting for them. I told you already about the waiting period. I totally agree, and I forgot to mention this earlier, on the special provisions to those that are primary owners. I've shared my story before, I won't belabor it now, but as a local full-time resident, I did have to rent my house at times so I could stay in it. So I want to see those locals who do invest in our property and can leave for a week or two on vacation and rent their house and supplement their income to be able to do that. And that's 3%. I think those should be exempted from a cap, but have a permit, because we still need to know they're safe environments for people to rent. And on the other item, we talked about the two-tier fees. I'd like to ask the property management firms to come back, because I was convinced early on, and why we have two-tier fees is because they were reducing the risk and the liability to Placer County, because they were taking on that risk. In other words, when you rent through a firm that's licensed business, and there's a problem in the rental, like a smoke detector malfunctioning or a carbon monoxide detector or some other problem, you go to that individual first. But I'd like the property managers to better address that with us so that we can make sure that it is justified if we're going to have two tiers, that what the property professional firms do to reduce county's risk in permitting those. And then finally, as you saw in the data, 42% increase in STRs in 10, 11 years. We are in a housing crisis like nothing before, and it's not like the rest of California, because you go to another state to try to find a place to live. We can't hire county employees. We can't hire teachers. We can't hire doctors. Talk to the hospital district, the school district, let alone restaurants, retail. It is an absolute crisis, and this is only one small piece, but when somebody has to compete with somebody who can buy a small condo and say it's in North Star and it's 1973 built, but it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and you and your spouse can buy in and get a start in the real estate market, that's your start. You're not buying $1 million house to start, but you might be buying a small condo, and it might be in North Star, or it might be in Lake Forest Glen, or it might be in one of the other units. So I'd urge us to strongly consider our comments, since housing is an absolute crisis, even for our own housing. I know you two know that trying to find a place to live and to even get employees to serve our county needs, let alone, and our deputy sheriffs can't live in our area, then we've got a real issue. And so it's one piece of the puzzle. It's not the panacea, but it's one piece of a very complicated puzzle. And I hope we'll consider that it's health and safety first, nuisances, and our housing that we need to consider this action for. Thanks.
Thanks, Cindy. Suzanne?
Yes, I received an email while all of this was going on from someone up there who enlightened me and said that the reason that there's a two-tiered permitting fee is because years ago they discovered that many of the people who were renting their properties did not have the proper permits and such, and so therefore were not paying their TOT taxes. So now that causes me to ask, so what is actually the purpose of the two-tiered permitting fees?
Well, since I think I predate you guys on this issue, okay, so I'll jump
Good,
in.
that'll help.
I think when we first met on this issue, the two tiers were set up because the professionally, and this is why I just asked the professional firms to please help us make this case or make their case to us. They inspect the properties at every turn. At every turn, they check and make sure the smoke detector is there. They do not want to risk their own liability insurance by renting a place that has blocked ingress or egress. They make sure the fire inspections. So we originally set it out and were convinced at the time that professionally managed firms were putting eyes in the structure to make sure it was safe. And we couldn't assure that on the privately managed. And we had a case in point where a family of 11 or 13 were renting a house in Dollar Point privately. A carbon monoxide detector was not in place and people almost died. There was a case in Incline Village where a young man did die in a fire because egress was blocked out of his escape route by, again, a private property operator. Unfortunately, there's more eyes, and a professional firm does have their own liability insurance to kind of buffer the county, but otherwise, the individuals doing it, we don't know where they live or who they are, and there's many good people doing that, and then there's a few bad apples. So the property management firms, we said there would be less fire inspections because they were asserting, as a licensed professional, that the property met the criteria. So that's where it started.
And I'll add, Supervisor Jones, that, you know, we did talk to the fire districts a number of times, and one of the questions we asked them, or actually they've sort of volunteered it, that, you know, not as a hard and fast rule, but they did say that most of the inspections, or a lot of the inspections that they do on professionally managed properties, tended to have more of those life safety you know, sort of assurances because of what Supervisor Gustafson laid out. They are inspecting those at every turn. So they did volunteer that information, that typically the professionally managed properties do tend to, you know, sort of check all those boxes.
Sure. So in thinking about that, I mean, wouldn't it put everybody on an equal playing field if when you went, let's say I buy a place and I'm coming to you because I want to get a short-term rental permit. Wouldn't it put us on an even playing field if when I came to you, you said, okay, you will be required to have a fire inspection to ensure all this stuff, a safe ingress, egress, all of the things that are required for fire and safety and all of those things. So now if everyone has their place inspected up front, now you know whether they're in compliance or not. So then, so what I'm trying to get at is if somebody is not in compliance, but it sounds to me instead of just a two-tiered fee structure, you need to penalize them. If they're not in compliance and they're causing, you know, people to danger to their renters, then I would go farther than a two-tiered system. I would penalize them. And I would, like I said, put some teeth in it, make it hurt.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think we're in agreement there, and I think the two tiers were really, it was about $100 difference. Now, we're not talking given a nightly rental cost and how much money they're making annually. It was, the theory was that there would be less fire inspections required because we were starting out with 4,000 that needed inspections. And so we drew a line that those that were professionally managed would take less inspections and therefore less monitoring on our behalf. Now that theory, so.
Right.
So let's ask them to prove it out.
Right. So, I mean, I would involve some, you know, I have a constituent who has a short-term rental up there, and they're retired, and they do go up and inspect it. And I know not everybody is capable of doing that. And for you guys, you know, you have to, you know, split hairs and decide who can, who can't, or whatever. But on this issue where this is brought up to me that part of the two-tier system is because people are getting away without the TOT certificates and not paying the TOT, I'm thinking, when I come to you to get my short-term rental permit, shouldn't you be requiring, let's see your TOT certificate, let's see your whatever T-bid is required of you, you know, let's see this, and this. And if I don't have this, and this, my fire inspection, my proof of insurance or bear prevention or whatever all those things are, then at that point in time you say, okay, well, you've started the process. When you've come back with everything you need, we will issue your permit. It's just a thought.
Yeah.
And then you'll make sure that everybody has that TOT certificate, and they will be submitting their TOT and TBID.
Bonnie?
Thanks. I don't want to go super long. First of all, Cindy, thank you for your comments. I really appreciate it. And I would appreciate seeing, those studies, right? Because it just, you've seen it on the ground. And so I really appreciate it. And then somebody made a comment, which made me stop to think, which was, if we don't address the concerns that we have here, we could have voters come out and do an initiative like they did in South Lake Tahoe. And that's not going to benefit our owners, our community, our workers. That would not be a benefit, I don't believe. So I think that, to your point, we need to take a look at perhaps doing something. But in addition, right, we've got to do the other things for workforce housing. So I really appreciate your comments, Cindy, and your input. Thanks.
Okay, Mike, haven't given you any direction yet, and I'm going to take about a half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, just because I know it's late in the day. It's my last meeting as chair, so I'm trying to make it last. Just kidding. So I've spoken to staff several times, and I just again want to thank you for some great work actually going into this and trying to package together what's a comprehensive strategic approach, and that's what we're going to need. But for that and for the public, to me, there are two buckets here in a simplified manner. One is sort of the public health safety standard component as it relates to making sure that if somebody has a short-term rental in a neighborhood, that it behaves responsibly and is safe, and whatever we need in the way of code enforcement resources and methods by which we can do that. I'm going to leave it up to staff to bring back that level of expertise. I love the idea of using technology to combine our permitting processes just so that we manage that better. Those are the kinds of things that are kind of low-hanging, no-brainer fruit. But again, we've got an issue here that we need to clean up. It hasn't been addressed for a long time. So strongly encourage going forward on that. And so briefly as I can. Actually, on the other bucket, we're really dealing with microeconomic issue. And I tend to fall back, I think, as I mentioned, more on market economics, sort of driving economic policy to the fullest extent possible. We want to frame that so that those things happen inherently, organically, generically. But at the local level, I think we have an opportunity to actually be more entrepreneurial and innovative and proactive in our communities because our business is building good communities. So I'm going to, for a short, specific vision approach, embrace Cindy's comments about item D, which is considering. I haven't gotten there yet, but I'm happy to consider some kind of a cap that has capacity to add to it so that we don't distort supply and demand constraints. So for example, on the PCCP 50-year plan, along the way it was attacked in a myriad of ways by many, but one of the things that we enforced in it and embraced quickly was that over the 50-year period, there's enough growth capacity in the conservation plan unless growth for a sustained 50-year period is far above anything that it's been in the past consistently every year for 50 years, so that the conservation plan itself is not going to constrain development supply. It'll reach its own economic equilibrium over that 50-year period, obviously, with peaks and troughs. So addressing that pent-up cluster of people that got caught in the process, I think, is something worthwhile, because all that boils down to we, for a long time, throughout the state and other places, have an affordable housing issue. In the east side of the county, we have an employee housing issue, which has become very intense. Before COVID, COVID exploded it. So considering short-term emergency type policy, for me, even with a market economic driver, was a no-brainer. So if we're going to consider something like what Cindy was recommending, which I think is the smartest thing going forward that I've heard, thinking of it in the context of shorter time frames, like a year at a time, Because over the long run, market economics are going to take over regardless of whatever we do. We can't subsidize strong demand issues. For example, if people up there couldn't get employees, period, and restaurants could only operate at half capacity across the board, then the quality of our tourism experience would deteriorate and the demand for it would also deteriorate. And over time, those things just adjust themselves accordingly. So if we can consider, and maybe do some more economic work. I love the fact that you guys went to an economist and did that research in the first place, and there was some really good stuff that was brought forward. But if you fall back on those kinds of things for these windows of time frames that we're currently trying to deal with, knowing that over the long run they're going to work themselves out in terms of economic equilibrium anyhow, I think that'll help us, and it'll also be the least controversial. So those are my two bits.
Thanks, and thank you for reiterating a point I made earlier before public comment, which is I do want some sort of adaptive management in this ordinance so that we can reflect and encourage housing to be built. I mean, it's easy for us to sit up here and say, and people criticize us because we haven't built enough housing or new hotels or whatever, and I go, there's a problem in our economy up there, and there's many, many restrictions. I went over the transportation fees earlier. So we have got to address that, and maybe if everybody's on board, we can adjust as we get more housing units built or bought or rented so that we can serve all these visitors who want to come.
And specifically as an example, I mean, just building on that, when I came to the board, most of the dynamic, as you well know, up there is related to affordable housing was to have the county not do it. Building industry constantly lobbied us to do nothing. Until the point up there when the business community came to us and said, you got to help us with affordable housing because we've got all of our employees are coming from Reno. And if there's a big storm, they can't get to work and run our ski lifts. So at the local level, I think it was appropriate for us to get in there, and we're spending taxpayer money to elevate that, to subsidize it, if you will. And again, as a free market, I think that's perfectly appropriate at the local level, but it's going to be an ongoing adaptive management scheme, and so it's just some team tagging there, but that's the thought. If we go forward and we take that message going forward, I think we're going to get more support from the community, and we're going to be smarter, and we've got some really smart people around here who can make all this stuff work anyhow, so. Yep. So unless there are any other comments, we are adjourned for the day. Thank you.
Hey, Robert, way to go.